giving us that messenger down on the Patmos. You sent your son, and he gave a second witness to this 9:23 Revelation 12 sign, and hopefully we can show the significance of what this sign means and what is to come of this 9:23. Wow, our angle's a little off. We'll try to fix that a little bit. Let's move over here. I'll be able to get that a little more straight. There we go. Okay. It is what it is. Life ain't Burger King. Hope you're not eating that. Well, that seems kind of blurry as well. Why is that so blurry? Maybe not. Maybe it's just my eyes, my vision. That might be. So thank you, Father, for the seeing eye and hearing ear. The apocalypse, for removing the scales from the eyes of the bride and making that hearing ear so it doesn't fall on deaf ears. So only this is for a message for the bride and those, and I know that the wise serpent knows, because they're the ones who are spinning this big show that you see on this world stage, like a stage to get out on there on a stage and walk on a flat stage, right? And generally on a stage, on a world stage, world, the spinning, the dynamo, the mechanics. I've got the whole idea of a spinning ball, and let's put the live on here. Thank you, Father, for the bis, the understanding that you are this air and their air ritual. You are what we receive. You are our prize. You are our will. You are our faith. We walk in your commandments. And for that, I thank Father Horizo. You said, I am the Horizo, not the light or the life. You said, I am the Horizo. You said, I am. So thank you, I am. So 2 kings, 2 crowns. And again, this will only be for the bride. Those you chose that have an eye to see. Again, the scales will be removed from their eyes, and we got a little tilt there, but that's all right. Doesn't have to, again, be perfect. Nothing's, we're not going to go with that anyways. All right, so thank you. This 9:23 calls out to my heart. Obviously, there's, not many people understand the whole heart ritual of February and Lupercalia. We got to worry about that. Be not anxious, but the heart is continuously filled, like half full or half empty, right? Well, you tell me, right? So all this parallel, he said hados, that's the narrow way. So thank you, Father, for those who Bronze Age myths. Interesting. How come? No, I don't think that somebody said that yesterday. I don't think that's Aletheia. He said, I am the Aletheia. That is the word truth. So the truth to be written on the heart of the bride, and the bride gain in the age of air. That is their prize. That is what they are running towards. He is the high priest who severed the head of Father and became the high priest over all flesh, as he said would be, right? All flesh, not just his favorite heavens, but the heavens, the Jews. Remember the Aaron and the Levites. Aaron and Levite. Interesting. Aaron, Levite. He is Aries. He is Ram. Father, I am. David called him from Bethlehem. Remember, Christ was from Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. Nothing good could come of Nazareth. Remember that? But anyways, we won't do this religious nonsense. Makes no sense. Like Americant doesn't make one single penny. Not 1 cent. Americant, remember that? We'll probably look at that image of America. Oh, there's Americant right over there. So why the cancellation, negation of the corporation is what this sign that's been left to show the 923 executive orders, as we'll decode. The corporation, it's not a United States, it's a corporation. It's not a country, it's a corporation merchandise. These people have been merchandised by bonded by birth under contract for their straw man, as they made a movie about these people that would be put into their bubbles as a millimeter bubble waves, millimeter waves. They got microwaves, they got the paddles, 5G to smack them with the. Here we go round in circles, you know, this dynamo, pneumatics. This is all spoken into existence, air. Rome had pneumatics, you know that? Rome had pneumatics. They also had Democrypt and red blood bekins, red and blue. So hope you're not falling for that lollipop. Which one you're licking? Maybe one of your those Astro Pops. You like to think you're there so you can go into the clock above our head. Well, that's not possible, but people, some, well, they think you can go to the stars. You can go to the stars? How's that work? Explain that to me. Oh, are you one of these people that think you're living on a planet? On a plane, ET phone home, planet. Where in Scripture does it say this word planet? Who's spinning on planet Earth? Earth is the ruled, and he had a heavens, his favorite Aaron and Levite. So there's no heavens above your head. There's no earth below your feet. Where is this even written, this word planet? Like I said, ET phone home or whatever you got, they fly over a plane, remember? And never nose down. You know anything about aviation? You know, horizo, these are all the, you know, you ever do any kind of fly like a bird? I want to fly, you know, aviation. Have you ever seen their instrumentation? Notice it's horizo. They fly over a planette. But where is the word planet in Scripture? You don't live on a spinning ball, do you? Or is it a block you live? Third dimension, I think when I think 3D, I think of a box being inside a box, like in the third dimension, like, you know, the difference between, how do I know there's a back of your hand right there? You see, I have a back of my hand. How? Oh, it's a difference between time and space, see? Anyways, never mind. These people are lost in space, far as thinking they can go to the stars. They did it in Israel, right? He divorced his bride for that, trying to build up towers. And, well, we'll talk about maybe Mr. Warp Speed and his Mr. T. He said, take up your cross. That's the Antichrist, right? No. He said through Matthew, take up your cross. He said in Luke, right, my disciples. So I'm not sure what these religious idiots think, that their son God, their God with breasts, 3-in-1 God. We'll talk about that, and then how they created a 44, Mr. 44, right? Mr. Barry created these 923 executive orders to put you into these bubble camps because you're in bubble trouble. Before, they didn't like your parents. Now they just might not like you. Maybe just something about you they don't like, and you'll be in bubble trouble, and you've already been merchandised, so it's already been sold out to the straw man, and you've been contracted by birth for, well, like Walmart merchandise. You are a merchant number. That's what you think is credited to you. No, you don't know it's a credit. Well, I sign up and I get a social credit card. By birth, you call it a social security number. It's not a number, it's a merchandise. Your merchandise, like Walmart, remember? They'll put you into the Walmart camps because they're going to do it again. It's not like I'm making a prediction. There's no prophecy. It was all fulfilled when he said no stone would be left upon another. So I think people have been going to their dispensary and with their space rocks or whatever, their Velcro indica or whatever there's, I don't know, it's all crossed. It's all genetically modified. So I'd stay away from the oil. Remember, he said have extra oil. Remember, Mr. T, he paid for that big bath oil, baby oil party, didn't he, Mr. Oil himself? All right, so we'll talk about that in tech, right? They're going to do this relation of this beast tech, you know, it's not the beast is not actually a man. It doesn't say he gave his power, right, and his authority. It says it's. So it's neuter gender, not like cutting off body parts, you know. All right, anyways. Their 3-in-1 God has breasts, the one that this Mr. T has his house decorated. This regime, the current regime, 4 + 7 is 11. We go back in time, like back. You're losing the battle. Okay. All right, whatever you think there, buddy. You're getting your little FEMA work camp because I already did it, because maybe they just don't like that your name starts with a J, which didn't exist at the time of Christ. So anybody with letter J, you're going in bubble camp J. Juliet and the Fox. Oh, well, hey, JF. Oh, kilo. We won't give you the phonetic alphabet. So, okay, Father does create all things, so don't worry, be not anxious, he says. But this is their wheel of time, and their, it's okay. Father created these celestial stars and above our head, and you can't go to the moon, and you can't go to the stars, and you can't go into the clock above your head. But that's what these space farce idiots, they're unskilled, unlearned, layman. I'm simple, and actually an idiot, you can't hold them against the wall, right? Because they don't know. It's like the word ignoramus or idiotos means the same thing, and it's not an insult to somebody. They just don't know. So they didn't have that apocalypse. Father didn't remove the scales from their eyes or the veil that was covering their deception for over 2,600 years by religion. Constantine rebranding this sex ritual, this orgy Jesus that they celebrate right here, the birth of this Christ, this Jesus Christ, met their Mass A. They do this every Sunday. Today's Friday, actually Sabbath, meaning Friday. You had to have everything prepared and sit on your butt and not actually do anything. Just give all glory, like hallowed be thy name. And it says in the Lord's Prayer, Shem, that means edify, lift up, like Hosanna, raise up in the highest, like Jonah rose out of 3 days in the belly of the whale in darkness, and Christ was 3 days in darkness in the tomb as they did their, we'll go over that. So we won't answer any more questions, and we might get a moderator in here. And we'll moderate your idiocracy out of here. So you'll just go in your bubble camps. They already did. I'm not making a prediction. They've already done this before. Hello, Pearl Harbor. You want to go back in time? Tariffs. Remember? Maybe anybody listen to David Vose? You might want to go. He said something about the remains of Tartaria over there and Nagasaki and Hiroshima. But remember, that started with tariffs, Pearl Harbor. Oh, then Nagasaki, Hiroshima. All right, anyways, atomic. Well, this time it won't be atomic. It could be, like I said, it could be, it could be hydrogen, and they could put a no footprint down, no pancakes. You guys are yellow pancake. Anyway, spinning around in circles, what happens? All right, moving around. And circles is gee whiz. That's this dynamo, the pneumatic. It's all spoken. So they do their air ritual because they know this is a time where even the time is already passed. I don't have the day written. Oh, I do already. Nope, it's not written there. Maybe we do. We already left deception and came into the age of air. I can't breathe because they stretched Christ back on a tree till he couldn't breathe and staked his feet down after they'd already staked his hands, and he carried a yoke and he can carry a cross. He tells you to carry your cross. This 7 days, every day, Sabbath, every day. We don't do celebrations. We don't celebrate anything. That was all blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. And the handwriting of ordinances in the book of the bride, it's on their hearts. It's not by the law. We're not bound by the law. We are under destiny because he created all things. So we'll get that straight. If there's anybody in here religious, you got to leave now. This is not some religious channel. It's a ministry where we minister revelation. The book we're in right now. It said that in the scriptural stars, the gospel that's written, it says in the stars, sun, and moon in Matthew, there would be signs. So we'll give you some of these, why these people wonder, they don't pay any attention, so that's okay. This is something that has already happened. Many of these things have already come to pass, and you've been sleeping. And he said, we're having a broadcast. That broadcast means to sow seeds. So he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. So be careful. He's crafty. Do, like the serpent. He'll get your eyes spinning. Remember, we're going to talk about this gee whiz and the circular motion, the dynamo that creates all of these things. They wonder, are you spinning on a ball and we got a molten core dynamo? Is that your thoughts, theories? Is that really what's... He said, I am the horizo. Okay, he's the spoken all in existence, dark and light, day and night. He is the separator, not a peace. That's Antichrist, shalom. Anybody who's telling you peace is a false teacher is the word prophet. Remember, the scorpizo, the false prophet, is the one who causes the flock to scatter or, to separate. That's Antichrist. So no peace. These peace Jesus idiots with your booby Jesus, your transgender Jesus, birth 3-in-1 God. There's an exit stage right, or you can go over here with your isms, your Calvinism, your Mormons, the most Catholicism. The Satan, the beast itself. They go after their mass save, the eating of the flesh of their king on the Yule wheel. in December on their Gregorian lunatic calendar, where they celebrate the birth. We're not supposed to celebrate anything, let alone birth of self. That is the Greek word porneia. So you can go pull it. That's not actually like the hub or pull your chair. That's a Greek word to serve your eyes. Latria. You speak any Greek, Olegas? So we'll give a little lesson on those, the bride, that were chosen, and he writes on their hearts to be wise and to look up for the Redeemer, the redemption who was already paid that price, and we must conform and follow after him. Not like a knife and a fork, but two spoons laying in a drawer, conforming to each. I am the hados, to be in the same narrow way. All flesh under this covenant, not a heavens, not a favorite. He used to have a ruling class, high priest, Aaron and Levite, that he didn't love the Gentiles. So God doesn't love everybody. He hated Esau, who killed Satan. One Donald Trump's house is decorated with Mr. 9/11 himself. The Nimrod Tower lives on a Babylonian, Manhattan, a 58-story tower. The same as Satan decorates his house with that same Mithra sun god at the time of Rome. Imagine that. They're Jesus Christ with boobies. You can call him Booby Jesus in here if you'd like. It's okay, because that's their breast of three gods, and man, beast, and woman. They have their bestiality ritual where they manger this, and they've got mange or something like wild animals. I don't know what's going on with them. But anyways, what's going on with that sun? Rock this again. It happened again. Who's this Mr. Nyla? You can't add. You want to do simple math? Remember Mr. Chump, Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Space Farce? Let's do some Sesame Street math for you. One bat. Bat. Did it come out of a laboratory, or did it come out of Wuhan? Or did it come out of some bowl of soup in a market? Anyways, you've been merchandised. But anyways, 4 + 5, 1 bat. That's pretty funny, huh? Like a Corona bat. All right, never mind. Like a crown. Oh, wait, never mind. What's that have to do with? All right, we'll show you. 4 + 5 is 9. Like playing Back to the Future. If you skip Biden, because remember, he came in on the Hollow Needle, said, "You know I was a snake." He's talking about fangs, the hollow. You're on the YouTube channel where it's like a hollow fang, and it gets. Well, anyway, so Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Chump brought in these 3, knocking down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Hey, wait, don't add up. We wanted to put a question mark on that for 1 second. What did you just say? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Now that doesn't add up. See, it's supposed to be this everything. There can't be a jot or a tittle off. That's why they love these. 4 + 5 is 9. If you skip 46, Mr. Barry was 44. If you go back in time, we'll go back to the future. So 4 + 5 is 9. Skip Joe. 4 + 7 is 11. So President 9/11, Donald Trump. Are you that stinking blind? You're telling me 81 million people voted for Mr. Hey, you remember this first game? You know I was a snake. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7, 11. And then, but they skipped Barry, right? No, they had to go back in time. We're talking about this one who's part of this whole ritual. They all trade lightsabers in their ice holes. They're all part of the same wings to the dragon that they, 2 cheeks to the same hole, basically, right? Democrip or a Bloodbakin, it doesn't matter. They all sing their serve God of their underworld. They're under the sea, their trident god, and their mermaids and their unicorns, and all their fairy is a Celtic demon. An Arab is a genie demon, and a demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. They actually used to pray to their deities, little g gods. Demons is what you call devil, never written in scripture, but that is the word daemonion, and that is distributor of fortunes or lies. Remember that Greek word porneia? Idolatria, idolatry. Latria is to serve, and it was these 2 beasts that'll steal your crown. In Revelation 3:11, it says, "I come quickly, let no one take your crown." The crown is the air. Is it the air you breathe? Who's the creator of all these things? Not some under the sea God birthed Satan in the middle of the winter that Donald Trump has this out. If you go for this left-right paradigm, you've been, he is the one who divides the horizo, not peace. Notice this man constantly says peace. He was the peace president, and now it's nothing but war. Marduk, remember Mars or whatever? That's never mind. Marduk, that's the dog. That's my dog. Anyway, never mind. The shepherds were in the field with the sheep when the Hamashiach was birthed, and he was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem. Not this baby Jesus with now boobies, this booby transgender God that they celebrate. 3-in-1 God. It's like knocking down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Trade Center 1, right? Tower 1, like Tower, they love their phallic tower. They made a 1 freedom. There's no such thing as freedom in this country. Where'd that go? It was a corporation. And it's work. Go to work, be a debt slave, be bonded by the corporation, and fill out your W-2 and kill people in Ukraine with the tax dollars you send to all these other, why not kill, well, how about I will send money to Iran and Israel? Oh, yes, let's speak about this abomination, Israel. This is not the Israel that speaks in Scripture. Oh, heareth what the Lord say, oh, Israel. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament, right? And learn not their ways, for their customs, their traditions are vain. Remember, he tells us all this, will God of this. He already divorced his bride, Israel, for this same thing. They thought God's chronos could slow the sun from dying at the equinox at 9:23. So we're going to go over this decode on why this 9:23 is the next ritual. Why 9/11 is their sun god that's birthed in the pit, which is Bis. It says in the book that if you'll study the 12th century book is Bis, not hell. You're living in your own hell. Hell is Bis or Booth. B-U-S-O-S or B-A-T-H-O-S is the same word B-Y-S-S. Bis, that is the word K. We'll give it to you quick. K-N-O. Oh, that's not a very good end. I know my camera quality is not the best. Plus, we've had energy coming from the sun, and it happened again. We had a KP level 7 and a G3 geomagnetic storm. But you probably wouldn't understand anything about magnetics or polarity because you think we have poles. We don't have any pole. Well, we had 4 poles if we actually have. That's called polarity, magnetic polarity. But let's don't fall asleep. K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G-E is what you call hell. Hell is down here in the trident under the sea. It's actually getting out of book when Israel, if we call this actually Israel over here, we'd call this the Mediterranean or Great Sea at the time. They looked out to the sea and they thought all the constellations were going under the sea. Like to play little Disney with you and mock you because you don't know this 3-in-1 trident with this mermaid and all this silly, or they mock because see, they put all this scripture out and everything. The Simpson ain't let me down yet. There's a good writer of the scriptures. They know these and do these. No, these are all done off these same rituals. 9/11. People don't know what this 9/11. That's the birth. That's their god under the sea, god of the birth. What is that? Apollo or Apollyon, the sun god. This is the one that the god of hell, the god Satan, the adversary, the one Nimrod, right? Was Moloch that Esau killed. Do you have any relation, or are you just one of these religious idiots? You know, religion is vain. He said that. The customs or traditions, their wheel worship of their sun gods and their Baphomet Baal god of their sun and grove tree worship, the one that Mr. T has his house decorated. He's not a Mr., but hey, Mr. Ever Bob. Anyways, a man of many hats, isn't he? He's a Gemini. He says one thing and does something else. So for all you people didn't get the answer, are you still flying around and spinning on the ball and corkscrewing and spinning on the third ball, corkscrewing and spinning on a ball through time and space? Are you one of these ET phone home people think you can go up into the celestial clock? Gonna probably tell me some other nonsense, so that's okay. You're like one of these other Americans that can't figure it out. That they don't make no sense. Remember, Mr. 47, go back in time, like Back to the Future. 4 + 7 is 11. Back in time, like reverse card. Game of Uno. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Said, hey, Department of Treasury, remember these twin towers? No more making the penny. We'll just clip that and take all the copper like we did during World War II. We'll pull these same rituals and we'll put them in a Walmart work camps too. Oh, but hey, we got to take the nickel. Wait, that's coming at 14 cents for nickel. And actually what you add to make stainless steel. Oh, I'm sure that's a wartime metal. And they might even nationalize precious metals. Careful. Remember, they just brought back, 200,000 tons from the LBMA. You know nothing about finance, do you? But I'm not giving any financial advice in this 9/11 Sun God 923 executive orders that was passed under the Barry 44 administration, who signed the top of their Freedom Tower and did this 3-in-1 Sun God birth, their transgender God birth in the middle of the Mithra was at the time of Rome. I'm talking about the Hamashiach. So Esau killed his brother Nimrod and stole his inheritance. Heir. This is the inheritance. This is what he said, Revelation 3:11. This is 9. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. You're not be able to see that on this. Too dark. But anyways, there's a crown that I have 2 crowns tattooed because I use actually my body as a lesson, hopefully to just help others see. And that's not me because he makes me do this. I have to share the light. I have to be charitable, patient, kind, meek, not weak. Under this 490 gospel that we do, this 7 times 70. You won't hear this anywhere else. This is the 490 gospel because they didn't let the land rest on that Jubilee. Remember the 7th year? Because we were talking about the Sabbath and just a moment ago, right? And Friday, it's now tomorrow, you'd have to have everything done and sit on your 4th point of contact, right? 7 times 70, and the number of 7 is to be mature. There's 7 shofars, 7 horns, 7. He said, I control the Pleiades, the 7 stars. They can't figure out the dynamo, how this works. But don't you know that rotation is 5G whiz? A military-grade patent weapon, 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. Anyways, all right, so 7 times 70 equals 490. So this is the 7 times 70 gospel or the 490 gospel because remember, they didn't let the land lie rest or fallow for 400 because there were 7 cycles of 7, which was the Shemitah cycles. And then on the 50th year, there was a debt forgiveness. That's why the scripture in the Lord's Prayer says, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, right? Is that what your scripture says? Or does your scripture say something else? He said, don't add a jot or a tittle. Those are like periods, like a period. And now they created a whole planet. Doesn't say planet. He said, don't add a jot or a thought. Well, he didn't say a thought. If you think about what he's saying, don't change it. Don't add a jot these are punctuation. And so you can't even add a letter or a period or anything, or he'll blot your name out of the wedding. See, this wedding is this age of error where his bride is crowned. By faith, they're saved. Salvation, they're redeemed. Remember, redeemed means you come back and pick up something you already purchased and bought, whether it's 2 days or 2 millennia, 1,000 plus, 2,600 plus years. It doesn't matter. It's still the word redemption. Look up, he said, for your redemption draweth nigh. He said in Jeremiah, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs in this firmament. Remember, in Psalms, he said, the firmament declares his handiwork. The heavens declare the glory of God. Heavens are the ruling class. He had a favorite, Aaron and Levite. Under this covenant, it's Jew and Gentile, man and woman. Like there are 12 eggs in 1 dozen, right? Black, white, brown, red, and yellow meant all flesh. Jew, Gentile, man, and woman, right? Good and evil. He's taken and already decided before all this was written, we had sent a Redeemer that come back and by flesh, because he didn't have breast, nor did Christ have breast. He had to birth flesh, but they love their booby Jesus, son God, birthed in the middle of the winter. That Trump has his house decorated, Mr. Right? Warp Speed, 9/11, who created that greatest jab ever, Mr. Space Farce, with his Mr. Stinky Muskrat that can't even get a car to go, his little dustpan sweepers at Rust. Remember I talked about that nickel? Man, that's a little sign of what is to come. But anyways, hey, the little dustpan sweeper car that he's got going down the road, hey, you flip those cars off. Oh, hey, don't do that. Put a 1 in the chat if you do that. Hey, come on now. It said be charitable, be meek, be patient, be kind, be weak. But it all did say to stand up. So Mr. Dustpan Sweeper can't even get a car to go 500 miles down the road on a single charge. And that's old technology. If you take a copper and you wind it around a magnet and you spin it, that's the Hadron Collider. It's not smashing atoms together. It creates what is known as a magnetic or a toroidal field. It's all about polarity, positive and negative. You figuring out what's spinning this on this planet that we live on, right? No, we don't live on a planet. This world, are you corkscrewing and spinning through time and space on a ball on a rock through time? Third rock from the sun, right? In a well, you say dimension again. Oh, we got to mean you're in the third dimension, right? Are you in the third dimension? Are you a dimensional being? Most people are very one-sided. So, but that's bias, Democrat, Christian, Catholic, Mormon. I'm not none of these. I don't do none of this. He said, be in the world, but be not of it. Don't do this. I fulfilled all these celebrations. I hung on a tree and they stretched me back so I can't breathe. The original I can't breathe. You wonder where all this air rituals come from? Stretching back on a tree so he can't breathe. Christ, the Hamashiach. You know, what, you don't know anything about torture. You're torturing yourself. You ain't taking the time. Time is an illusion, but we'll say it for like, oh, so time is a number of a circle and a bunch of round thing with a hand pointing out it. Nobody does that anymore. I apologize. Everybody's got analog. Oh, wait, digital. But hey, back in time, and they'll go back to the future. So you're telling me this number on a wall pointed at it going around in a circle is time? Almost kind of like this wheel we got going here. If we put 12 up here instead of being down here. Oh, they spun this around, huh? Tesla said the secrets of the universe are 3, 6, and 9. Gee, I wonder what they know. What did Tesla know? Tesla knew about these Hall currents that were under our feet. He knew all of this, right? Wave, millimeter wave. This is the same thing that he was. Remember, he said, I can build a dome over your city. I build a dome over your city. Well, let's look at that. Well, look at these images that they put out. You can go onto the US calculator if you want to see better images of this right now. And you can find this same imagery of this ministry over and over again of what has been provided with those that have an eye to see. And I don't want to answer nonsense, but this is your straw man and this corporation, you call it a government, but it's not. It's a corporation. This is the ray, the death ray that he said he can build over the city. See, he said death ray, and ray is what he meant like every morning. Let's get rid of some of this here for a minute. We'll help you focus a little better, like orange juice. You might be able to concentrate. Hold on, let's get some of this eyeballs, because eyeballs is what he warned of. So is anybody living in their own place of no knowledge of any of this? That's okay. You know, we're supposed to bring people to the light, be a fisher of men. Do not hide that light in a basket. And I don't know if anybody can't figure out why Mr. Warp Speed is not the selected pretendant of the corporation, the Americant or whatever, the divided states, because there's no that are really truly united, is a corporation. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. If you skip Joe Biden, which they're all in on it, they trade lightsabers in their ice holes. They're all EpiPen Island boys. They love their oxidized air added to epinephrine creates what? Fear and loathing in Las Vegas. All right, moving it on. All right, so Mr. Warp Speed, and they created this, and less time than it took for this Revelation 12 sign that you see right here come to pass. They created this, not 12 years, 12 like a calendar year. There's not 12 months in a calendar year. I hope you're not one of these people who think it's 2025. Oh, we got one of these lunatics in here with their lunacy. Well, we use your lunar calendar for demonstration purposes because you have to have a model. Otherwise, people won't understand. We could do the ball camp or where you, I don't care about your pan gods and where you're sticking your flute or your whatever. Keep that out of the discussion. We'll talk about shapes. One bet you could do Sesame Street and here's start looking like Fraggle Rock. It's an adult lesson, not for children. You need entertained so that you can do your adult swim and be programmed as a child by going to public schools and go with the flow and go with the, right? Put your currency in the bank. You've been sleeping 8 hours a day. You get up and don't even have the time. Remember, a number pointed to a hand pointed to a number is time, huh? Like death and time is a doorway, if you will. You're all, if you're eternal, how do you really ever die? Are you just this flesh? Is that all you are? Your possessions? He warned of your things, your little things of smaller, maybe paintings on a wall or little idols, or idolatry is the Greek word porneia. It's dirt. He doesn't want you to love dirt. Love is the word agape. So no, say, would you get up every morning and all you do is serve this dirt? Your eyes, you're telling yourself lies. There's much more treasure in afterlife. We die to self daily. This is what we are told to do. Paul told us to circumcise the flesh. Remember, not the male genitalia. These people won't even talk about this because they don't discuss the horizo, the creator, the divider, the separator. He said, I am the hodos, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. I am the separator. I divide this day and night, dark and light. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning this Big Dipper around this equinox, right? Around this North Star. Shall we put it for demonstration? Show you what Mr. Warp Speed's hiding? That you people can't tell eye vision, or you've been played with by visual and verbal voodoo. Uh-oh, somebody's going to get offended here. Do we have the right color? Oh, we better erase that knowledge because people don't know. And that's what the word hell is, no knowledge. Oh, look at this. We're going to create a hell. No, this is hell. No knowledge. Hell is their birth of their son, God, Jesus Christ, birth in the middle, baby manger, transgender Jesus. Because bathos, busos, and bis mean all knowledge. So when we erase the knowledge, this is hell. Welcome to hell. Welcome to your own hell. We put ourselves there by pornea. Oh, that's not very good. Because we're going to have more talks. Oh, man, what is going on here? Well, that pen doesn't want to write anything. Let's take that away. Well, we better get a better pen. Maybe we should do that with another color. There you go. The birth of their son, God. The seventh king that's locked up in the pit. Mr. Warp Speed has his house decorated with the same sun god. We can get better color here. Let's go ahead. Maybe we could for a... Man, someday I need to go to some city and purchase some more stuff to show in your eyeballs what they're doing to you. Ooh. Let's do this. Your eyes are more about idolism and imagery. So I know what your eyes, I can draw a white sun and I can never teach you a single thing about the sun because your mind will lunatic. All you'll see is the moon. I can actually put a demonstration. I've done this before on this channel. We can actually put, maybe we should put this in here so you know what it is that you're actually seeing here. See, this is this star here, 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 and actually this star goes back here, right? Then here and here, which is the, well, that's not the, right? Which would be the pyramids, the three pyramids that we see on this rock. This is an image of what this known as Yule wheel worship, where they worship this equinox. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the North Star, or what they call the pole star, around the, right? Spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. People get all offended by this image right here. I think for a second, the King James Bible is the Bible you're already cooked. If you think for a second, the King James Bible is the Bible you're already cooked. Yeah, there we go. You have to use it. Interlinear Textus Receptus. So, and King James wrote the author, before he created this translation, because that's what it is, he created the book of what? Demons. But you don't know what a demon is. He was the author. He was an author. King James was an author. What did he write? Put it in there so we won't hide this. What did he author? What was he the writer of? What the book before the version that he translated for the king? Obviously, they took and canonized what words by to study, one word study at 12th century, took it out and transliterated. They ran into some words they could not literally translate by changing jot and tittle. He said to not, right, or letter or word or thought. By definition, he said, I am the aletheia. They used what is called definition took each one individual word and pulled it out by definition. This is the Council of Nicaea. And they did run into words that they could not transliterate and literally had to make changes by translation, is what that is called. You can't take Hebrew, then turn it into Aramaic and English. That gets lost in what is called translation. So moving on, there's a reason if you'd study anything, there's only one accepted text, and that is the interlinear. I have it right here. The interlinear accepted text, the Textus Receptus, where they canonized all, by definition, each one of these, one word studied, defined by not changing a jot or tittle. So there you go. You can one word study. You can use a concordance. So you can actually one word study what the bish you're saying. You go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth. He's this book, walking around. The book is a Bible, and he's a man, but he's not paper but he knows he can literally tell you the sequence on like a time clock, if you will, by scripture, but he also can define and knows actually the jots, the tittles, the punctuation, and actually biblical and scriptural record. Keep his story out of it because that's in a book. All right. So that is what that's called. There's rejected texts that they took out and they didn't canonize. These were the rejected texts of the scrolls. Canonized. These became a book. This is what you're not knowing. This King James version was never written on it wasn't on a paper. It was on stones and tablets. I think you're stoned out of your mind. Been too much dispensary or something. Not in, all things in moderation, but careful with that oil. So the rejected were taken out because you couldn't define, and they weren't in hados and parallel with the canonized words that were taken out. So you can take the 13 of the new and define them out of the Old Testament. I recommend using your lexicon and one word studying by your number. You can open up these books, and there's numbers above each one of these words, or whatever you call. Word is the name, name is Shem, and he is the word. Well, not the greatest, but there is a number above each word. Like you can study the word judgment. Take that out, and it's going to tell you how many times in that concordance, who and where it said. So they did take books out because they weren't in a line, and he said, I am the hados. It has to be in the same narrow way. You can't be changed, not even any change. It has to be in the same hados, same narrow. Has to be equal, like 2 spoons laying in a drawer, equal to. Get it? Hados. Well, actually, hados is to be pinched from both sides, but that's that same to enter through that straight gate, and that's a process over time. But I want you to understand what it is that this book, why this is. This book has issues. Remember, I said they took and had found words at the time from the Hebrew they could not literally transliterate, and did their best to translate the word. Okay. So if you don't understand this isn't for you. This stream is for eyes of the bride. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and address people who want to go after some other gospel and some other Jesus. There are ways, if you will, one word study, you can actually start defining the word so you know what the abyss you're talking about. That is the word hell. Hell is no knowledge. It's actually kind of an oxymoron, or it's almost like an idiom, isn't it? So. No, you're an idiot. Get out of here, Darth. The word in the beginning was the word. This is all spoken. Remember hados, this Torah, toroidal field. So we'll continue to talk about this weakened magnetic field too, that they're waiting on the sun cycle of their super to knock this grid down so they can do their grid lights out and put you in Super Bowls. In America, you're going to the domes, man. Like this dome that Tesla said he could put over the city, and we're going to draw this image on so your eyeballs can see, as I already showed you. They put this stuff in everything. The devil doesn't have to tell you what he's doing before he does it. I don't want to hear that crap. The devil can tell you 99 lies and 1 truth. The devil is not written in scripture. That is the word demonion. The distributor of fortunes are lies. Okay, so he can tell you 99 lies and 1 truth, aletheia, or 99 aletheia, truths and 1 lie. So stop this. Oh, he has to, but they sure do a good job at putting it in everything. Religious people don't see that this book, scripture here, and mostly the more book that put any television commercial is this book of Revelation. That means to lift the veil, the cover off of. Remember, they veiled his face after they hung him on a tree. He didn't carry a cross. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. Get out of here. If you think Christ was hung on a cross, they didn't hang anybody on a cross. The Romans were masters that I can't breathe. Pneumatics, pneumonia, lungs. He breathed all this by sound frequency. Get with the times. Torah, toroidal field. The Hebrew is all created. Each one of these letters has a value. Spoken into existence. Pneumatic, pneumonia, get it? So get with the times, bride. Listen, he's the air, the age of air. I can't breathe. Why do you think they did this? 5G whiz is rotation, circular motion. At the center of this is where this is created. What do you think makes this star spin? All these, he's the creator of all these things. They think he is the hados. He's right here. He said, I am the hados, the narrow way. I am the aletheia, I am the truth, and I am the horizo. I am the separator, I am the divider of all these things. I am the creator. What do you think's making all this work? Pneumatics, pneumonia. Go see Brother Jim. He'll help you with this lesson. Oh, there's something at the center of the ball that we spin on, and it's a magma ball, and it's spinning. Oh, shut up. Left brain, right brain. Hello. Get with the hados. Okay? This is hados. This is the narrow way. There's only one way to the Father, and he is the separator. He is the divider. Remember, Tesla said, I could build a dome over your city that could protect you from the penetration from falling bullets. Maybe those atomic, we're going to do a hydrogen. We'll just get them all out of there. They'll think there's pancake or all over. Radiation, oh no! Radiation, huh? Fission, fusion, grow up. Hey, you microwave. You think I'm crazy because I'm talking about millimeter waves of a circular motion. That's what the 5G whiz is. It's not about interweb or worldwide net. It's about, here we go round in circles, oxygen. Look it up. Oxygen depletion. Well, maybe that's what you're struggling from, saturation. Oxygen saturation depletion, your white blood cells are not attaching to your hemoglobin, red. Red and white like Hell's Angels? Never mind. We won't do the two-wheel thing again here. That's all right. But anyways, this wheel, they thought there was this goddess of heaven spinning this. You see why they love this rotation? You see why they're putting this Ethernet over your head? Oh, a false. I can't breathe, huh? An Ethernet? You might want to look at the signs of ether. It's your Walmart symbols or whatever you want to say. This is your ether that they're putting over the net. Boom! Ether 44. Mr. Barry Barack himself, right? That was his uncle, Barack Obama. So this is this. Well, let's draw this block. If you drew this block at the top of the towers of the one world, no towers, let's knock down 3 steel beams. So we'll create 4 triangles up. And then this goes all the way around to create this 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down, which creates a block. If you look at this building of the One World Freedom Tower, 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down is their ether ritual to create this loving love. February, Lupercalia, smack that down on the floor. They're behind worship of their God, like doggy style. Hey, whatever. It's the one with the wolf. This channel already told you, E-God, there you go, right? Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. There's your God, your electronic dog. So if you look at this tower, these 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down create this One World Freedom Center that Mr. 44, right? Is it Mr. or is it Mrs.? They're both Misters. But anyway, so, well, ladies, you want to check for their apple. Remember, in Eve didn't take a bite out of the apple. She had sex with Satan, which created the blue bloods, the Canaanite, their copper bodies. Oh, never mind. Did I just say that out loud? Oh, like a copper top battery. Oh, anyways. Not a good image. If you just go look at the One World Freedom Tower, it's 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down. So that's what this 44 ritual is, why he brought on these 923. So we're going to talk about why this 923 ritual of encamping the saints or putting these people under a millimeter dome. Let's see. I am perfection. I can't just stop gathering pieces. Oh, interesting. Daniel was a magi. There were many magi, not 3. Although they were wise, they were looking at the celestial firmament, Jupiter. Jupiter is this celestial body right here. Remember? They had the image of the kings on them. There were, all right, anyways, you might want to go look at the Shiloh sign. I've done thousands of hours on this same, not in this same fashion, but I want to move on here because I'm going to try to give you this 923 lesson, why people don't realize what 923 is the next ritual that they will do. It's a grid down, lights out. When the magnetosphere pops this rock, that's what they have created with their hadron colliders, is a protection by magnetism. We have a magnetosphere going, around our rock. Below, these are the whole currents that Tesla was talking about, directed energy, not by weapon. He said he could build a dome over that. He said, called it a death ray, like every morning. Remember, Christ said, right? I am the horizo, right? I am the bright and morning star, which would have been the sun. And then when that same, remember, Jupiter, Melchizedek happened, right? Right back here in 2 and 3 BC, as the Magi were watching, when the morning star, right, Venus, There's no such thing as Lucifer. That's not a word that was ever written in Scripture. So that's as real as the Easter bunny. Okay, well, that's over here. They're goddess Semiramis, who had sex with her son who loved rabbits, but silly rabbit tricks of her kids. April Fools. But anyways, we'll get to that. Okay. But back in 2 and 3 BC, the Magi were looking for a sign and they were watching Jupiter, and this celestial body is the king. It gets its name because it's out the longest in the night sky. It is the brightest. Okay. And when this star conjuncted, which is the first largest gas Jovian giant of the 4 Jovian gas giants that formed a square in our remember, we had Neptune and Uranus behind Uranus, because that's the actual correct. People like to play with balls, word speak. So when Uranus, right, Saturn, right, was in front, and we saw this squaring off, this is the same thing we saw in 79 AD. So I bring you to celestial astronomy, the alignment of where they were in past and where they are now. I'm not some prophet. There is no such thing as prophecy. He fulfilled all prophecy when he said no stone will be left upon another, and they destroyed the physical. Remember, the army surrounded Israel and turned every one of those buildings, to include the temple, into gravel, okay? So you can kick rocks. He's my Petra, he's my rock, not some false 33rd grade Mason that puts all this stuff on this rock, which I'll show you again through the 923 ritual that they did over a 7-year period. 7 is the number of completion, creating not only the X symbol over this rock where people went and stood on April 8th of 2024 on Rapture, Indiana, thinking they were going to get out of here without tribulation. That is Antichrist. There's nowhere in Scripture does it one time say Lucifer. Christ is the bright and morning star that arises, because he's the horizo, right? When that birthed in 2 and 3 BC with the morning star, not Lucifer, right? Venus, right? Jupiter and Venus is the morning star. Venus is the morning star. Where do these people get Lucifer? It's never written even one time in Scripture. Not once. It's not part of text. But they've created this Easter bunny and, ho, ho, ho. No, that's Satan right here. The one who bursts on his pole, candy cane stripe. They think there's a pole at the top of our rock, right? They don't understand the magnet. Why does the toilet spin one way in the northern hemisphere and then the opposite in the southern? Interesting. Magnetism. That's why whales beach themselves. We're going to have that talk too of this weakened magnetism that they're waiting for to be. It happened again. We had no solar energy coming near, none. Okay, like a priest eats meat on Sunday, none. Get it? Ha ha, for a little joke. It's no joking matter. These governments are very aware of the magnetism. This field strength has been depleted since 1900. This is not a new event. This is 1800s. This star, if you're going to corkscrew through spinning and whatever, I'm not doing that. Where we live, this rock got punched. The magnetosphere, magnetism. Okay, polarity. We'll talk about that too. While your compass points to the north, we actually would have 4, which you would call poles, which have this southern. Nobody wants to talk about the wander of this southern, which has come out at alarming rates out of the what's at the top? What kind of ice forms because of the polarity? Magnetism is depleted by heat. You throw a magnet in a fire, you go on a, High Desert and Faith and Truth Ministries, it's going to be a country minute. By the time that fire burns out, that magnet does not have magnetism. It's been depleted. So heat makes magnetism dissipate. So as that magnetism wanders or races towards the equator, the warmer region, it's going to deplete. And so if there's one magnetic polarity pulling this way and one magnetic, something's going to pull that in that direction. That is also happening in the south, but nobody wants to talk about that. So we would technically have 4 magnetic poles which pull each other in these union, left and right brain. People can't even think straight. This is not hard. This is just like this. Electrons, neutrons, protons, electrons. Come on, guys. Muons. Let's not go there. But anyways, positive and negative. It's simple. Magnetism is what this is all. You take a magnet, you spin it in a circle. If you wrap that with copper, it's going to create what is called a toroidal that is what is our magnetosphere. It's just one layer of our atmosphere. People think you can go up into the atmosphere, and that's okay. That's why they create their space farce and all their little simple rockets and their like they've been screwing around corners and stuff. But anyways, hey, they got their just the tip rituals going with their virology, right? Here, let me put in just the tip. People fall for it. Well, ladies, I don't know. Ladies, have ever any ladies in here want to testify? If a man ever asked you to put in just the tip, did that ever work out like you wanted it to be? Or did he ever keep his word? Come on, someone one day, these ladies are going to make a comment about it. Hey, it's relevant. This is virology, and they do these. They will be fooled by sorcery, pharmakia. Come on. Pharmakia, 2 snakes up a pole. Remember, the blue bloods, the copper bodies. Cain, the one who was left out of the inheritance, not mentioned. Yes, the one who had sex with Eve in the garden. Stop talking about apples. Why aren't you talking about why all these first ladies have apples? To include Mr. Widegate's Adam's apple, other Melina, or is it Melinda? One of these, they're all part of this Adam's apple, taking a bite out of this sex. Who told you were naked? Stealing the innocence, huh? The original sin in the garden. Where is that garden? Is that somewhere above your head? Eden was from, well, how far was that from Iraq? Iran, Babylon. Anyways, moving on. So if you'll study with a map, you might figure these things out too. Stop falling for these twisted. That means the Hebrew word is to forward, twist, change, warp speed or Godspeed or pervert. So anyways. Oh, man, I can't see. Oh. What do you got to share there, Brandon? I feel bad for Brandon. Hold on. And we got to say this too, because this sucks for people like Brandon. Because they had to put up with like people like me flipping off Teslas because it's like I got to be not quick to judgment. That's part of the orge, O-R-G-E, not like orgy, but the test that, see if we'll be defiant and test his covenant of do not seek vengeance. If we'll go after somebody. So I can't stand Mr. Warp Speed did their, the circle races with here we go around and circle, another NASCAR ritual where they go around in circles for alcohol and chase like Dukes of Hazzard. Never mind. All right. You guys relate to television. But anyway, sorry. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, so remember their ritual that they did, let's go, Brandon, as people just look and jumped on the train about this. Brandon, I apologize that Warp Speed, probably you've just given nothing but hell about your name. You know what I'm saying? I got to point out this has happened, and these people are quick to judgment, and we got to be careful about that. So, no, I checked the put in this channel. He's a legalist. No, I checked. Put his channel, he's a legalist. What? Hello, thanks, man. Have a good one, man. Oh, are you leaving already? Brandon is leaving. Let's go. And he left. Man, see, that's what must do to people. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. And he left. Wow, what happened? Whose channel are you trying to who are you trying to out? Revelation right now? Whose channel are you trying to out? I am Revelation. I am a magi who will give you this celestial abyss that's in Psalms, in the handiwork, in the firmament, heavens above your head. Right? No, heavens aren't above your head, you idiot. Revelation is to remove the scales from the eyes of the bride. So what are you talking about? Revelation. I am Revelation. Pastor Apocalypse. Rather he a legalist than a Klein lukewarm. Okay. Dude, I want this. What this guy's on. You want what this guy's on? I'm on the Jesus juice there, buffalo chicken wrap. Or did you go into BW3s, Buffalo Wild Wings and Weck? Can you summarize this, please? Simple terms, because I don't understand. Okay, we'll go back to the lesson. Nice. Well, I don't really eat chicken unless I raise it. Let's see. Somebody's sorry. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. You can apologize. For there is one God and one mediator between God and me, the man Jesus Christ. Timothy. Thanks for putting actually the scripture in there, Hook. It didn't say Jesus Christ in my book, but you can... it doesn't say that. I can go right to the scripture and put it right in your face right now. I have the interlinear Textus Receptus, and in my Timothy, it doesn't say Jesus, okay? And it doesn't, Christ is a pagan term, God is a pagan, well, that's a rank or a title, but we'll use your translated version of the KJV, but it's not the accepted text. So I'm just giving you a heads up. You have to stay in the hados, the narrow way, and then it's to you're speaking in translation. That's all right. I do appreciate the text because like he spoke in parables and, you know, there was a difference between an idiom and an idiot. So I do appreciate for people to learn. This channel is about fellowship, and we'll go back to this lesson. But yeah, I do appreciate some people. Sometimes you can correct anything I say with scripture, but make sure you're studying out of the interlinear. This is the one that was canonized in the 12th century. I mean, it's the accepted text. There's only one version of scripture. This is an old 12th century book that they took out all the versions in. My book doesn't say God. My book doesn't say Jesus. My book doesn't say Christ. My book doesn't say these things. And that's because you're speaking out of a newer version that is translation. And I warn you, it says in Revelation, as somebody said, a fraud. I hope you understand you're living in this last book. This is what I explained to you about this 9:23. When Christ spoke of this celestial firmament marker sign for us to see, right? This happened 2,600 plus years, and you're in this time where even the Star of David, the whole, what would be the church or the body should be on their face. This is the star marker that happened back at the time of Christ to birth the king, born of flesh, because Christ doesn't have breasts, right, nor flesh, as Father, horizo, the separator of the day of the night, the dark and the light, the ones that are predestined. He is light. He is the horizo. Every morning the sun would come up at the horizon, and that's why they called the horizon the light. But the horizon, it means I am the separator. He said, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. Peace is false, antichrist. Shalom, anybody who says peace is giving you a false teaching. That is a false teacher. Peace and prosperity gospel is antichrist. We must go through the suffering, crucified as he was stretched back and couldn't breathe. That's why they're pulling these air rituals on you. I can't breathe is pneumatics. Pneumonia, corona is the scientific name for the common cold, for respiratory, but it's about the gee whiz, about spinning your white blood cells in a circular motion so you can't get saturation of your white blood cells in your hemoglobin red. But you didn't see that. That's why they pumped and created Ford respirators. How many push-ups do you think you could do if you've never been to the gym? If you could do hundreds for hours and then they turn the machine off. All right, let's see if you can do one. Done. Tag them as corona. You're an idiot. That's okay. No, because I won't. The interlinear is the only version that's accepted, Dana. There's only one version of text where they literally pulled out and defined all the words. There's a reason for my study. He said, I am the aletheia, I am the hados. So you have to narrow off what you call translation and literally define the words that are in the book. So I will not accept, and there's a reason why these other ones rejected. What you call the book Bible, it wasn't written on this paper. It never was. It was written on tablets and table scrolls, okay? you don't, maybe you don't understand. This was never in a book paper. Book means Bible, right? Form. And they rejected these ones because they were not, by definition, aligned with the Old and New Testament canonized. They lacked definition. He said, I'm the aletheia. So if you don't understand the canonization, there's a reason for what this ministry covers. This was an old 12th century book where they pulled out and defined every word, one at a time. You want to study out something else? Go ahead. That means translation. And he warned about changing or adding to his book, even a letter or a period. Now they created a whole planet. So, okay, cool. Thanks for coming in again, Yogi. Good to see you. So there is a reason. No, listen. Do you hear what I'm saying? Unless you can pull out with the concordance and study the one word by the number, each one word, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't care which version you have, okay? You are studying out of a version where you can't define the words that are in the book, definition. They use what is called a lexicon. You probably don't use one. You don't have one of these concordance. You maybe don't even use your modern study tools like eSword. That's okay. Not turning a goat into a sheep, not worried about it. I don't, will not, and I reject every other, just as these books reject any other teaching that's false, that's antichrist, like peace or shalom or prosperity. There's more than one Jesus, and there's many he warns of, so himself. So we'll move back to the lesson. So, pure, what is that? So, but anyways, you can study any other version that you choose, but you're not speaking the gospel. I guarantee you that. Because hodos means to be theologo. Greek, if you study in Greek, that means to be pushed from. See, this is an old Jewish book, these 13 new canonized versions of, if you study any version, and it says, like, for example, it says, he gave his power and his authority to the beast. That's what your version says. And if you study any Greek, you'd see that these words have what is called male gender, which means it would be a man. Feminine, like it said, he gave his power, and his meaning it's male. Feminine gender, I mean, it's God created one race, man and woman, the human race. So feminine or male gender, or what is called neuter. Not like cutting off body parts. Hold on. That means it doesn't have a gender. It's a whiteboard. It's a book. It's neuter gender. And if you study Greek, you can see your version says he gave his power and his authority to the beast. If you actually study the Greek, you could see that it's an it. It's neuter gender. So it's not this beast these people speak of. It's not some man. So your book would lead you to think that he, because your book says he. Look it up right now. Guarantee you. You see, if you change any of these things, and they've done this, this has been done. So there's only one accepted version of the text. And you need to, how can man be God, and how can God die? Well, because he had to birth a flesh vessel to die, because that would not be an heir to the throne of God. Somebody's got to die for that will, testament, and you ever filled out a living will? Yeah, somebody's got to die so there can be an heir to their inheritance. He is our prize. Get it? Somebody's got to die for that will to be valid. Isn't that beautiful? How do you like that? So preach that. How do you like that? How to fulfill the covenant of a Gentile nation, not just Jews, his high priest, his heavens, Aaron and Levite, but Jews and Gentiles. Woo! Somebody's got to die, baby. And he put his piece of flesh on a tree and hung like a contract bride and a bridegroom. He was the tie that binds, it says in Deuteronomy. Remember, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. Woo! You know that, Jesus? Yeah, these are the synagogues of Satan. You do the works of your father, the devil. Is that your Jesus? My father created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction, men to do horrible things, to test his bride. By test, yes, not temptation, by test. And then creates them to make that sin, and then puts them in the abyss for the sin he created them to make that. Yes, the creator of all things I am. Not some cracker Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter, transgender Jesus. Their pole god, Baphomet, the one that Katy Perry had her little imagery. He warned of these things, if to be as esteemed as the potter's clay, and turn their works upside down, like Mr. Warp Speed. Yep, with his little Katy Perry logo on the, oh, he's got her doing their cock ring ritual. Remember? Landed in the dirt, the dust ring. But, you know, I don't care what you think. So anyways, I'm not going to address you. I'll move on with the lesson. So anyways, we'll go with this image here. You might know what you're looking at, okay? Again, Israel was hugged up against the Mediterranean Sea. And Israel in Scripture that it speaks in this book of Revelation in these 13 and now the last book, okay, is not somewhere in the middle of the desert. That is Old Testament. We're not under this flesh. It's all 180, right? Countries, all rocks, all flesh. That's why they do a ring around the rosy virus with you, to do a corona like a crown. That crown surrounds your head. And he said, let in Revelation 3 and 11, let no one take your crown. So we'll go into this 9/11 sun god that's birthed in the middle of the winter. Jesus Christ, born in a manger. Yes, with breast. He grew with breast, their flesh, and celebrated his birth. We're not supposed to celebrate one thing, because we'll all end up doing this. That's why he wrote in Jeremiah not to do these things as well. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, this Moloch worship, where again, he stole his inheritance. Heir, inheritance. Remember, if you fill out a will, if you are the testor of that will, a test, remember, it's a test of your faith. Remember, only by faith are we are saved. That yes, you will walk and follow, you'll love him, you'll stand in his command. The disciples, he's going to make them do it anyways. God, Father said, if I did not, the most high horizo I am, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Not one of them would. So you're not doing it. Don't worry. Father takes, he's the one spinning this dynamo, not some spinning ball, block, rock, corkscrewing through time, warp speed in space. You know, when people wonder, where's this, this magma and this loose? me. Please go. Get out of my space. You can't go into the celestial clock. Stop doing that. They did that. That's why he divorced his bride Israel, for going after these balls in the sky, gods in the sky. And if you ask everybody on this rock right now, you can walk down organically, man on the street, and ask them where God's at. They're going to point above their head. Father, I am. Light has never been in the sky. He's inside of us. Get with the times. So, okay, so either way, he said, before Abraham was, I am, which makes him the creator of all things, the creator of all things. This is all spoken into existence. You need to worry about so much of this flesh, do you? Well, it's going to go away. Guess what? We all have that in common. We're all going to die! But there'll come a time when the dead were raised from the ashes. That's one event. That is the great for Oligos and dreadful day. This is the seventh shofar, the ram's horn, Aries, I am, of the Lord, who will come back and raise the dead from the ashes. I hope you have understood that Christ severed the head of the Father, and he became the high priest, that not in houses made by hands. He said twice, as he always declares, 2 witnesses. But yes, Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah until, this is the second, not the first of the birth of the age, from fire to deception, water, where it was blanketed by deception when the deadly head wound that was healed, the Masse, Catholicism, Satanism, all their isms, insanity, Calvinism, Mormonism, Christianity, Lutheran, Baptist, whatever religion you choose, he destroyed all that physical temple with no stone left upon another, his prophecy, which fulfilled all the prophecies. So, yes, this is the God of their Catholicism, Sex Pistol Jesus God, birthed in the middle of their baby manger Jesus with boobs. Yes, 3-in-1 gender God. Baphomet. Remember Katy Perry? This is Moloch. This is the one Esau killed. Remember, he hated Esau before he had ever been born or done anything on this rock. Imagine that. And he loved Jacob, who he so-called Israel, which is not some place on this rock in Revelation, but all flesh under this covenant, Jew and Gentile, man and woman, black, brown, white, red, and yellow. 112 eggs to a whole dozen, all flesh would be fulfilled under this covenant, not some special heavens. Raising up his pride above others. Father is the one as the top of our house, but his head was severed when Christ became the high priest after his prophecies were fulfilled. Remember, he hung on a tree. He said, conform to my image. In Paul's writing, so are you, does anybody want to hang you from a tree? No. What is that? So, all right, moving on. So Mr. Pole God, Mr. 45, pretend at 9/11 knows these things and knows of this Yule wheel worship. And we're going to talk about this 923 ritual they're about to pull on this nation, okay? And that is the encampment of the saints when they put you in bubble trouble, because, again, in World War II, where, remember, they took the copper and gave you steel pennies and took the nickel and replaced it with silver. I don't think they're going to replace it with silver now, but copper, and these are war metals, okay? These are metals that were now. He told the Secretary of Treasury to clip the penny. America can't is what it is. It makes no sense. Not even one single penny anymore. So you might want to pay attention. They're doing all these rituals, occultic rituals. They do it in television. They give you the Simpsons. You do Adult Swim. They put it in children's television. So they put it in gaming. Is that Burger King? Yeah. 2 kings, 2 crowns. Remember, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. He said, turn their works upside down. So remember, there's not just the king has the holding the crown. Remember the one who came and visited John at the island of Patmos. Remember, he gave him that revelation. Remember, in Revelation 12, of a great celestial firmament marker of the Virgin. She would be clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, and she would have a crown of 12 stars. Remember, she was in birthing pains when Jupiter entered into her belly. Remember, it was Jupiter who paused in opposition and pointed to, this is the Shiloh sign during, remember this 2 and 3? See, let's go back in time, like Back to the Future. We'll come back in a moment. So, well, they made a movie about Donald Trump. It's called Back to the Future. You can go see Informed Christians on that Decode. The first 15 seconds of that movie takes him 45 minutes to do the decode on Back to the Future. That movie is 100% about this President 9, 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11, Donald Trump 9/11, where he understands this. He is controlling, he is their corporate head. But he will step down and he will give, as it says in Revelation 12, the authority will be given. The dragon will be there to consume the child. This is this Revelation 12 sign that I have marked right here that happened back in 2017. So I'm not going to sit there and worry about your wander, because you're a strong man and you'll get into your work camp and your millimeter wave. That's what he was talking about, building a wall. The same thing Tesla was saying he could build a death ray. This is this ray, again, at the horizon that comes up in 2 and 3 BC. Remember, we saw this celestial marker, right, of the birth of these two. But in the morning, the horizon, this is what they call, you call it light, but they called it horizon. And if you actually look up this word horizo, the predestination is he separated us from dark, those vessels of wrath fitted for destruction, those who work in darkness from his children, the ones who work in patience, meek, kind, charitable, right? Or gay, not quick to anger, quick to wrath, quick to judgment, patient with Father, because we don't understand always his time. But this equinox timetable that they have changed under this lunar wheel worship, this is your Christmas wreath. This is your yin yang. Your symbol of your swastika is this pole star that's here. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning, and at the equinox on 9/23, they thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to this ball right here, this gaseous, second largest gaseous. Obviously, well, the sun being first, this actually second, but no, that would be Jupiter is the largest gas giant. It is the king because it is out the longest and it is the brightest in the night sky, the abyss under when it's dark. This time, well, above here, it gets dark because of this magnetism of this polarity of this rotation. Remember, the sun's magnetism, like a compass that's pointed to the north, keeps your polarity is, that's the magnetism. No such thing as a pole, but it points to the north because of the magnetism. That's why it's coldest on the top of this rock and towards the southern portion. So does that mean a plane is going to be flying upside down on the southern portion of the ball? I'm not going to go there. I'm just giving you this understanding these people have made. You ever study aviation? You ever look at their instrumentation? But anyways, we won't go off on that because we already, hey, it's all about this, rock that we live on. And if you want to go ahead and spin around in circles and let them do this to you, they'll spin you like those eyes of a genie, right? Here, come here, rub my lamp. Let me give you wishes or fairy tales, or this is not do. How about that? That's what it is. It's the serpent, the demon, crowns you, gets you spinning around on a wheel thinking that there's gods in the sky. God, Father, horizo, I am, light, has never been in the sky. That's not where he's at. He's inside us under this covenant, not some house made by hands or temples. He exists in the flesh of the bride. He created vessels of mercy, and he will call out their name in that Lamb's book of life. The ages, remember, in the age of air, in Revelation, where they're crowned, they're given their inheritance in the age of air. So they're going to do this ritual, this strap you back and pin you back. And remember, they strapped him to a tree by yoke. They yoked him first. They staked and yoked him, and he carried a yoke, not a cross. You're blasphemous if you say he carried a cross. You know nothing about Roman torture and pneumatics. They had air, during that time, compression. Well, they would compress you so far back on a tree and cleat your feet as well, stake and nail your feet one upon another and cleat the bottom. And the only way you could breathe is to raise up on those nailed feet. And the hands that were already nailed, they raised them on a tree. You might want to go to the book of Acts. It wasn't hung on a cross. So give me a moment. I'm going to take off my top, starting to warm up. So that's why they're doing this air ritual. The age of air and water. Air is oxygen, and that's what 5G whiz is. It's an oxygen depletion saturation molecule, right? Wave is what, right? Is it molecule or is it wave? It's 60. In case you understand, I'll go through this, but 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave is what you know as the internet, right? There's nothing to do with the internet. That's rotation. That's almost like the Ouroboros, like the serpent eating its own tail, time overlapping itself. If you do it with a twist, you get a figure 8, an infinity symbol. Okay? They love this symbology. They do this, they're occultists. Hey, what's going on? And you get this I can't breathe ritual that they love because nobody understands how Christ was hung on a tree and the Romans were masters at torture. If you remember, it was Peter who asked to be crucified upside down. And I warn you, those who say peace, this symbol of your peace symbol is a symbol of Peter who asked again to be hung or crucified upside down. He denied Christ 3 times. So you don't see what they're putting right in front of your face. You know, I've done thousands of hours on this 3 days of darkness that was put over this corporation for the negation to bring in their digital beast system, digital communism. That's what's happening. And it's going to not just happen here because of under all flesh would be fulfilled under this covenant, just like he had surrounded the nation of Israel, sent in the armies, and they literally turned every building, include the temple, into gravel and then plowed salt into the land so nothing can grow. They had to wander the wilderness for 40, after not going into the wilderness, that went into for 40 years. There was an exodus, not just one time. Remember, they tithed food, not money. If you want to leave a tithe, leave comment. Remember, everybody's watching you. Some of the best sections I've ever gone through in a study maybe is not just this single person who's giving a lesson, but is seeing what these other people say in the comment section that cannot add, he said, don't add or take away from my book. Well, maybe they can add. So you might be one of those people, but then you could be one of these people, vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. People like to pull their chain and create deception and cause the sheep to scatter, give false teachings of peace and prosperity and all that's antichrist. But we'll give you a definition in here. And by these rituals they do on this rock, they're the masons. So they get to create these. Remember, they destroyed all the buildings, the armies. Well, this building and destruction or construction of this like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes is all a ritual. Okay. Just like the building of this nation. Once a blessed nation is now not. Obviously, Christopher Columbus did not discover the Chinese were here in the 14th century. But there was a time, again, that we're no foreign entanglements. Okay. They fled Catholicism, Satanism, Christianity, Mormonism, all these religions because they would not go to the Mass. The Catholics, Catholicism would kill you. I don't care what your religion, if you're Christian or whatever, if you didn't go to their eating of their orgy, sex, transgender Jesus with breast in their bestiality Jesus ritual of birth on December 25th, the Hamashiach was born when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. So this going over your head, it's not, this is only for the bride. Those that have had an apocalypse. Apocalypse means to remove the cover. Remember, to lift the veil, remove, reveal, revelation. Anyways, same word. It's the end of the world. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's okay. So Revelation, I am Pastor Revelation. If you have never been in the ministry, I'll pass you these celestial firmament markers. Again, if you've been here, I've done thousands of lessons. I've created a mat, a place on my body to give all these. I'm the only one with this single sign marker here in 2017, where the birth of the second, as he said, first in the stars, but second as he gave to the. People want to call me crazy. Remember John? There were 2 Johns Baptists, but they didn't quite know what to do with John. Well, time. Remember, he had to be there so Christ could visit him as an angel, which is the word angelos or messenger, to give him this Revelation 12 sign, the star marker that is in the firmament, which included 2 of the greatest, amazing celestial signs I've ever seen, not being able to actually be a witness to, of the scepter sign, which involved taking and severing the head of the Father under the Old Testament and putting Christ at that. See, this is Jupiter that sat here at opposition in 2 and 3 BC. Remember, they saw this birth between the king and the morning star, which created this Father, I am the Ram, who said, have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply, eye for an eye. Remember, under that law, tooth for a tooth. If somebody came and killed your brother, you could go into his house and kill his brother. Are we under that testament? You don't understand, most people, because they're religious idiots, with the price he paid in flesh to fulfill all the laws of flesh. Those were blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. He says, once written on tablets, tables, stone. Moses was given the law on the mount, remember, orally, and these laws were written. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Remember the Old Testament, honor thy father, thy mother, this covenant, right? Ark of the covenant. These laws were housed inside the temple, a physical temple, brothers, sisters. Who's a bad teacher there, Yogi? Are you saying I'm a bad teacher? Yogi, are you saying that? I don't think you, because you've been in here for a moment, or who's a bad teacher? Who are we speaking of? Because I only know one teacher, and that'd be Jim Brown. And I just mirror his, but he doesn't do this. Brother Jim is not a magi. So I'm not worried about what anybody thinks just because he's been here. You're bad at teaching. Are you talking to me, Yogi? Because you can leave. You don't have to stay here. I'll block you if you'd like. So you've been here before. So MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. That's what MAGA is. Nano. Moses never existed. Okay, well, I'm only speaking to the bride. Nobody's pissed. Here we go. We got the insinuation of drugs. We won't talk about address any more trolls. I'll go to the eyes of the bride. I already said that. I'm only going to speak the eyes of the bride. He does not give it. He said, fear not, oligos flock. Father does not love everybody. He used to only love heavens. The heavens were the ruling class, Aaron and Levite. Okay, they destroyed any earthly army. Remember that 7,000 man army that annihilated that 120,000 earthly army? You don't live on planet Earth. So whatever, I'm not trying to change your habits. Father created all things. It didn't say not teaching, did it? I don't know what it is. Teach the truth, brother. And tell. No, that's okay. No, I pray. Said, drink some water. All right, that's a good idea. Let's get where did the drink water? Somebody must have been in the military. I'm a little militant. I apologize, but I'm not sorry for anything. So, okay, let me remind myself again. This is a lesson, and the less I address troll talk or whatever, it is only for the eyes of the bride. That word is apocalypse or revelation. That word's to reveal, to move, to lift the veil, to lift the cover. This cover, this age of deception, was put over by the deadly head wound that was healed. Remember when Constantine blended paganism, or now what is called Satanism or Catholicism or religion, thought he was going to lose his tail to the empire. Remember I told you they were slaughtering Christians at the Mass. These were the Catholic, Inquisitions. Remember that star, that red and white? These were the Knights of the Round Table, huh? Anyway, so if you know your biblical and scriptural history, you'd remember that they were slaughtering people who didn't go to this Mass ritual, where they did this ritual on the 17th of December until the 24th, leading up to the birth of their son God. Oh, let's not mark on that. My bad. We need to rewrite that, because he's the king, and we'll go back and have a discussion. There's at least, hopefully, Father sent one eye to see. He doesn't love everybody. He didn't love Esau. He hated Esau, and he loved Jacob, who he later called Israel, and he gave the inheritance. Hallelujah to that, right? And remember, Jacob was quite this, a little bit to handle, right? But it's Esau that had faltered in his faith. Why he hated Esau before he was ever born or done anything on this rock, right? And remember, Esau was wishy-washy. He don't like lukewarm. So how about that for a good lesson of Esau, and why before Esau was even born, he hated him. All these idiot religions, we don't want to insult them. They think that God loves everybody, and Father didn't love the Gentiles. They weren't under this covenant of wages of sin was death. Before redemption, before salvation, before this repentance, right? Before this, he said we must endure to the end to be saved. Salvation is the Greek word sozo, and he tells us we have to endure to the end to be saved. So he is the one who carries, picks us, and lifts us. By definition, that word sozo means to be picked up, carried, and lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and healed. So all those pains that we go through, we suffer, he will heal, and all the wrongs that we have done under orge, if we don't seek vengeance, he will right. And remember, he said, to pour out a just measure on all of us. He's not going to let anybody get away with anything. He's inside us. He's not somewhere in the sky. He knows everything we do. You can't run, from him. He's in the heart of the bride. And if he tests us with the flesh, he said, come out of her, my people. We're not supposed to fall for succumb. Remember, Paul's writing said, circumcise the flesh. Not the male genitalia, the outer man, these laws of flesh, because we're not under them. We've fulfilled all these. He fulfilled all these rituals of celebration of flesh. And now they celebrate their eating of flesh on December, right? 12, 1225, they have their birth of their sun god, but leading up to 12, right, 17 to 1224, they birth a sex ritual of man, beast, and woman, and this transgender god, man, beast, and woman, is Baphomet. This is this sun god up here on the equinox of 623, remember, 323 and 923. See, this is this wheel. They thought there was a goddess of heaven, and on the equinox, this is your yin-yang symbol. If you notice, the darkness starts out really small and it gets larger, and the same thing in the light comes around here. This is the Christmas wreath. Remember, this celebration of the sun god Apollyon, the one that Trump has his house decorated at the time of Rome, Mithra, was birthed in the middle of the winter. And we're not supposed to, there's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. That's it. One was Herod's, right, who was trying to kill Christ, and the other was Satan himself, the sun god Apollyon. That, warp speed, Mr. Blind 11, President Warp Speed, right? Pretended selected by the corporation to be the head of the corporation. I don't do politics. Him and Biden are on the same team. Remember, I was a snake before you let me in? And then he came in and said, hey, play poker with my buddy. So yeah, Pfizer, Johnson, let me put the bite in. There you go. The 2 fangs, right? Bam, on the Hollow Needle channel. Here you are on YouTube. Only here do we do the decodes. Yep, Mr. Remember, they're island boys. They both been to EpiPen Island. What happens when you oxidize? That's oxygen, epinephrine. You get fear and loathing in Las Vegas. So, hey, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So they put this imagery and everything. Remember? Okay, this is what they do. The devil has to tell you what they're doing before they do it. I don't hear that crap. It's the deceiver. Deception. The demonion is a distributor of fortunes or lies. You can't tell me he's going to lie to you. He can lie. He can tell you 99 truths. That's the word aletheia, and 1 lie. Or 99 lies and 1 truth. So they put this in everything, again, in their Super Bowl halftime shows. Okay? Saturn comes from the word Satan. Well, Satan is Chronos. That's this marker Chronos, which you say, Yogi, is Chronos. Remember, at the equinox, they thought the sun was dying, and they started their pagan Samhain rituals. But now paganism has been hijacked by Satanism. This is when Constantine in the 12th century, again, thought he was going to lose his empire to these Gothic tribes that were to the north. If we put the Great Sea here, right, over here was Rome, over here was where Israel is at, and up against this Great Sea, now called the Mediterranean Sea, was this book that talks about these 12 families, right, or houses or tribes of Israel. It is Israel, okay? So this isn't a religion. And there was this Torah law, which is the word agape or authority, that's had 613 statutes, commandments that you had 3 times a year. If you want to be a part of this nation from any other nation, you had to come there 3 times a year to become part of this nation, to be grafted, what we would know now, into the vine, where they did their set apart days, their end gatherings, their feast of end gatherings, their feast of trumpets, their feast of unleavened bread. These were all part of these celebrations or set apart days. We are not to do this pagan rituals of All Hallows Eve added by the Catholic Church. That's a dual pagan holiday. This celebration of this eating of this orgy marinated, just some regular dude, right? But we're going to call this guy the king, and we're going to crown him in sex, and we're going to masse him. We're going to masse him, Christ mass him. When we MASSE is the word masse, which is the eating of human flesh. Eating of specific human flesh. This is cannibalism. This was overtaken by Constantine, again, where these tribes of the north, these Vandal and Gothic tribes, and Sumerian tribes to the north, even to the north of Constantine, were slaughtering Christians. So Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to these Gothic Vandal tribes, or the Visigoths. I don't know how much record you have of what was going on at the time of the 12th century. So again, there was not something called a Bible. It wasn't written on paper. So we'll go back to this record of this 12 houses of Israel, where this book talks about the law, which is known as the Torah. Torah, like a toroidal field, where the language was taken off of the actual toroidal field, like a donut, you know, or magnetism. If you think you're spinning on a ball, we'll use this model, like a north and a south. If you got a left and a right brain, you can think for yourself, but most people can't. But we'll use the magnetism. They call it gravity. That's silly. You know anything about polarity? We don't have poles. All right, moving on. This magnetism here obviously has a lot to do with what's going on this rock, like above our head, the sun. Father created all these things, right? He's told us, don't go after gods in the sky, because you think this goddess of heaven is spinning the Big Dipper, the swastika emblem, and people are offended by this. This is the perversion of the calendar, where again, they thought at the equinox, equal day, equal night, on 9/23, the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn, Kronos, because they thought this star, which is electric, not a ball of fire, was dying and going away, so they would perform their Mass A of the eating of their sex ritual, their bestiality Jesus with breast. Remember, this man had sex with sheep. He would lie with beast. It was beast on beast, man on man, woman on woman. They would intertwine all these things because that is their transgender God Baphomet. 3 gender God and 1 God, like erecting 3 steel buildings and erecting a 1 world freedom tower, right? 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down to create the 1 world freedom tower, right? That's their trade. Remember, it used to be 2 and then tower. Well, no, it wasn't a tower. It was building 7, which was CIA headquarters. They decided to use their pyrotechnics and pull it at free fall speed. So how does this have to do with anything that's going on today? They keep performing these same 9/11 rituals over and over again. You're going to see this 9/23 ritual is something they're about to pull on the American public. They have this set up ready to go for when the sun pops, the magnetism goes away so far. Well, it's going to take down the actual light. Remember, he said, I am the horizo, which is the separator, but you call that the light, because every morning the sun would come up at the horizon, and they call that, like a ray of sun. Remember, Tesla said, I can build a death ray that no armies can penetrate. So that, let's not do that. Hey, if we did that over a ball and no armies could penetrate, well, then they could put you in a camp. So let's take a quick image of how this is going to pan out for the American public. Straw man is what you're called. So this is a millimeter wave bubble. This is the ray, that death ray that Tesla was talking about that he could build. And this is not hiding. This is the Trump technology that John Trump, his uncle John, was a very revered man, like an Einstein or Edison. And remember, it was Tesla who understood the light. But we'll give credit to Edison or any of these, minds that don't think like some people, and that's fine. They call most people crazy when they can think outside the box. But Tesla was messing with this millimeter wave. And so was John Trump. They were both, the Trumps were heavily invested with the obviously Morgan, J.P. Chase, and Henry Ford, and they'd already strung towers of copper, to create. And Tesla's like, look, I can pull energy right out of the air, right out of the ether, right? They already said, guys, the upper ionosphere is collapsed, and we can all of a sudden do these things. So it's kind of funny, but anyways, Tesla was messing with what is called millimeter wave, and this millimeter wave is how they're going to create this dome or this encampment of the saints. It's not hard to see if you study this. They're not hiding this. So John Trump was the man who went, remember, 80, chess cases and said, this old man's nuts, and he don't know what he's talking about. He has no validity, and has held this, megalithic structure building type of technology by frequency and sound wave. There are structures that can't be built on this rock because they've been holding back this. If you notice, there used to be iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3. They would drip this stuff 1 year at a time. Now we're seeing stuff dripped at like 5 and 10 year intervals. Hey, it was 2 years ago that 3 years ago that robot was on a string, and now that thing's doing the Kendrick Lamar A minor and riding a bike with no strings. I mean, they're unleashing these things at breakneck speed because they know the negation of this migration of this magnetism on this rock, like a dome, as is above, so and below. This is what Tesla is saying. I can grab energy right from underneath the hole currents. What the hell are you doing investing in poles and copper wiring. This is all going to blow away. I can literally grab energy right out of the air. There's still machines right now, brothers and sisters. You go on the other side of the drink, right? Right? And look, and those, perpetual motion machines using magnetism are still, remember, in 1800, this generation of a toroidal field electricity is old technology. That's why it's been held down. They got a Tesla with a dustpan sweeper. This guy couldn't even get a car, Sticky Muskrat, to go 500 miles in his little dustpan, a rusty dustpan. And they had a car that on a single charge could go over 1,000 miles in the 1800s. That's old technology. Frequency. Anybody ever seen and then put, like grains on a table and they start hitting it with frequency, how it change, you can breathe into, they did the experiment in water and, oh, you're so terrible, I hate you, that study, and they watered the plants, with them. And then the same thing also with, they froze the actual water and it showed a scattered frequency and all over the place when you had hateful and bad intentions. And if you, oh, you're so beautiful and I love you and all these things, and it would actually form beautiful, these same frequency patterns. And so, give them the base lines, just nice. So this is something that we can visually see, this effect take hold in even, and he warned of idolism and imagery, but if you actually look, a lot of these frequencies and sounds are as what a lot of these imageries of these churches that have these window panes go into mega, even like the Basilica in Vatican and Rome, it is an image, again, of all these angels following into the uterus. What you know is the matrix is not out here. The matrix is, the woman has the matrix. That's the first you penetrate the matrix, not in this way, coming out. This is what it's talking about. People think matrix is out here somewhere on this rock. They're idiots. Okay. The woman has the Vesca Pisces. Something's a little fishy. That's what it is. They had to birth the flesh age through the water. He didn't have a flesh vessel. Remember, he was light. So through the matrix, through the Pisces, Vesca Pisces, they birth. This celebration of birth is what they go after over and 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 over, because we're not supposed to celebrate anything, especially of self. That is the Greek word porneia, or idolatry. There's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. He tells us in Malachi, if anything, we're supposed to celebrate death, or not mourn death, but celebrate life and not celebrate death. And the whole world has it come backwards. They celebrate death and mourn birth. Oh, you die. Whoa, you got that backwards. You're doing it all wrong. You're upside down. I know that's what they do. They're in the Rome abyss, hell. Hell, remember they thought the constellations were going under the sea, like Mermaid. You've been played, unicorns. And remember in Israel, they thought the constellations were going through the Mediterranean Sea down into that sea, and they prayed to these Tammuz, the son of Satan, try to resurrect by phallic worship, standing up of the tree like Nimrod. Remember when Semiramis, the wife of Satan, or Apollyon, died, she cut his body into 12 body pieces. This felt a lot like this lunar calendar of 12 months and 52 weeks, which is not correct. There's not 12 months in a calendar of 52 weeks. I don't know who told you that. You're a lunatic. And the New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter. And April Fool's, new life, new, biodiversity springs up when? And these people do their rituals and he tells us not to do any of these things. Remember, they thought the sun was dying. They prayed to Kronos, Saturn, to try to slow the sun. All right, let me deny this call. It's never out of spam. So what they would do is they would have an orgy on the 17th of December to the 24th for 1 week, which is the number of completion, 7, to be 7, like there's 7 shofars, 7 ram's horns shall sound. Remember, I control the Pleiades, the 7 Pleiades and the 7 stars, which are the 7 churches, which are written in, remember, when they enter into the temple, there was the 7 candlesticks, which are the 7 stars, which are the 7 churches. And he said, I control the Pleiades. So hopefully you'll start understanding what makes the magnetics, this magnetism in this plane. We don't live on a planet that we live in. Hashtag the ice wall. Okay. Stop trading lightsabers in your ice hole. I said ice wall. Hashtag ice wall. Okay. Hey, do you want a little more teaching, not lunacy? Beyond the ice wall. Hashtag that out. Welcome to outer space. Anyways, moving on. Space is not written in Scripture. There's a firmament, celestial firmament above our head. It says the heavens in Psalms declares the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. So remember what it says in Jeremiah. Don't be heathen, dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament. The heathens are dismayed at them. So heathen is a pagan. Somebody goes after this worshiping of stars and gods in the sky and balls in the sky, and stop playing with your balls. I mean, shapes. And we don't talk about letters and shapes, because if we start arguing about the last letter J added to the alphabet, yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z was not the last letter to the alphabet added. It was J. Never existed at the time of the Hamashiach, but his name is Jesus. Name is the word Shem. Moving on. So these people want to twist, warp. This is warp. Scoff. What do they do like Noah? They scoffed at Noah for how long? How many decades did they say the man was crazy? It never even rained on this rock. Do you ever read the book Luke? And then conspiracy theory is a CIA. Remember Building 7? They dropped that, right, at free fall speed. They decided to pull it to be 7 is the number of completion, as we said, 7 days in a week, right? 365 days in a year, 12 months in a calendar year, 52 weeks. I think you need to play some 52 pickup. You ever played Smoke and Fire? Remember, he said the smoke will rise out of the pit. That's hell, right? Abyss. The smoke will rise. The skies will roll back like a scroll. Remember these tables that they had written out all the law on? Ark of the Covenant. This was housed in this physical temple. He fulfilled all this when they hung him on a tree. Like a contract, he had 2 witnesses, thieves, that stood next to him. Remember the one, you will be with my Father in heaven. Psychosis. Oh, cool. I got somebody who's, hey, we're getting a free, hey, somebody's handing out free psychological mental evaluations in here. You might want to get yourself a freebie. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. Freedom is long gone. This constitutional republic, no foreign entanglements. No celebrating Christmas, orgy, Jesus, this mass save, this eating of this human flesh king that they was a peasant. Remember at the equinox, they started their All Hallows Eve, and then they went from the 17th of December to the 24th to celebrate their sun god, Jesus Christ, their mass ave. There, if you Christ mass, right, you lop an E off it. It doesn't matter. That's still the eating of human flesh, where they took a peasant and called him the king of the Yule wheel, or their mass eight. Where, remember, the Catholics would slaughter you if you wouldn't go eat their orgy crackers and sex biscuit ritual that they have of their Yule wheel, where they birth their king of the baby manger Jesus with breast. Remember, on December 25th, Apollyon, the sun god, that president, right, or the selected 9/11 President 9/11, the sun god's house is decorated with this 58-story tower like a phallic, or like a symbol that's at the Vatican or in front of the Washington Monument. Well, when you re-erect or resurrect that phallic worship, that is Nimrod, Esau's brother, where he stole his inheritance. And this is all about inheritance now, about a wedding feast of the lambs. See, Father said, right, through Christ, his flesh, before Abraham was I am, but he's 3 separate, not all in one, 3 in one God. Try to remember, Father does not... America is a nutshell. Well, America's going to get put in their nutshell, but only the top cap. That's a perfect thing, like a walnut. Perfect timing. Thank you, Father. Your timing is impeccable. There's your walnut camp and your work camp. Remember, they did this to Americans during World War II. From the potato field, are you from the Idaho, from the russet Simplot? So your nutshell. You ever seen God in a Nutshell by Tracy Smith? You might want to go see some of his teachings. They're a lot out there. But hey, I'm sure that many say the same thing about me. So hey, thanks for putting that in a nice nutshell there. But this millimeter nutshell that you will live in is called a 15-minute city. What Mr. Chump is talking about, when the lights go out, because when the sun, what's going on with my thing, punches through this electric magnetism. See, that's electricity coming from above. They're going to put this place event of 923 when the lights go out, and they're going to overtake this negation of this corporation, as we see the 3 days of darkness here. What the hell's going on with this? And they've already put over this, already showed in this Walmart work camps. That's like the symbol of Walmart right there, like the Ethernet, where they're placing above your head with Mr. Stinky Muskrat. Boring, as is above and below. His machines are creating this false ether. 4 up, 4 down. That's the symbol I've already showed you of the 4 triangles. 44 why they do this celebration ritual over and over to put you in a work camp. You love Elon Musk. Good. Go ahead. He's going to go ahead and be a part of your millimeter wave work camp with the dust sweepers that rust. Can't even get a car to go 500 miles down the road. But boring company's been boring before Musk. In the 80s, they started taking tax dollars and running these tunnels because they've gotten away from this cycle, like their super cycle of the sun that they know under their golden dome. Okay. Right. And somebody be honest with here. When you see that dust sweeper flying down the road, tell me you don't flip that thing off. And hey, we're not supposed to be quick to judgment. So, is anybody flip off the dustpans when they fly by? We shouldn't do that. Give them the bird, flip them the bird. So, anyone? Bueller, class, anyone, please? Does anybody flip off the dustpan? I shouldn't do that, but who's quick to the trigger finger? Oh, I mean the middle finger. Come on. Truth is the word aletheia. Somebody be honest. I'm not talking about the other little Teslas that drive. I'm talking about that dustpan, that rusty dustpan. No, Elon Musk is a Satanist. He decorates he's the people's champion. He had Satan on his. Elon Musk is a Satanist, 100% pure people's champion. Okay, remember his Baphomet symbol he wore during this. Anyways, get out of here. Okay, I don't care what you do. So somebody was, thanks, Ham Solo. And hey, look, hey, I appreciate your honesty. I can't help it. It's like magnetic. Sorry, I apologize. So anyway, try not to do that. That person in that car is a sellout. The guy can't even get 500 miles on a rusty dustpan, and they had a car that could go 1,000 miles on a single charge. They're getting played. There's a lot of hate, guys. Look, and I don't mean to go there. Look at all these people here in Oregon. There were like 2 Tesla things that were, I'm not talking going out and create this, what is known as destruction that these people are doing. I mean, you can protest, but don't create violence. These things are we're not supposed to be this physical. We can use our mouth, and there's much more creative ways than to throw, Molotov cocktails and stuff through Tesla buildings. And yes, well, Doge is the e-god that I talked about, Buster. That wasn't even hard to see because in February is their Lubukali worship of the wolf or the god. So this channel was able to not make predictions, say, hey, look, this is what's coming. They're going to do their god dog worship. And that's when we got the Department of Government Official, EGOD, their dog god worship, their electronic, remember all this. If you ever seen actually this body of people that made up these were very young. Some of them were obviously, just mere children. Yeah, Chicken Little, Scott, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Listen to Scott. Chicken Little, go inside, flatten the curve, fear, 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 stand on the X, put on a face diaper. Listen to Scott. Chicken Little, like Hunger Games. The sky is falling. So, no, the sign in the middle is concerning. Well, because you're a child, you don't know what this symbol is. This is a symbol that's been around for thousands of years, not 1942 to 45, where they did this, Hitler's Man of the Year, Time magazine, 2 years in a row. You're an idiot. You're a child, and it's concerning. And he warned about idolatry and imagery. So grow the hell up and stop being a child. That actually used to be 7, matured. Start doing the 7 things the Scripture tells you to do. And this might not offend you. If you actually went back and looked through record, scriptural and biblical and whatever historical record, you'd see that this was long before World War II. So don't be offended. He warned of idolatry and imagery, and so is everybody when they see it. But this is just this star, which is the North Star, and the equinox of what is known as the Big Dipper, and its equinox around or rotation around the North Star, or what they call the pole star. This is idiocracy. So it's okay. I don't care who it offends. Your eyes are childish, not because of that. So I'm not trying to scold you, but if you went back, you'd see this was a sign of the Hindus, and and again, I'm warning you of any other imagery of like this. You should discern all things, but this is a good tool, okay, as a teaching for others to understand how this celestial equinox works and how they perverted this Yule wheel worship at this equinox here of 923. They're going to pull this ritual and why 923 is so important to them to include this day that you already know where they passed the most unpatriotic act ever in the history of this corporation to create these oil wars. Okay. So they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes to resurrect a one World Trade Center as their God is 3 genders in one. 44 did that, right? Helped sign the top of it. He's part of this, where if you actually look what that Freedom Tower is, it is 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down. Pull it up right now if you're on a laptop or whatever computer and build up the Freedom Tower. You'll see that once again, it is 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down to create that square that you see at the top box of that, and the triangles come up the other way to create a block, or which is known as Saturn, because a Saturn is that box within a box. That this is what, if you studied this Satan, you know this is the timekeeper of time, what you might call being in the 3rd dimension or whatever whatever. Let's not go there. But anyways, as Mars was the 3rd rock, as they say, from the sun, that's not hard to tell you how they were going to do this war in March after they did their, Apollyon ritual, the one who had sex, right? His wife with their son, Tammuz, the son of Satan, who's birthed, right? And the resurrection of his birth in the middle of the winter, right? And then they bang orgy ritual, this celebration of beast, man, and woman, and have sex to marinate this king who was a peasant who got to lay with the finest, beast and man and woman. And they, after like a rack of ribs being marinated for a whole week, they ate them. This is the word mass, like they still hold every Sunday, their mass, their sacrament of the mass. You need to stop what I'm doing. Oh, shut up, FBI. I don't go by some alphabet soup agency. You don't have any authority. You're just a corporation. Get out of here, and you're a low man on the totem pole. What an idiot. Couldn't you be at least like Operation Mockingbird, Anderson Pooper Cooper, and control the media, right? Operation Mockingbird, and be the central and idiots and asshole. Ass is like a beast or a mule. So get out of here, corporate soup. I don't care. I don't care about anybody watching me. I only carry fathers inside me, and he'll judge me accordingly. If I'm not some corporation like you, you're part of a corporation. I'm not a corp. So take your fake, stupid account, FBI, and go somewhere else. The Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. At least the CIA came up with some idea to, hey, we'll cry wolf, hey, conspiracy theorists. Let's get them with that so they don't look at the truth. We'll create some fake account, whatever, they're watching you. Who cares? Christ has been inside you, Father's inside you, and he knows everything and created all these alphabet soup agencies to corporation, judge that shall be judged. There we go, huh? If you go as a corporation, the FBI is a corporation. So stop being an idiot, and worrying about some stupid eyes in the sky with sneaky muskrat satellite system. Father's inside you. See why they want to get inside you? Come here, let me give you the sticker. 1, 2, 3. That's how you vaccinate cattle. I'm a farmer. 4. This is how you vaccinate sheep. 4, 5. Anyways, whack the nation, back the nation. Do you know anything about virology? We'll go back to 923 was the date that it took, right? 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin. Remember, they wandered the desert for every day. They wouldn't go into the wilderness and scout out the giants, not Anakin Skywalker, Anunnaki, right? Fallen doesn't mean out of the sky. God's not in the sky, but these balls are not gods in the sky, right? The sons of God are not from the sky. A fallen angel is not from the sky. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. He says to meet him in the sky, and that's not in the sky. So you might want to start read. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. You might want to remember an ass is somebody who's stubborn or unwillingness to learn. It's like they have scales over their eyes. It falls on a deaf ear because they haven't had an apocalypse. He's not revealed to them this aletheia truth through their wheel worship of their days and weeks and calendar celebration. Remember, he destroyed all this physical ritual. He hung his flesh from a tree to make a contract. He called out his bride as a whore, that in that book of Revelation, remember, because she cheated on his agape, where the wages of sin was death. 1. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy that applied to the house of Aaron and Levi, 2 houses only, his heavens, his ruling class. They annihilated that 7,000 man army, that 120,000 man earthly army. You don't live on planet Earth is the ruled. He said, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. He said, no fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Remember, he talked in Paul's book in Ephesians twice. He said, put on that armor of God. And that's not some kind of physical. We're not under physical. I'm not bound by fate or law of physical. I am destined. My day of death is already written. So death is an illusion. It's a doorway of time, if you will. And if you cling to this flesh, he's prepared you through his word to come out of her, my people. Stay in the word, not of the world. The world is mammon, traditions of men. When the sons of God came into the traditions, not women. This isn't some story about some 30-foot tall being, 60, ramming his magic school bus into some 5-foot women. That shouldn't have sat right with you to begin with. The sons of God are those who do the will of the Father. When he said, eat my body, he's talking about the bride of Christ. And it's not a physical cracker or sex ritual of this eating of this masse of human flesh. He became the high priest of the church at the Shiloh sign when he severed the head of the Father and became the high priest. Not Aaron or Levite under the laws of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, where the wages of sin was one, death, whether venial or mortal. He covers our sins because we do not go by this corporate law as he stood against their perverted halakha and haggadah, which was a creation of the oral and written law. Halakha, you could speak it, but you couldn't write it down. And the Haggadah, which was the law that was written, but you could not speak that law. You don't know anything about the law. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the Torah. That was the Jewish law. It applied to two houses, Aaron and Levite. He didn't love the Gentile nation. They could eat what they want, let the land do whatever, grow on. They did. Remember, it was 490 years that they did not let the land lie fallow and rest. And now that's why we are under this 490 gospel, that he put us under this meat covenant that we must turn our cheek 7 times 70. So there's a reason why he has put us under this meat covenant where he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. And we're not this God of Aleph, wrath, fire, war, ritual, fee, fine. He fulfilled all these celebrations, rituals, fees. Remember, you had to pay 5 shekels to the king and have your doorway, the head of your address, marked in a sacrificial blood of the lamb. And they didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They didn't eat, I don't hear Pete, little fuzzy bun and marshmallows with sugar on them. They used to bake hot cross-top buns, sugar, to their sex goddess who had sex with her son, Tammuz, the son of Satan. So this is what you celebrate when you do your worship of your sugar rituals. Remember, hot cross-top buns to the sex goddess who had sex with her son who loved rabbits. In the spring, remember, April Fools, this is this ritual that they do their masse with their candy rituals, which actually sugar should be labeled as poison, and it brings your pH below 6.9, that 7.0 neutral. And we should more, again, cancer cannot thrive or dies, we'll call it theory for a channel, so we won't get any medical strikes, cannot live in an alkaline environment, yet thrives in an acidic environment. And cancer, right? I don't ever remember children getting cancer when I was old. Well, I'm kind of getting older now. I'm more years alive than my dad, who was even on this rock pretty close to. But anyways, yeah, like great Uncle Max or something got this sugar cancer, this eating of our, obviously, again, when you go to the hardware store to get a 2x4, there's that candy looking at you right before you check this out. And then, we're out of the parts store, got to get a spark plug for the lawnmower. Oh, there's some candy right there staring at you. Every store, they want to put every one of these celebrations. Now, heck, you got to have dessert with every meal now. It's good for you. Eat cereal for breakfast. Hope you're not eating this corn. So anyways, this celebration of this sugar ritual of this baking hot cross-top buns to the sex goddess who had sex with her son Tammuz, which was the son of Satan, which is Christmas or Christ Mass. So Christmas married Easter. They had a son called him Tammuz, and they resurrect and rebirth like the palm tree. It says to stand up, not stand up, and erect with nails and hammers. In Jeremiah 10, bring the tree home, the worker cut it down. Remember this falling and resurrecting. When you bring home this tree and you resurrect, that is Nimrod, the birth of Satan in the middle of the winter, their sun god, where they did this again. His body parts were scattered into 12 pieces except for the one phallic or his panga or what. Oh, that's bad. I spoke Spanish, my bad. His Nimrod. Get it? Because I got your blood pumping there, Nimrod. So yes, the birth of their erection of their celebrating of the wood, and branding their celebration of their sun god by the birth of sex with his, oh, wait a minute. He had sex with his mom. Tammuz loved rabbits. If you look, silly rabbit, tricks of her kids, April Fools. So Tammuz loved rabbits, and that's why they celebrated their egg worship. Remember, the woman has that cycle of ovulation, fertility, the fertility goddess Semiramis, who had sex. Didn't it make you sick? This is what they celebrate. This is his orgy, transgender Jesus. They celebrate of his birth with breast, and they celebrate birth, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. You're slowing down. Time for another bump. Get the hell out of here, you drug addict. They put cocaine in soda for how long? And it was widely prescribed. Take your drug dealing. Donald Trump is the number one drug dealer on this rock. $2.2 trillion to create the Pfizer jab. So governments have dealt more drugs than anybody. And you sit there and not point the obvious out. So stand down there, you idiot. Yeah, the Pfizer jab in warp speed, less time it took for this Revelation 12 sign to come to pass. You're programmed like a virus to scatter the flock and cause division. So it's good for you. You're drug, pushers, which are just like the government. So I rebuke you, which is corporation. You've been programmed to push drugs. Look at that. I didn't even know that they do that, brother, sister. Remember, they make cannabis. Had cannabis never killed anybody, has it? The oldest person they found in the rock, a flower, and it's found in frozen time, and they got a satchel. But these people want to push, Pfizer jabs on people. They want to talk about these people. How about a 20-year war involving opium and poppy? The American, tax dollar funded this war, right? Afghanistan. You want to have any talk about the Hillary Foundation and how much illegal, illicit, were moved through this corporation? So where's this drug pusher in here? Let's always point these people out, brothers, sisters. These have been programmed to cause this, try to get you to lay down on a couch and say something's wrong with you, because they'll push you drugs on you. Well, that's what they do. Something's wrong with you, take drugs, or here, just take drugs. Some of these people just skip that whole thing, that there's some kind of psychosis or something. Yeah, that's what he does. He rebukes our heart, brings us to repentance before we're ever given forgiveness. This is a process. Good to have you in here, Yogi. Appreciate your definition, okay? Because that makes every bit of a difference. You can't be forgiven until Father rebukes your unclean aletheia, darkness, and he calls out to us through his word he rebukes our hearts, because he's the creator of all things. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. And then we walk in what is known as repentance, which is a long process for some, longer for others. So it's not some short little jaunt or sprint like salvation. So it's to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending, hard on our heart. As again, you see over here, Peter asked to be hung, crucified upside down, because obviously he was still, who had denied Christ 3 times as the rooster crowed, knew that his phileo was struggling, that Christ had obviously, I am, was, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. He was here to fulfill these, Deuteronomy, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. He was here to fulfill the covenant of flesh. All rituals, celebrations, feasts, fines. And that's the beautiful thing about, remember, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. That is to have an affection, a fondness for the things of this world. Maybe you prefer Apple or iPhone or Ford or Chevy. That's why he said, do you agape me, Peter? Do you agape me? And agape means love. That's 2 John 6. That's to walk and follow in his commandments. And he commands us to take up our cross. He wasn't hung on a cross. That is a crucifixion. Remember, Peter was crucified upside down. John was crucified on an X. Their favorite way to crucify a man was to hang him from a tree and stretch him back where I can't breathe. Deoxygenate his lungs and press him back so far that the only way he could breathe was to raise up on his hands that were nailed and his nailed feet. I can't breathe. Wonder why they did their 5G whiz ritual. So who used to be telling me I'm insane? You just let them do this whole nation. Now they're going to draft our women in this corporation. Nobody cares. Well, let's just send another $1 billion to Ukraine. We'll just use our U.S. satellites to send literal drones into Moscow. Shh. Just be a good debt slave. Go on, be merchandise. Just keep paying for it. Go to 9 to 5. Just sleeping 8 hours. Not doing anything how that's been done before. Not lunacy, but they used to plant by the moon. They used to navigate by night because it was the desert of these 12 families. It was much cooler. They used to fish by the stars, navigate by these, but everybody's lost their whole, they don't understand. Oh, now we can go into the stars. So, Dana, don't speak blasphemies in here. John was crucified on an X. So, remember, there's more than one John. John the Baptist, John that wrote this revelation, was given to by Christ. So don't speak blasphemies in here. Study Roman torture or get out of here. Actually, get out of here. Go study Roman torture. Come back, because this pressing back and I can't breathe is overcome this gospel now. Everything was about this age of error. Error is 5G whiz. Like going around in a circle. Oxygen, depletion, saturation, your hemoglobin. So go study this. That's an impressive map of the USA. Okay, well. And Peter was asked to be crucified upside down. So. Okay, so this negation of this corporation, this negation through crucifixion, they break your legs so you couldn't breathe anymore. When they came to Christ, when he was hung, he had already passed on this. Not, he was hung on a tree, not on a cross. He formed a cross. He was staked and yoked, and he carried that yoke where he was raised, like as a resurrection on a tree, as they had to have a contract witness, both two witnesses to declare a contract like Deuteronomy. He divorced and called his bride a whore that day as he hung his flesh, not a piece of paper. So that's what we're doing right now. We're going to go over this. I'm going to explain to you what this 923 ritual they're about to pull on the nation, corporation, America, and put everybody in these work Walmart camps. On this particular sign is showing this 923 ritual is the birth, as he said, first in the stars, second, as he gave to John at the island of Patmos, who was given, Christ gave him this revelation. In the book 12, it talks about a great sign in the firmament of a star marker of a virgin. It was the second sign during the Shiloh sign that declared Christ, who severed the head of Aaron and Levite, the physical temple, all celebrations and rituals, and will stand in. You know anything about law? I'm a prior pig, SWAT, all that nonsense, MP in the army. I know war. I know law. Remember? The crown that crowned him the high priest. So he stands in as our mediator or attorney. No, Father, I have their sins covered. Remember the 5 shekels? We're not under this fee anymore. Remember that sacrifice we had to make at Easter? That's only written one time. It's called Passover. And if you didn't have that sacrifice of a lamb and have your door, anybody ever been to the post office? Do you have an address? I don't live on the grid, so I don't have an address. But anyways, your doorway, your headdress, your address had to be marked in blood. You had to have this sacrifice. And did he care who was on the other side of this doorway? So this doorway, this post, this headdress, this address had to be marked in the blood of sacrifice. 5 shekels had to be paid to the king. And he, again, didn't care who was on the other side of this doorway. He said, I will kill your firstborn. And that just, if your firstborn was in their 30s, 50s, it didn't matter age. That was sheep, that was chicken, that was goat. It wasn't just people, that it was your firstborn of any living died. So why people want to deny, and they turn this into this sugar Ishtar ritual and forget about the Passover, where if we followed his instructions, paid that 5 shekels to the king, marked our doorway with blood, like we are supposed to have our garments white without blemish in blood, as he said, baptized obviously is a baptism in blood by fire or water, or remember, a red stain, pitch, blood, or dye. Not in water, but by blood, he would pass over and not kill our firstborn. Why doesn't anybody talk about this? Oh, because society doesn't want what it needs. Okay, so cool. This is what was known as Passover. It's written in Scripture as one time the word Easter, and that's not a horrible translation. So I hope you're not celebrating any of these rituals, but I hope you do understand that Father did require you to have sex with your sister or brother, be fruitful and multiply. He said eye for an eye. He required war. He had a favorite class, his heavens, his ruling class. The heavens were Israel. These were the 12 tribes of Israel. Israel. and they annihilated any earthly army because they agape, they loved Father. They walked in following his commandments. So he commands us to take up our cross daily in Matthew, deny ourselves. He tells us about idolatry and imagery. These are the two things he warns of, correct? Idolatry is the Greek word porneia. Idolatria. Latria is the service, and ido is these dirt things are our eyes, serving these. He said he would send two witnesses. So these two witnesses that hung next to him on this tree, as he called his bride out as a whore, the mother of all idolatry, right? He called her a whore, the whore, because she cheated on his agape, the 613 statutes, commandments, by going after other gods in the sky, celebrating Baphomet, the god of three genders in one with breast, birthed in the middle of the winter, and started going after this Moloch worship and lunar and sun worship that the current regime 11 back in time, 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11. The president 9/11 that's currently in the white horse or White House. There's two riders on a white horse. One comes with a crown and a bow, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, Saint Apollyon, that he has his house decorated with. It is what it is. Don't shoot the messenger. He said, I am the horizo. They worship this god in the sky of this star and this equinox of this sun goddess that they thought was spinning, the goddess of heaven of their star here. He said, I control the Pleiades. At the equinox, they had their sex ritual here. Remember, 9/11 is very important because this king that is locked up in the abyss, the place of no knowledge, is revealed, or at the shofar, or the sounding of the seventh final trump. So they're doing this ritual because 9/11 is the king. Remember, it says in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. This crown that Paul spoke of, that we receive our inheritance, remember, through much thlipsis, we must go to receive that kingdom of heaven. The heavens were the ruling class. Once again, who rules over your house? Who reigns over your head? Remember, this scepter sign, this sign that the wise men saw, they were wise, and there were not three wise men. Christ was almost 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem. He was not birthed in the middle of the winter. The shepherds were in the field with the sheep at the time of the birth of the Hamashiach. If you go to Israel over here, the sheep are put up because of the rains in the months of October, November, and December. So there's no way in hell that Christ was birthed on December 25th. This is the birth of the sun god Satan, Jesus Christ, in a manger, where they have bestiality rituals of barnyard beast, man and woman, of their God of three genders in one. Father is separate. Father is light. He said, I am the horizo. Every day at the horizon, the morning light would come up. He didn't say on the light. He didn't say on the life. He said, I am the horizo. He actually, in the Greek, said, remember, he spoke, and a prophet could speak in any language and they could understand it. Now, let's get this very clear. There's no prophecy. He fulfilled that through no stone be left upon another. Remember, these sacrifices or rituals that were all done on this Yule wheel was all vain. And he warned of this, through we would not celebrate any of these things, because this is what we always end up doing. This is very Romanesque time where people are worshiping gods in the sky. They actually have President 9/11 who's created a space farce on this equinox and knows and goes by this same calendar. Remember, they had their Targum where they created their Mishnah, not the Torah, where they had taken after 40 years of not having a place to study because the physical temple was destroyed. They wanted a place. They were given the synagogues and the rabbis who created this Aramaic, right, which was a translation and not a literal definition, and created this halakha, their Mishnah, their Targum, by an oral law and a written law, halakha and Haggadah. And I can talk to 99% of churches made by hands, houses made by hands, and I can go speak to the man in the pulpit and ask him those two words, halakha and Haggadah. And the foreign tongue or dialectus, the word dialect, there's no such thing as speaking in tongues. Let me see if that's what they're, this word says, well, you know how you can speak in tongues? Can you type in the tongue? Seriously question. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues, Beaver. So the tongues is the word dialectus or dialect. You use a glossary if it's foreign to you, and that would be the word alien. Alien doesn't mean a being. Alien's not a being. God's not in the sky. Alien is the word dialectus that is foreign. Again, a glossary is used to navigate your way through the bis known hell to you. Knowledge, bis is the word busos or bathos, so you can find your, right, hados, you can narrow the translation. Actually, you should use what is called a lexicon, because he said, I am the aletheia, truth, and the only way you're going to find truth is through definition. Jim Brown, if you leave definition, you leave the truth. So, Hakana, no, Matana, what the hell is that? So, again, let's remember, let's go back to this tongues dialect that's foreign to you, an alien. That's not somewhere in the sky. An alien isn't in the sky. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. Remember, if you came to Israel, you had to come there 3 times a year. 3 times a year, and this is how they would hold this in here. There's 34 of you in here. If some of you are from a different, remember, they come from all different, it says the beast out of the sea. This is the Mediterranean Sea. It talks about, there's many beasts in the scripture. The Mediterranean Sea, when it talks about the beast, it was talking about all these nations that were around the Mediterranean Sea. Many beasts in scripture. I will bring the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. That's the beast that he surrounded the nation of Israel, and they were carried into captivity. That's what's going to happen in this country when he encamps the saints. They had to have a ring around the rosy virus, corona, right? The scientific name for the common cold, respiratory, to create this 5G whiz towers to get everybody to go to the hospitals and get pumped by respirators and label them as COVID deaths, right? Remember, hey, we had somebody who jumped out of an airplane out here at this little airport, and they landed on the ground of impact and didn't let up their chute. Their chute didn't come out, and they died on impact of COVID. So remember all that nonsense? No, that didn't really happen. But remember the hypocrisy of all the vidco deaths? Oh, there's no, what would you do? No, hold on. How much flu would a flu shot stop if a flu shot could stop flu? That was one of the best memes I ever did, ever. I meme my way through the COVID. Hey, I did. And the next year we had how many flu cases? Everybody was dying of the vidco. But anyways, remember all this? If you came from any nation around the Mediterranean, remember the beast with iron teeth? The lion, the leopard, the bear, and the beast with iron teeth. There's many beasts, brother. Sitting. It gave power and its authority to the beast. Is this the one that's going to be the dragon? That this country is going to be Chimerica when you wake up one morning and it's not going to be the end of the world. Oh my God, Mad Max. It's not going to work like that. The destruction of this corporation is already done. Back in the 1800s, this was turned into a corporation, not a constitutional republic. So there's not actually any crimes being committed in this country right now. These are all what is considered crimes of commerce. You've been merchandise. Walmart, remember, you buy stuff from Walmart, your crap. Anyways, oh, you better play now or you're going to pay. We shipped all these jobs overseas so you can have cheap Chinese crap. Hey, as a veteran, I was a little offended. You know, the Wally world? Oh, it's American-made products. You know what, about 2-3 years, that rug pull you, huh? Now it's all cheap Chinese crap. All right, but anyways, hey, fair play. We did all this too. We forced every nation for 50 years to pay for U.S. oil, right? Well, you call it the petrodollar or petro oil. The OPEC nations, we don't hear about this gold putting in Fort Knox. The Bretton Woods Agreement, we don't talk about that. France came over here and they wanted their gold back. Oh, crap, what are we going to do? Let's suspend the convertibility of the dollar to gold and we'll reprice. Over morning, 1973, Henry Kissinger went over there, brokered us the Bretton Woods, and now all U.S. oil overnight will be priced in the U.S. dollar. And you'll pay or we'll come police you and we'll bring our military and blow you up. Kill your children and your women. For 50 years, we've, like the money changers of scripture with the SWIFT system, have literally taken from every nation and said, well, we'll take some of that. No, you're going to do what we say, and you're going to pay if you want to play. And there's no other technology because we're not going to let you have the Tesla tech or electricity. We're going to make you use oil. How'd that work out for Muammar Gaddafi? Ask the Clintons. Remember what she said? How about Saddam Hussein? Trained CIA operative. So whatever, guys, you know, the Bin Ladens are oil tycoons who did deals with the Bushes for more than a decade. You're an idiot. You're telling me he dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? That was Donald 9/11, Mr. Regime. Remember, 4 + 5 is 9. If you skip Joe, you get 11. 4 + 7 is 11. Why do you think they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? That don't add up. 7 is the number of completion, which was CIA headquarters. Building 7 at free fall speed, it fell. Remember, they announced before it even fell that it was already fallen at free fall speed. Gravity, whatever, never mind. Pyrotechnics, pop, pop, pop. How about backbone, the backbone of those 2 towers? That took the directed energy, but we won't talk about Mountain Dew in here. We won't speak no Mountain Dew. We won't talk about the Maui blast that the dragon did with their satellites. Over each one of these fires, you can see the red balloons over the top. Remember the number one purchaser of helium? Not a straight answer, not a space agency, NASA. Anyways, remember the dragon, they're in on this too, right? The dragon would be there to consume the child. Gee, I wonder what that's going to come to. Good. Hurst? Well, whatever. You deny not obviously the numbers that's put. If you skip Joe, you're telling me 81 minutes. This guy kept people out in the cold. This is a very Hillary-esque. Remember during the whole he ran against Billary? Remember she was going to be the pretendant overnight, right? She couldn't fill up a high school gymnasium, and he was selling out sports arenas, right? All the people again on the 47th administration out in the cold, freezing sports arena. So and Mr. His buddy, what do they call him? Island boys. They all been to the island. EpiPen Island, oxidized epinephrine. Remember Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. The children, oh, hey, all glory to Father, all glory to Shiloh. Not too many people will do this decode, but I'm going to show you what they're going to do, brothers and sisters, not by prophecy, by what they put in their imagery. And he warned of imagery, and he said, when the second coming of Christ to his prophets, not the Noah sign, like a thief in the night. Nobody knows the day or the hour. You see the day approaching. Be sure no man deceives you. So please discern everything I tell you. Run everything through your spiritual calculator. So, anyways, you dock 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. You resurrect a one World Trade Center. This was the ritual that brought us into the wars of the 7 nations in the desert, where the final nation would be Israel. Correct? No, Iran. See why Mr. Chump supports this apostate nation when Israel in Scripture is all flesh, not some Aaron, high priest, Levite, Levitical law. We're not under the laws of flesh, but Jews and Gentiles, that it has to be a worldwide scamdemic, like a crown that surrounds your whole halo head. He became the high priest of the church at the Shiloh sign. Remember, two riders on white horses. White houses. I know one has the crown and the bow. It's the bringer of the disease and the cure. They will be fooled by sorcery, pharmakia. Yes, the cure of the disease in warp speed. Uh-oh, we got another drug pusher in here. All right, hey, Stoner, get rid of all these people that are insinuating like the biggest drug dealer on this rock. How about these wars over there in Afghanistan? Well, let's go talking about oil. Maybe you're a straw man, or you're the tin man, and you just a little dab will do of oil, right? Need a little dab oil? Go on to your dispensary. I warned about these oils, these glycols. I warned about baby party, or big bath party. That's a big ass bed of Hollywood. Poops, story ass means stubborn or unwillingness to learn, or a mule, right? Acting like an ass. But that was a big bed, Hollywood bed party that they had. Remember? So. Remember, who do you think paid for the baby oil? Okay, cool. So I'm only speaking to the eyes of the bride. I got to remind myself this lunacy worship of this. It's not 2025, but go ahead and keep thinking that new year starts in the middle of the winter, and bang, 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 and do your orgy sex king of the Yule wheel worship, like Mr. Stinky Musk had his symbol, that the Baphomet sign of the people's champion. Remember all this? They're all in on it together. Yep, they trade lightsabers and the right souls. Remember, they're island boys. Remember, because when you go to the island, you get to the EpiPen. And when you oxidize oxygen, epinephrine, you get fear and loathing in Las Vegas. And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So anyways, we'll move on with a lesson. So thank you for those who have a hearing ear. Father, for giving this ministry those eyes to see and ears to hear. This is not for the blind. Father doesn't love everybody. He said, fear not, only God's flock. So very few are going to understand or even have enough time to, like orange juice, concentrate, pay attention, right? They turn like ghosts on me. Like you start seeing stripes through my head, because they opaque, if you will. There's no such thing as ghosts. You mean Hokadash? The word Hokadash, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit? That's not an existence of flesh. You're an idiot. Oh, now I can't see it. And that ghost, like ruach, that means Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost. So you're telling me you never mind. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping, brothers and sisters. The word to sow seeds means broadcast. So careful what you spiritualize, what you put in your eyes or ears. This is for only the ear of the, know about it. Father's got this. He's not going to reveal these aletheia. He said, no. Remember, we're not supposed to sup with vipers, and I will come sup with you. Meat is what he wants you to eat, not some watered down version of the milk. So I feed you the meat. Go to the book of Malachi. Tithe me 10% of your earnings. Tithing was food. Anybody can send me no food. I got plenty of food. Don't worry about it. I got food I can take care of other people. Tithe me some more time. Okay, when you have some more time. Because time you cannot print. You can go make more money, but you can't make and take back the time that I'm taking from you now. Am I taking it? He says, thank you for listening, but I'm watching him silence others. Explain. Yeah, be quiet, Joe. Hey, get rid of Joe out of here. He's interrupting the classroom. He can't even concentrate. Now he's just interrupting because he's like, Joe, go on. Are you like, I put the bite in? Oh, the double fang? I was a snake before you let me in. So careful, Joe. Concentrate once again. What do meat? Oh, connections out there doing the mass A. They eat flesh. The non-flesh. Get it? They eat none. There we go. Riggerdy's got it. They're good stuff. All right. So their beast man and woman ritual of their celebration of their orgy Jesus with breasts starts from the 17th of December to the 24th, leading up to the birth of their sun god, Apollyon, the god that is birthed. Remember the sun god, 623 on 12/23 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After 7-day marination in sex, he got to lie with beast, man, and woman. Imagine, this guy was probably given all the finest mead. Remember mead? They drank a mead that made him hallucinate. The finest caviars and cheeses they had to offer, and hey, this is the finest sheep to lay with right here. Probably goats too. Anyways, it's a bestiality barnyard Jesus festival that was outlawed in this country. They knew it was an orgy of this sex pistol Jesus. Hey, everybody get their hands up. I want to see your hands. Everybody let me see your decami. Right? All 10 toes, hands. Are you standing up? Well, 10 hands. Who do you love? Let me see your decami. Put your hands up. It's a stick up. Everybody get your... What's it? Oh, wait, hold on. That's the... hold on. We're going to do some symbolism. Get your hands up. It's a stick up. Everybody get their Nimrod. All right. Anyways, careful. He said meek, not weak. You have the right to protect yourself. Don't be going out there and doing any, shooting any blanks. But anyways, let's move on to this festival because I do truly need to move on to this 923 because this truly is not about the chat right now. I apologize, guys. It's for the eyes and ears of the bride. And I want you to understand what this 923 is very important if you'll pay attention to what they've been doing. This has been since the 44th administration. They have started this. It was Barack Obama, which is not the name of the 44th president. And why is this 44 so important? Everything 44 is another Gemini number. It's a mirror number. That's why Mr. Little Horn, and there's the final Trump, that's what he played, was the beast out of the sea. That's why they made him birthed in Hawaii when you can marry somebody and these can be fudged, which they did their unlayering, which was 9 layers, was born out of Kenya. Barack Obama was his uncle. The word Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven, like electricity. See why they're going to do this 923 ritual. So it was the 44th regime, a known homosexual, Barack Obama, with his man-wife apple as Adam. I believe there was a shaving of that apple, which it's not just man shell, which is Reggie, who played at the Beaver. That stinks, doesn't it? Doesn't even have a beaver. Oh, well, nice beaver. I just had it stuffed. That was the movie Airplanes. Remember, she was climbing up the ladder at the library. But anyways, the Beavers, remember, like the Oregon State, that's OSU. Why did Barry come to this 33rd is the only state here that equals 33, Oregon, and not visit Phil Knight, which is your Nike swoosh, children in factories and Air Jordans. And, oh, that would be like Marvin the Martian. That wouldn't it be, Space Jam? All right, moving on. So why didn't he visit Autzen Stadium? Okay, now if you know anything about professional, these aren't professionals, these are actors. These are the Anunnaki of the day, the giants in tights, all millionaire giants chasing each other around low energy swine skin that they have already pre-predicted the final score through occult rituals. And easily, if you go to Gematria FX Sports, you can see these are all done by the number. I think they've already decoded. This is like a WWE, WWF kind of event. It's like, it's a tax exempt corporation. So is their cheating, lying, stealing Hall of Fame where they just get paid more money. Remember the old lady who lives next to the stadium? You know, maybe you're in where Nelly's, you know, where you're doing the arch and the, you know, stopping in my Air Force Ones or whatever. Hey, we're gonna do a little music we can relate. So this art, you know, maybe you live out, you know, and you're going to the, you're an old lady. You don't give a crap about football. You don't care about this supposed a bunch of giants of the day, the Anunnaki, all chasing each other around in tights, a low energy swine skin, betting on games that are predicted outcomes already, like sports like Donald King. You remember boxing or whatever? But why didn't he visit Autzen Stadium? We have what they call, you know, these are millionaires that get paid on a considerable amount of money who come to Autzen Stadium, 33rd state only equals in Gematria, and didn't visit, but twice he came here, like two witnesses, and visited Reeser, which is OSU up by Corvallis or Albany. That's where Mountain House food is made, by the way. But he didn't visit. We have professional football players that come here and go, man, I ain't never seen this kind of shit in the NFL. Remember, the Ducks wear a different uniform every time they play. Don't you remember Phil Knight, Nike, one of the richest people on this rock? Why wouldn't he go visit Phil Knight? Well, because Reggie, his man shell, Adam's apple was shaved, played as a Beaver. Remember, he played, so he came and they made some other nonsense, but whatever. I'm giving you a decode on what's going on with Mr. 44 and why he's important and why Oregon ended up getting hit as the first 7 Salems to come across, right? That took 7 years to start this red dragon eclipse, where that time marker, again, as I marked my body with to make sure Father knew as a Magi, started its diagonal eclipse. Well, remember, north, west, east, south, and the news. Remember, the sun started in the north quadrant and then moved, remember, to the west, diagonally, in opposition, right? As the sun went the wrong way diagonally through 7 Salems. So this is why Oregon is very important to these people. The oldest clothing on this rock was found right where I live. My backyard, I could spit and dust devil would blow it over there to Fort Rock. Multiple footwear, clothing, sandals was found out here in the desert. They found an 18,000-year-old camel tooth right here in Riley. There's another place, we get some pretty big dust, they blow right over there. So they've already announced that this Oregon, remember they declared this national emergency in 2017, August. Kate Brown, if it's brown, flush it down. This is this first symbol that they put, remember? And then it went through Ark, Texas. I live streamed this event, remember? And then on April 8th, remember, the sun went the wrong way, completing this Alice symbol, which took 7 years to complete. They had everybody in Rapture, Indiana standing on the X, right? Actually, this is up here in Ark, Texas, where this crossed. My bad, it's a little more like this. In Ark, Texas, right? This is the va, va, va. This is this symbol that you right now, if you'd like to see this, you can go on the U.S. debt calculator. It's still up there right now. They got a secret window. Let me show you. Shh, I got a secret. You click on this secret window. Most people won't even take the time to look at it. See the secret window? If you hit open right here, this window will pop up right here. And you'll see this ministry's work here on this same symbol that I'm showing you of these 3 days of darkness that was put over the corporation where the sun went the wrong way. Creating this same as the sun went from west to east. That's not possible. You get it first like New York on New Year's, remember? So when I saw the sun going diagonally the wrong way, I actually marked my body, which is known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse of 2017. I don't know of another man that has this celestial marker, notice an eclipse on a horizontal plane where it rings out. You know, there was a lot of markers being left, like the tetrad blood moons. And remember, he says, be in this world, but be not of it, right? By fire and tries. Anyway, all right. So paying attention to these celestial star markers, if you pay attention, these happen at the nodes. And like an eclipse of two bodies, when that first light passes, it will ring out. The very first light, when it passes, two bodies passing over another, one becoming a porthole around. That was able to, in 2023, tell you of their black hole sun, which they put in music and, yeah, they put in imagery, and it's not a prophet. But again, this diagonal Great Red Dragon eclipse started this 7-year cycle where, again, I didn't actually live stream back then, but I went ahead and marked my body with it to let Father know I'm not going to sit there and let them do this, because I am a magi. And if I have to mark my body with this and everybody calls me crazy, I don't care. But remember, 2015, we had already seen the Star of David in Bethlehem, right? That it hadn't happened in over 2,600 years. This was the sign that the wise magi were looking up at that star marker, where that star for the king star, not this king. There are two kings and two crowns. Remember Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. But these magi were watching the king star, Jupiter, and when it conjuncted again with the morning star, Venus, we left an age of fire, wrath, vengeance, and the deception was put over by the deadly head wound that was healed, right, by the churches masking, covering with the, this is the deadly head. Remember, Constantine rebranded what is now known as Catholicism and created these isms and religions where he said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands with deception, because the age of water started the age of deception, the veil. We have to lift the veil in the age of Aquarius. This is it, the apocalypse. See, this celestial marker, brothers and sisters, is what birthed an age. Two stars upon a star creates what would be known as a Star of David, or in this case, an eclipse. So when you see the sun going wrong way, creating a trail of darkness over the U.S., you might pay attention if you're a magi. And he said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. I know the sun does not go from west to east. Remember the Big Dipper, right? Going around the North Star. Remember how this works, the equinox? You know, the sun rises in the east coast. It sets in the west. Well, the sun went the wrong way that day, and it created a path of darkness, 3 days of darkness, as it speaks in Scripture. So all glory to Father for this discernment, to be able to show you these markers that they're playing, and showing you that I know that, because I have been given this spiritual eye and celestial eye, that the sun, you could have to be a sheer child not to know that the sun does not go the wrong way and traverse its way across this corporation. And it came out through 7 Salems. Well, why Oregon? Well, here you go. Why Oregon? Because it's going to receive twice the judgments, like it says in the Scriptures. This is why it again came through again in 2023. Ark, Texas, Rapture, Indiana. This was 2023. I live streamed this event. I've did all of these things and gave you all these star markers. You love YouTube lunatics. Yes, this is a lunatic. Somebody who thinks it's... Let me ask you, is that Volk? Is it 2025 Volk? Hey, Volk. V-A-L-K. Is it 2025? Is the year 2025? Right now, I'm talking. Everybody's looking at you, Volk. You wanted the attention, child. Now you got it. Lunacy, the worship of the Semiramis star goddess who had sex with her child. It's not 2025? It's 1968. All right, get this idiot out of here. There's no... Leave there, Volk. You're an idiot. What are you going to go Alex Jones on me? The answer to 1984 is 1876. So, 1968. Interesting. So, all right. So this lunacy, nothing is more of a magic trick than the occult. Okay, yes, they love to play, which is called magic, right? Like algebra. You got to take a life to gain. Oh, you got to take over here, and you got to get back over here. They thought that if they took life here and sacrifice, they would have better harvest in the spring, like magic. Correct? Good stuff. Thanks for and apparently started the way that Babel, you got a certain Charlotte school, go in this area, a society of Tower Babel time. There we go. Good stuff. Value is 906. I saw the super cycle map thing on the US deck. Kind of weird stuff, man. Well, Daniel, why is it broccoli that I've been doing all this and I have this exact star marker? The only one has this red dragon eclipse back here in 2017 and also has what is known as the Revelation 12 sign, where I'm going to bring this 923 teaching to fruition with you so you can see what it is that when they did this star marker. Let's see, I think I took a screenshot. We got another one here of this same celestial marker that happened on September 23rd of 2017, 923. This was not by chance. They knew this star marker was going to happen. They knew the Star of David was going to happen. Okay? So look, this 923 executive orders that was put out during the Obama administration, September 23rd of 2017. Well, what does 923 have to do with any of this? Well, it has everything, because this is the day on this star marker that Jupiter exited after not 4 days, not 4 weeks, but 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin, right? The birth of the manifestation of the Virgin. And he's a great sign. This is the Revelation 12 sign that John was given at the islet of Patmos. First, he said there would be a sign of the stars of the second coming of Christ. A sign in the stars. Oh, what do we do there? A sign in the stars. Not on this rock, but a sign in the stars of the second coming of Christ. And then as he gave a second witness, as he always does, he visited John at the island of Patmos, the gold mines, where John wrote this book, as you know, as Revelation, about these celestial firmament markers that would be left at the second coming at the time of Christ. We would see these markers, star markers above our head. And I'm not making predictions. Astronomy is where things were in past alignments. And now, again, I'm not making predictions. This happened when he spoke. Think about how incredible that this is the time to be alive right now. He spoke of a sign of the Virgin in Revelation 12. He gave John, as he visited as an angel, or what is the word, angelos, and gave him this message or revelation of the great sign in the firmament of the Virgin. Virgin, Virgo. She would be clothed with the sun. This is what this image. So why is this on the US Dell calculator? Well, because there's been no other man. There are other content creators that have covered this, but not in this fashion. And I don't want any glory. Like I said, I don't take a paycheck. I don't get any pay for this. Father makes me do this. I should be doing worldly things, but I just can't seem to get this off my, my brain, my heart. He keeps telling me, I got to share this. This needs to be shared before this event happens. Now, look, notice in this image here, there is really not much action. You don't see, maybe you don't recognize, but the action that you see with this star, see how it's rushing out of this? There's action behind here. I want you to show they're going to take action on this 923 event. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I took off I had some change in my life. So change is good. So this 923 is symbolized that they're going to take action. What I'm going to tell you, which nobody's going to want to hear this, when this event happens, because what is going to happen is there's going to be an event. He said he's going to build as Israel has an iron dome, he said he's going to build a golden, come on, phone, oh man. Whoa, what is going on with my phone? Oh, dude, it just crushed that. Hold on. Okay, I'll get this. He's going to build a golden dome. A golden dome. See this golden dome? This is right here, out here. Look, over here. Not in here. This is this image right here. Look at it. I just see this? This is this image right here. This is what is known as a sundog. Okay? I don't have these images on my body for no reason, okay? They know what is coming, brothers and sisters. Notice this image here, okay? They took all the images of my tattoos, which many of these I've had for, almost some of them, a decade, that I put in these stars on my body because I'm not going to let this pass me by. That, again, this same image is right here. This golden dome. Remember, Israel has an iron dome. He said he's going to build a golden dome. And this golden dome is under this golden age, remember, is the straw man of the corporation. This is a corporation. This straw man is what has been merchandised. Like Walmart, is they sell merchandise. This corporation, remember, Walmart is in cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security. So this straw man is what is known as your Social Security bond or card or number. It's a credit by birth. Remember, they made a movie. This is about you. The American straw man, straw, that follows the yellow brick road. And they wonder why, because of the wonderful things he does in their age of wonders, their golden age of wonders, where he'll create a golden dome, a millimeter dome over the U.S., and people will be put into work camps, because at the end of this revelation, 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin, as they were given the sign of Jonah, that to turn from their ways, he was spewed out onto the belly of the land, and to warn the coming destruction of Nineveh on, remember, April 8th of 2024, people stood on the line to get raptured in Rapture, Indiana. We're supposed to be the Ark, remember, Ark, Texas. They did, they stood on the line, and they created national emergencies just like they did over here. They always do it again and again. 8 people stood, and this went through Ark, Texas, and it went through 11, remember, it went through 7 Salems, starting in Salem, Oregon. There you go, 15-minute cities, you got it. And it went through, it created a path of darkness over this corporation of darkness, foreshadowing is like to shadow what is to come. Remember, I walk in the shadow of the valley of death. I don't walk in the valley of death. I walk in the shadow of the valley of death of the corporation. The negation, Aleph symbol, means the number of completion. It took 7 years from 2017 to 2024. 7 is the number of completion, negation, to be matured, final, finish. Aleph negates, cancels. You know, if you ever, they were talking about this X. Nobody was talking about this Aleph symbol. I was, but everybody standing on the X. Like, remember the face diaper ritual they did? 7 trumpets, 7 shofars, 7 rams' horns shall sound. He tells us to do the 7 things in Scripture. Is that the plan, to steal the moon on the whiteboard? No, get the hell out of here, you lunatic. So imagine how many people on April 8th, brothers and sisters, went to Rapture, Indiana, thinking they were going to get out of here before tribulation. We must go through tribulation our whole life. That's what he said. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. You think that's going to be fun? Take that would be crucified. We're not to be loved by the world, but hated. We can hate the sinner, not the sin, right? Oh, no, we're supposed to hate the sin, not the sinner. Hate is part of what Father gives us. We're not a hateful person. We're not supposed to. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish, this is in the book of Psalms, is for good men to stand around and do nothing. So stood on the X. Again, if you have an X on your back, is that a good thing? That's kind of like having a target. So stand on the X like Twitter. Let's just go ahead and change it to X, from a bird to X. We won't even hide it. So they created a national emergency, just like they did back here in 2017. It took 7 years to create this 3 days of darkness, as Jonah was encased in 3 days in the belly of the whale. So was Christ 3 days in darkness in the tomb. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. This is in the book of Luke. The only sign they'll be given is the sign of what? Jonah, where Jonah was 3 days in darkness in the belly of the whale. He resurrected like Christ raised, and he was spewed out onto the belly of the land to warning of the coming destruction of Nineveh. This passed through 11 Ninevehs, brothers and sisters, and Salems. You think this by chance? These Masons make all these cities, brothers and sisters. They make all these cities. These cities were all resurrected and had ceremonies at different times. How in the hell does the sun pass through this totality, pass of darkness, through 7 Salems and come out on the 33rd parallel? Because this is bogus. The sun does not travel with the moon from west to east. That's bull snot. I don't want to hear it. This is a fake. He said the stars could be corrupted, but this is not. They're going to do it. This is the negation of the corporation. This corporation with their Department of Justice all the way down to their Federal Bureau. This is a Department of jackasses, what they are, and the Federal Bureau of imbeciles and their central imbeciles and assholes. Well, A like an ass, like an aleph, that negates. The 8 negates 7. Ass is like a stubbornness and unwillingness to learn, like a mule or a donkey. So people want to listen to me. That's okay. They're going to keep doing their occult rituals, but I want to bring you back to this 923 because it was during Barry, a known homosexual with his man-shell wife, who passed the 923 executive orders. This action that he took, 11004 executive order, allows them to relocate whole communities and put these straw men into 15-minute cities. And it says, where I want you to pay attention, there's not one other blogger that's talking about this, and I give all glory to Father. This is where the power, right, and authority was given under to the this was the 10 tribes because they didn't follow. Remember, if they don't turn from their ways, like Nineveh, what happened? The destruction, well, on this date is not a date that they'll do. I don't think on this date, what they will do is this 923 executive orders is when it says in Revelation 12, the dragon will be there to consume the child. This is when this negation corporation will be turned over to China, period. I don't care what anybody thinks. I know what they're going to do. So that's what it says. It's all about the dragon, and it's all about giving it. So this 923 executive orders is when one day you will wake up and it will be chimeric, and it's not going to be the end of the world because there's much bigger thing that they're preparing for. And it's the negation of the magnetic field that has been depleted. And any day now, because it just happened again, we had a KP7 G3 geomagnetic storm without energy coming from our sun. I mean, not enough to create auroras. And they know this, so they have dug in and they are ready. That's why they need protection from the sun. They have done this before. When this sun electrically discharges, like Tesla was saying, I can create whole direct current energy from underneath. You don't need power poles, okay? See this? This millimeter dome or bowl is what they're going to put you in, a megalithic structured dome, where I'm sure they'll have their servants building all these megalithic structures, and they'll have 40-foot neoprene covered robots with, remember Mr. Stinky Muskrat? He's got freaking, factory warehouses of these things. And I told you again, this is about unleashing the tech. Unleash tech, like the millimeter dome. You know what I'm saying? Okay? The millimeter wall is an invisible wall. When Trump was talking about building a wall, he was never talking about building a wall at the border. He was talking about putting you in these 15-minute Walmart work camps, okay? So if you don't think this is going to happen, I'm not making a prediction. They've already done this once. They already put American-born citizens into slavery and worked within this corporation. So you think I'm crazy, that's fine. They told Noah he was crazy for 126 years. This decode of this 923 executive orders that Obama passed is going to be, why is it so important? Well, hell, every year they start their celebration of their corporation on this 923 equinox, where they create this Catholicism, or known as their Mass A, of the eating of human flesh, and they put this ritual in everything. There is more scriptural references to scripture in television and music and radio than there is, and it's all the book of Revelation. Revelation, over and over, it does refer to Ezekiel and sometimes Genesis, but 99% of the times when you are being blasted with this imagery, it is talking about this under armor, as I showed you that this was going to happen at the time of the eclipse of the black hole sun in 2023. So you can keep that 23 date in mind. I'm not a prophet. This Vesca Pisces is this symbol of the fish. Remember, it's the birth through the matrix. This is the matrix right here. This is the image of two birth stars birthing, as you see down here. This is why they go after this image. This 2 and 3C birth of this conjunction, if you were paying attention, this happened in 2015. 2015. This happened again. See, there are signs you already missed. This here, now look, why is that important, Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse? Well, this birth between 2 and 3 BC of the king star and the morning star birthed an age from fire to water and put us under a whole new covenant where Father does not require fee, fine, war, sacrifice, ritual, celebration. We are not to do any of these things. He fulfilled all of these custom celebrations, rituals, fees, fines. God required his heavens, war, fee, fine, wrath, God of fire, God of war. Remember, he said, I am the horizo, I am the light. This is the place of tabernacle rest in the celestial firmament. Remember, it was the triple conjunction of Saturn and the sun that happened in 1939 that the Masons were able to construct a fake Israel, 1948. It doesn't matter, they recognize it, like they recognize the U.S., but it's because they knew that these celestial star markers were coming. See, to see a triple conjunction of these two stars, the first largest of our, obviously this sun, and the second largest, no third, of this gas giant, Kronos, the time marker, 3 times conjuncted in Aries is an extremely rare occasion that I've never seen before. So, why does that matter? Well, do you realize that it was this birth of the king and morning star that brought us from fire to water, and it's this sign of the sun and the Saturn star back in 2020 that we left the age of deception that was put over the church in 2 and 3 BC, and we came into the age of air. I can't breathe. 5G whiz. Pneumatics, pressure. The ellipsis is the word to be pinched down. Theolobo, or that is the word tribulation. It's theolobo, to be pushed on both sides. It's actually theolobos, is that pinching. And that's what like being pressurized. That's why they love to do these rituals, brothers and sisters. So, this celebration of this sun god, Apollyon, that Donald Trump and his behind buddy Barry, who put the Biden, oh wait, Barry was the one who came before on Mr. 44, right? They're all part of this ritual, dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes and creating a one world erected freedom tower. There's no such thing as freedom. That's long gone. It was about right to choose. I'm a veteran. I want to hear it. We don't fight for freedom. People are supposed to have the right to choose whether they stand on an X, close their business, take a jab, wear a face diaper. I thought veterans wore masks so people in this constitutional republic, it's not a constitutional republic, it's a corporation, didn't have to wear a mask, or they could at least decide if they didn't want to wear one or not. Not guilt people into everything, fear people, you don't like old people if you don't wear the face diaper. So anyways, remember the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease is Apollyon, the god that has 3 genders in one god. That's why Musk is part of this sticky muskrat too. Remember, he wore the people's champion, the Baphomet symbol that Trump's Betty, Katie, behind buddy. This is another one that gets in these island, I'm sure she puts a strap on. Is it a she or a he? You might want to check it out. But Katy Perry, that is Donald Trump as Katy Perry. You loved being entertained. Wore the Baphomet symbol upside down, as it says, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. So let me show you what it is. Upside down, you mean under the sea, like Zeus, the trident god? Like Little Mermaid? All right, transgender god. We know who that is. That's Jesus Christ. Not too hard to figure out who their Mass A is. Christ Mass. The Moloch was the sun god, right, of the lunar god of the celebration of the lunar sea. Somebody called me a lunatic. They said the lunatics on YouTube. I know there's a lot of them on. It's not 2025. There's not 12 months in a calendar year, 52 weeks. You need to play some Smoke and Fire. You ever play that game of cards, like a Gemini, 2 jokers in a deck? Smoke and Fire. All right. Anyways, we're playing with you. All right. Just toying. All right. This is for the bride. This is only for the bride. Those are the eyes to see. So they'd have their Mass A ritual where they would orgy marinate a king who was a peasant, and they'd marinate him in sex. It was a pump and dump ritual. I mean, this man got to, I'm sure they had a lotto. Yes, it does, Mark. It means e-God, and think about it as in a digital communism, if you will. That's what's going to happen after the negation of this corporation, after this magnetic polarity gets crushed. Who watches the sun? Who watches the sun? You guys, we just had another G3 geomagnetic storm, KP7, and for a whole near day, the magnetism of our rock, the protective canopy umbrella that protects us, got crushed. And we had auroras again. Hello, something's bad, and they're not telling you, but that's why they're all digging in. Boring companies. Do you know how many times and how many cycles that this has happened before? Maybe that's why they call this their, let me show you something that they know. This is something else that I wanted to teach that's up here on the board. Maybe you don't understand these yuga cycles or how they know that we've come into this fifth age, okay? Does anybody know, because you were taught about the 12-year solar cycle, solar maximum, solar minimum. I can tell you that has everything to do with Jupiter, okay? Jupiter has an 11.9-year elliptical orbit around the sun using the, they've got the heliocentric model. We'll use the model for conversation's sake. So Jupiter, this star has an 11.9. Now we have a solar minimum and a solar maximum. This is part of our cycle that we see with our La Nina and El Nino cycles. El Nino and La Nina. That's the drag between the effect of how long it takes that hot and cold to reverse in our cycles of our oceans. That is La Nina and the El Nino cycle. Anybody know about that? What I'm talking about? The oceans, there's more water on this rock than there is rock. So you really truly want to see where these things are headed, you should look at the ocean temperatures, okay? It's not the gold standard, the ice core data of what's happened in the past, but the current situation that we're facing, if it's an 11.9-year cycle, remember there's that 7-year, and it's the drag between the switchover between the solar minimum and the solar maximum of how much the Earth, the oceans get penetrated by this radiation that comes from our sun. So, do you understand the La Nina cycles of the oceans? Do you understand the basic solar maximum and solar minimum that you were taught in school? They generally call it like a 12-year cycle, okay? Or, again, I want you to know that this Jupiter is what causes this cycle. It's the second largest star in our system, and when it moves magnetically, it tugs every other star around with it because of the magnetism. Polarity, it pulls on these other rocks, and when it moves, it has effects on our system. I'm just trying to give you the basics. You learned some of this in high school, okay? And I didn't listen in high school. I didn't learn this. I didn't listen to nothing in high school. I didn't listen to nothing. I still passed all my classes. I still, whatever. I still got grades that were passing, still got a diploma. But anyways, this 7-year cycle, El Nino cycle, I just wanted you to understand, because the hydrocycle and the upper jet streams are affected by the sun. They're telling us that the weather is created. Look, I'm not telling you just whatever. You just take it this whatever you will. So the hydrocycle, right? Hydrological cycle, they told us how this comes up off the ocean currents, some of the basics. Remember in high school, I'm not trying to talk down to you. So this cycle of solar maximum of the sun, let's put this over here. Maybe we can see a little better if we'll move it out of the way of this. So much. What can we get rid of here? Oh, well, whatever. You got to concentrate. You guys can't figure it out by now. I apologize. You're probably not seeing it at all. You probably don't try to change anybody, brothers, sisters. At this point, people should be extremely hungry for this word. I don't care if you're talking about scripture or these kind of learning, or they're the other side, okay? They truly are. There's the only people I think you'll have any effect on right now, and you're not trying to change anybody, that there might be somebody who's kind of on the fence. People are so lost right now. I mean, they're one way or nearly the other at this time. I've been doing this for decades, so this isn't something that's new to me. And I was trying to tell people in 2004, if you take away all your supersize, they'll take away all your rights with McDonald's. Like, these people give a crap about your health. But anyways, moving on. That was 04. In 99, I was trying to tell people, hey, look, you dumbasses, the clocks don't change, the computers don't, it's not the end of the world. Shut up. You guys are imbeciles. It's not the end of the world. Stop it. Man, the weather's changing. What happened to the weather? There used to be 4 seasons and all this was before in the 90s. I have been on this for a long time. I noticed the smallest changes. Hey, did you notice here the flies fly on you and then they want to fly right back to the same spot? It's like they're pestering you. Somebody was actually talking about the animals. Let's talk about this magnetism too, about these oceans. Remember, many species on this rock, brothers and sisters, use the magnetism to migrate. Birds fly south for the winter. How do they do that? Gee, I wonder. Animals in the ocean, such as whales and things. Why do you think these things beach up on land and think that? Because they think they're swimming in another path. Now the magnetism is changed and they turn them out and put them back in the ocean. They just swim right back because their navigation is off. They use bees, birds, many species use and are affected by magnetism. You cannot tell me that things aren't affected by magnetism. They talked about the cardiac, the heart rate, beats per minute is affected by this star. If you have a heart, issue and maybe you're just not quite enough, and this star punches some kind of energy, that could make the difference between life and death. They've already come out. There's massive peer-reviewed journals that says, hey, ladies, listen, your husband can't get it up. Remember you're talking about the standing up of the phallic? This can affect ED. This can affect ED. So don't get on your man so much. Maybe it's the sun. Seriously, this star here can control many things on this rock. So please, go study this. This gas giant is electric. And when it hits our atmosphere, we have many layers, but the one that I'm speaking of is our magnetic canopy that protects us from the sun, which the sun has what is called a heliosphere. Oh, we put that a little too close. Let's move this over here. So if this is the rock that we live on, and we'll use their stupid heliocentric model, I don't give a crap if you use geo or heliocentric. This magnetic canopy that the sun has the same, remember, if the sun has this same what is called a heliosphere, you think of sphere, you think of a ball, okay? And whatever, I don't care about ball or round or flat. I already told you we don't do that in this ministry. So, but this space between this protection, if you think about magnetism, if you take two magnets and you put them together, this is what is called, polarity, or they're going to stick together. And if you turn those around, they're going to not stick together. This is what protective layer of our atmosphere that protects us from the old solar energy. Well, you won't see that as a sun unless I make that the color of something like near sun. I call it the sun and make it white like it is now, and nobody will recognize it. So here's this gaseous giant that has what's known as a magnetosphere on our rock and a heliosphere, helio meaning circle. So, but it's magnetism. We have whole currents underneath our rock that they can transfer. As Tesla said, I can grab energy right out of this. Well, he was talking about the ionosphere. Ions, the sun, plasma, electric, positive and charged, negatively charged gas. That's what the sun is. You don't have to be a scientist to know that, brothers and sisters. Some of these things, again, that they've been hidden from you, but the sun is not a ball of fire. It's an electric. They shoot out. It's plasma. Is what you ever heard of a plasma cutter? Plasma you can cut, right through steel like butter. Okay, so ionized, deionized gas. This is, brothers and sisters, this is radiation. Okay, when this radiation penetrates our atmosphere, the magnetosphere, it's not good. It's beautiful to see these auroras, but this is not a good thing. This is mean that we're taking a pounding, and that our fields are getting, the magnetosphere are being penetrated by this radiation, solar radiation, ionized, deionized gas, plasma, okay? It's pretty to see, but it's showing that our field's strength of the magnetosphere is being penetrated and is failing, okay? So if you'll study this cycle, you'll see that we have what is known as these compression events, because when the sun shoots out regular solar flares, this releases, like heat, it expands our atmosphere. Remember, Tesla said, I can grab energy right out of the atmosphere. He was talking about our ionosphere, okay, brothers, sisters? Okay? He was talking, remember, they said the upper ionosphere has collapsed, and now they can grab energy right out of the ether, brothers, sisters. So, corona crown becomes the flu-like symptoms. Cool. Well, that's scientific name, corona for the common cold. So this solar energy, brothers, sisters, expands like heat expands. So does ice. Ice cubes expansion through heat and cooling process, but the expansion of regular solar flares, regular coronal mass ejections, some filament releases, the solar wind just blasting us with a coronal hole stream is going to heat and blow this expansion of this protective layer. So when we go into the solar minima, up here, remember we have the solar maximum, the solar minima, this protection around our rock is going to shrink and put us closer to the sun. So nothing's happened to the sun. We have become closer. The atmosphere shrunk down. Think about a torch. If you lit a torch, you lit that torch and that fire, right? That fire and that flame that you're going to see, it's going to start out very orange because there's a lot of particulate in the flame of the torch, very orange. The higher that heat is turned up. Now, magnetism dissipates when it gets hot. You can take a magnet, throw it in a fire, have a High Desert Faith and Truth Ministry stream, and it's going to be a few hours, and then take it out. It's not magnetic anymore. It's lost its magnetism. So we can actually track magnetism at our rift zones, right? We can, like in pottery, they can go back in time and tell how much the magnetism was on this rock, okay? They have many ways through the strata data, through paleoclimatology, to see, again, these compression events that happen on this rock, which are affected by this magnetism. Like in the 1800s, we had a compression event so strong that it literally pushed the water, like it says in the firmament, below our feet up. They don't want to talk about the 1800s. History has been erased, okay? But like taking a toothpaste tube and opening it up and then rolling that out, it's squeezed out literally stories, some 2, 3 stories, 10, 20, hundreds, thousands of miles were covered still to this day. It took a long time to dig out. There are still literally buildings today that they literally took and punched in, another, oh, man, we got to get to the store and get some more. This got 2 stories got covered and they just punched the door in right here. You can go back in this paleoclimatology is the data layer of the strata layers like an ice cream sandwich, and in places in the 1800s, because we had this compression event, we had what was called mud volcanoes, not hot magma spewing of rock, but literal this liquefaction of the little dirt rock, which it came out hot, but not like molten magma, and it spewed out all this liquefaction of this. This happened is this, we actually at this time, when I study this event, because they don't make this very easy to find. If you go look at the record hail right now, they've got it listed right at about 8 to 9 pounds. Brother, sister, I found in this compression event, because when compression happens, it releases more solar radiation, which causes the excitement of cloud nucleation, which creates another layer of moisture in our atmosphere. And I was looking at these hail events that had been happening through cycles. I've been studying this for decades, multiple decades, okay? And when I found this event, this didn't coincide with some stuff that I remember reading multiple times about the 1800s, about how they'd had these basketball-size hail. Because the record shows right now it's about, right around 9-pound hail. They call this gale or gorilla hail, like near, cantaloupe size hailstones. This just happened again. I just seen another massive hail event. Okay. So this event happened because it compressed our atmosphere, which caused more cosmic radiation. No, solar. I don't do this universe thing. It caused more solar radiation that came from our sun star plasma, ionized, deionized, which caused more water in our atmosphere. It shrunk down. And in the 1800s, there was basketball size. So I don't know the actual weight because it doesn't list a weight. But in these records that I can find through studying, I see that this basketball size hail leveled wooden cities. Oh man, I gotta plug in my phone. Aren't I? I let it go. Is there a point to this? Yeah, get out of here. If you can't see it by now, please leave. You're a child, and I don't need you in here. Stop interrupting the chat with your nonsense. Be quiet and shut the hell up because there's a whiteboard. Don't interrupt the classes I'm teaching with your nonsense. Don't ask stupid questions, and you won't. Don't play stupid games. And you won't get stupid prizes. So, all right. Anyway, so this again, this compression event in the 1800s caused more nucleation, the formation of moisture, brothers, sisters, in our atmosphere. Okay, the solar system. And all right, so let's get these idiots out of here. We'll just see you know them by their fruit. Let's get Guitar Hero out here because he thinks everything is a game. And moderators take care of any interruptions in the teaching. I got a whiteboard lesson, so leave your shit at the door, 2 girls in a cup, and come in here as a dry sponge if you want to learn something. You can't teach the teacher if you think you know everything, and I'm not saying I know everything, but I'm trying to tell you these events that have happened in past, of events that happen. If you want to interrupt, just moderate anybody that's not on subject. So we're talking about this compression event, okay? I appreciate those who have an ear to hear and an eye to see, okay? Big duck bets. Duck you, man. Duck somebody you love. I'm in Oregon, so this is, Oregon Ducks, so I don't do the football thing. So, but anyways, this compression event, brothers, sisters, this compression event, if you can think about it, is like this, look, if you take a magnet, this is very old technology, okay? Very old technology. If you took a circular magnet, which is the Hadron Collider, and they didn't even have neodymiums at the time, I believe in the 1800s. So if you took a magnet and you wrap this with copper wiring around and around and around this magnet, and you spun this in a circle, rotation very important, it would create what is known as this toroidal field. Like a donut, this shape of what is known as the tora. This is this like a donut that expands through magnetism, through heat, or not in our atmosphere. Part of this expansion. I don't do spinning balls. I don't do flat. I don't do round. Okay, so don't start talking about shapes. Please don't interrupt by telling me the world is flat or it's round or none of that. I don't want to care who's, pan god flute you're blowing or whatever band camp or whatever, whatever peg you're shoving in somebody's square hole. It doesn't, round peg in a square hole. Remember, don't fit in here. You're not going to fit by talking about shapes. You'll interrupt the lesson and we won't be able to learn. So you want to play your Fraggle Rock, puppet on a string, one bet, I'm not going to have it. Be a child and go somewhere else. This is a lesson. It's an 18 and adult stream only. So if you can't see this, that's not my, I'm not trying to change you. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. So with this toroidal field, remember the Hebrew language was created off of this value, frequency, resonance, wave. If you actually took the Hebrew language and each one of these, remember, like a yod or letters has frequency and value and resonance. That's how they can move megalithic structures by sound waves. Little lift things that we can't lift with our technology today have already been built using sound. It's not rocket science. The thing that I think that they're so scared of is if you use the same technology, brothers and sisters, you can actually separate silver from the rock itself. And you could create, which takes a massive amount of energy through either chemicals or heat or different ways to process. So you could just use energy and separate the silver from the Is there any silver in here? Save silver, save lives. This is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, brothers. Says I can't find my little stupid USA flag one, but this is what kills more people than the oil itself. This is in all the circuitry of every machine, war machine. Come on, World War II. You don't think they've had robotic technology? You don't think they've had satellites? You don't think every switch, every circuitry is going to have a little bit of a normally silver. It's the most conductive, most reflective element. It's the most widely used. They use this in medicine. I'm not giving any medical advice. It was antimicrobial, like a copper, handle on a doorway. If you're born with a silver spoon in your mouth, they put 5,000 in these. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets. They do already in monster boxes. 5,000 in the tip of a smart missile to land it on top of your head. Maybe if you're in Afghanistan or Iraq, maybe right here in the U.S., they'll use these against the American public. I'm not sure. Maybe if you save silver, maybe it takes 4,999 of these and they can't make that cruise missile. Bam! Just like that. Save silver, save lives. I'm not talking about for a monetary metal. I'm talking about so you don't drop this on somebody's head. There's only actually 8 ounces. If you took all the surface silver on this rock and you divided it all out like socialism. Stoner's got 3 bikes. Okay. And who's got 1 ounce here? Oh, hey, Mark doesn't have a bike. Who else doesn't have a bike? Hey, Mark's going to get a bike because socialism. That means we're going to spread out all the wealth. So 8 ounces per person if you divided it up on the surface silver of between the populace. So do you have 8 ounces? Remember, that's the God's ratio. It comes out of the ground every time they find. It's a byproduct of base metals, or copper, zinc. It comes up with like gold. For every 1 ounce of gold, you'll pull 8 ounces of silver with it. So anyways, yeah, if you save silver, you might be able to keep it from dropping on some Iraqi child, shock and awe. Maybe you'll be the shock and awe this time. They're going to drop one of these on you? Yeah, silver. How many of these did they put in? Do you know what a monster box is? How many ounces of it is a monster box of silver? So if you save silver, are you a buffalo farmer? These are the kind of buffalo that don't require any feeding. They don't bark or bite, and they don't run around. Somebody might take them from you, but remember, even gold and silver, there's no third-party risk. You feel like I can't stay on subject long enough to make a point. Well, get out of here, PX. Goodbye. Moderate PX. They cannot concentrate like orange juice. O.J. Simpson, the guy with the glove, the guy tried to get his stuff back, or the guy that went down the road at the speed of... Oh, and then you get a love of Lucifer. So get out of here, you child. You're LOL. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Get out of here, PX, like Portland. Trailblazers. All right, you're not a trailblazer. You're an idiot. So anyways, the expansion of this magnetism, brothers, sisters, they use and spray our atmosphere for solar radiation management. They also spray nano silver, which excites cloud nucleation, okay, in our atmosphere. Silver iodide. Look at the cloud seeding is not a new thing. Remember, to sow seeds means to broadcast. So welcome to a High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast. If you can't concentrate, just leave. If you got the attention span of a fly, leave. If you think this is a religious channel, leave. If you're not paying attention to this, leave. We just absolutely got rocked our magnetic canopy protection with no energy coming near, minimal energy coming from the sun. This is exactly what every one of these governments is preparing for. And you're just going to get lost or left out. Hey, maybe you'll get in your millimeter bubble wave so you can get protection from the sun. They did this on a cycle for thousands of years. They knew that these super cycles, and they got into holes. There's chasms underneath our feet that have been megalithic cities, right? Well, near underneath it's easier to go ahead and build a castle by digging out the earth, right? The rock underneath your feet is not the earth. So, but the rock underneath your feet, than it is to build a castle, correct? No, there's no such thing as astral projection, Mark. Get out of here. Stop it. You're making an ass, like you think there's ass antichrist. There's no astral projection. Stop it. You sound like some of these Reiki idiots. So, gotta go, Mark. No telling lies. No telling fortunes. There's no such thing as genie is an Arab demon. A fairy is a Celtic demon. So there's no astral projection. What the hell is this all about? I hear people say this, and that's fine. Go ahead. Think you can come outside your body. You sound like Lazarus, who was raised from the dead, huh? Move on. Go somewhere else. All right. So that's interesting. I've always felt they call to bunkers and dugouts. Okay. Well, listen, duck, try not to use the word bunker. If you can call it an ark or a shelter. Remember, Noah archived how many animals? 3, not 2, and then 2 for how many unclean, how many people have forgotten the whole Noah. Remember, he said it'd be in the days of Noah as a return. They were going on like nothing was happening. partying and building and giving unto marriage and going to take buy a Tesla, just like today, same thing, nothing. Then boom, like a thief in the night, it came upon him, right? In the night, watch, night. Okay, we're going to move on to the lesson. Yeah, well, that's what they are. Remember, they've been digging these, right? Ducks with the taxpayer's body for, body, slave labor, taxation, and taking it and digging since the 80s. Underground cities, this is not new news. And then we got Mr. Boring with this company that fuses literally the dirt together to form a glass hole that cannot be penetrated, obviously, through water, because it's glass together. They don't actually take anything out. It takes all that rock and pulls it and fuses it together to create a glass hole below. As is above, millimeter bowls, millimeter waves, so is below. Trump millimeter waves and stinky muskrat glass holes. As is above, so is below. Millimeter waves and stinky glass holes. So they're doing this, brothers and sisters. They've been boring into this nuclear fusion hogs, was what they were called in the 80s, preparing for a cycle where they knew the sun would eventually crush the magnetic canopy, and that's why they started. If you notice, it doesn't matter which, we all fight these wars, right? We all fight these wars, no matter which country. They put on these wars because war is very, very profitable. And when they put on these wars, what it does is it creates, let's go ahead and put this on here. Man, we're not keeping this together very well. Okay, they put on these wars, right? They sell bullets and they sell band-aids. Like, Hitler was Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row and was put into, to create this fake, we found alien technology. There's no such thing as aliens. He was given tech. This is Tesla tech. They've had this tech for a long, long time. This, what they call an LHC, or their Large Hadron Collider they have in Switzerland, which is supposed to be the largest known man infrastructure. What is it? How many miles is it in Switzerland, right? And that's where they meet. Davos. They're not hiding out in Bohemia Grove anymore, are they? We don't live in that age. So what this LHC does, this is not about smashing atoms together. Okay? This is about taking and creating a magnetic canopy, which they said they can create this magnetism. And it's not just in Switzerland. They have these hadron colliders placed on the ley lines throughout this rock. What this LHC, and if you notice this CERN, no need for concern, they have 666 in their logo, right? They've got Shiva on the outside of they did their pit rituals when they opened up the pit to the tunnels into the, right? They're not hiding this. The LHC, which is called a Large Hadron Collider, creates a magnetosphere, where actually if you go on the magnetometer, there's these graphics that we have, you can see when they turn on these teleelectron volts, when they start pulsing, right? This is what they do. They create these electron volts where it creates a magnetism canopy and it affects the magnetism. They actually get this so strong sometimes. If you look at the magnetogram, when it shows a picture of this rock, as this energy comes from the sun, it peels back. Sometimes it causes this backside of our magnetism to collapse in, and this energy from the sun comes in back behind our magnetism, which is a very strange occurrence that happens because they can collapse this magnetosphere and the sun from the energy will come in from behind. Very unique thing to actually your mind to process on how this is even possible. So they create what is known as this toroidal field by spinning. What is the LHC? Go look at it. It's a big ass magnet wrapped with, and they spin. Listen to this spinning. This is nonsense. What they're doing is they're creating a magnetic canopy, brothers and sisters. No, there's no Earth rotation slowing down. That is not happening. Yes, they spoke about that. And yes, if you did look, they actually said that that it reversed, remember? Which if you read the article, people don't read any, I'm not saying you didn't, the peer-reviewed journals, it said that the rotation of our core is slowing. It actually said it reversed, but it was all been debunked. Remember, that's when they had that earthquake in Turkey. How many people died that day? Remember that day? If you put two and two together, I don't forget nothing. Like a stinging elephant, not some demo crip or a bloodbakin. Try the lamb. You get tired of this donkey show and elephant. Seriously. So Cussing makes me angry. Can you stop saying bad words? Because I'm 22 years old. Well, get out of here, Vincent. Go fuck yourself, okay? I don't care about what you think. I'm not here to make friends or be nice. I apologize. It's not what goes in a man that defiles him or what comes out of him. So, pound sand, go somewhere else. I don't care. Go see Brother Jim Brown at Grace Truth Ministries. He won't curse. I didn't curse until I was SWAT rated by the state of Oregon for standing up for your constitutional rights. So, pound sand, I don't care. Jimmy Crack Corn, your master's dead to me. You live in a corn nation. There's corn syrup and cornado, and they probably put yellow pancake and spray us with that too. Hey, that's part of this corn Julio ritual with their nano program that they got going too. But let's not think about any of that either. Nano is not new technology, brothers and sisters. It's been around since time and millennia. But anyways, your nano gods are going to get a whole school bus load of nano Miss Frizzle nano drones up your nanos. But so you can't hide from this. But anyways, we'll just do that for sake, conversation, dialect is tongue. So there's no such thing as speaking in tongue. So if you take this looks like the very front of that Hadron Collider. You'll notice they wrap this magnetism with copper and they spin this. It creates what is known as a toroidal field. Okay? A toroidal field. Now, I'm a constitutionalist. I only have one right left. This is my First Amendment. So I'm going to use it until they either kill me or if they've already tried or till Father, my day of death's already written. I'm not under this idiocracy, this corporate law bullshit. I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances. I'm not sovereign. There's only one sovereign. That is I am. He is obviously not with sin. He can't. It's impossible. Remember Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Paul said we have that inner man, that one that is blameless, cannot sin. without. Oh, no, we got to pay the phone bill. Darn it. So, all right, I pretty should be good for the end of the day. So, here we go. We got another somebody who wants me to take drugs. Watch. Hey, Robert, you think I'm schizophrenic, so you want me to take drugs, right? That's your final resort. You want me to lay down just like the government, and they want you to put you to bed, right? Biggest drug dealer on this rock. So I think Robert must work for the government. Well, then what is the problem? How do you know? Are you CLEAT certified and how to identify mental illness? Council of Law Enforcement Education attorney, do you have any prior law enforcement? Do you have a 12-year doctrine? Where's your doctrine from there, Robert? Where did you get your medical doctrine? So obviously it's psychiatry, sociology, sociology, right? You're a psychiatrist. So you're handing out free medical, psychological evaluations. Let me ask you, because I'm sure some other people would want to get a free psychological mental. You can do that so quickly. What are you certified in? Where'd you get your medical doctrine at? And how do I identify that I'm schizophrenic? So anybody else want Robert will just speak up, and I'm sure you just say one thing and he'll just give you a free psychological mental evaluation right here. No charge. Don't cash out him unless he wants pay, and I'd be careful because I don't know if this guy truly has a doctrine, and where he did his 12 years of study field line. I'm not sure. He probably is just some scam artist who's trying to scam you, get you to lay down, get you to take drugs. He said no, but the government, remember, you're a bad man if you don't stand on the X, and he's got the damn 5 memorized. So, all right, come on, speak up. Anybody else would like a free psychological mental evaluation? I don't know where this line of studies. I'm rude. Well, guess what? He said, if you're loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. I rebuke doctors. You're a fucking criminal. You know that? With your scamdemic partake, did you get paid for that PCR test? Why don't you tell these people what remdesivir is and hydroxychloroquine? I'll give you a little hint. Malaria. Speak up, doctor. You would know these things. Tell them about virology. Let's see if you're a virologist, right? You know anything about virology? Tell people the 3 autoimmune responses. Robert, speak up, doctor. Speak up. What are the 3 autoimmune responses in the body? Autoimmunity, virology. You have horrible advocacy in virology, remember? Here, just take the tip. Here, honey, have just the tip. I'll give you just the tip. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Let me give you just the tip. And remember, efficacy, what does that mean? Start defining something. You don't act like a doctor. We had one of you fake doctors in here yesterday. A doctor knows shorthand. At least you could type a little quicker. Your degree gave you some of those skill set. You have none. No, I don't have it all figured out, Logan. Get out of here, child. I'm always in a study mode, okay? I'm still learning. Okay, so you can't answer the 3 autoimmune responses. You're a medical doctor, or maybe you're not, because you've never told me where your line 12-year field study is. And then I ask you about autoimmunity, and you can't answer anything. So one more time, and I'll move on. Yeah, I know, because you don't get it. Some of you guys are watching, like, watch, this guy says he's a doctor. If a doctor knew, you know, to virology, which they did get some in their 12 years of studies, they would know some of these basics of our autoimmunity and how our process of the body works. So we'll see if this is a doctor or if there's somebody just trying to get me on drugs like the government wants me to lay down, put me to bed, and go take out this farm guy to farm me out to some specialist. 16 years, you bum. Okay, well, you still can't answer the question, Robert, so I think you're some bum. If you're so wealthy and you're so rich, did you get paid for the PCR test as a doctor? Did doctors get paid for a positive PCR test blown up, which does not isolate the CV? One is A, right? AI, one is A, I is 9. The CV19, right? AI, oh, Corona, CV19, AI. Okay, whatever, come on. You're looking like a scam artist. You're so wealthy. Tell these people about virology. Teach this class something. If I am doing a horrible job, then teach somebody here. There's no such thing as conspiracy theory. And Evan, you work for the Central Intelligence Agency, which is cloaked the term CIA. You're a trained operative. You're just like this fake doctor who should know what a virus is, because that's the first one of 3 of autoimmunity, but can't even speak up. Well, no, think about it, Ham. Think about it, Ham, what I'm saying. No, you're not a doctor, Evan. You're another scam artist. Again, you're a doctor. Yeah, you're not. What's your field line of study? You going to want me to lay down and take drugs too? Speak up there. Who's this other one? We're having some fun, guys. We're just taking a break. I'm leaning over because my back's getting a little pinch on my back here from a sciatica. So where did Robert go? Robert called me a bum. So you tell me, Evan, what are the 3 autoimmune responses? He's a doctor in a short film. He's Doogie Howser, guys. You guys, hey, we're just addressing the trolls. We got to take a break. We got to feed the trolls. It's part of the ministry. We do this. You'll have to take up the moderator, Lady and Rich. He's the one I have to feed the trolls. You got to feed the trolls. Just part of the algorithm. So we do this. It wouldn't be any fun if I never addressed you guys. This isn't college. Okay, whatever. You know what? You're laughing at other people. You're a sick, twisted fuck. You know that, Evan? You're finding, if you think this is causing me pain, you're laughing. You're that emoji, the stupid smiley face emoji like Walmart. You fucking derive your pleasure from it. So guess what, brothers, sisters, what doctors? What's the third leading cause? Third leading cause of death in this country? Fucking doctors, brothers, sisters, malpractice. So good for you, Evan. You're a death machine. You know that? That's what you do. Nobody's cussing at you. Get the fuck out of here. Seriously, I apologize. That the fuck is a pluck the Yubo. You don't know your historical record. They used to cut off their bird, flipping the bird. A Yubo, the yew tree, they would pluck it with their middle finger to draw the string. So get out of here. It doesn't make it right because I curse. I know that. Whatever, it is what it is. Let's see if these doctors know anything. You heard about cursing and they just whacked. How many trillion people just disappeared off this rock because of the greatest jab ever? You know, cover your face, put a face diaper on. These people say they're doctors. The most disgusting, filthy people next to veterans are doctors. They all got paid for the PCR test. They all got paid for the remdesivir, the hydroxychloroquine. They all got paid to put them on respirators. They all got paid to pay these people, tag them as a CV death. They got paid all along the way. So I think doctors are the most filthy thing. They are the third leading cause of death. So you trust a doctor, that's your problem. You're going to go to a bunch of sick people. They're not bad to sew your leg on, brothers, sisters. I'm not saying I have this field line of study. Okay, but they're not going to, ND is different than an MD. And I don't think these people are any close to doctors. I have complete certification on how to identify mental illness. Remember, this first was brought up because somebody said I was schizo. People don't like the truth. They want to tell you you're racist or something's wrong with you. You need to take some drugs. Lay down on a couch, go talk to a psychiatrist, and take drugs. So let's see if you're going to run on and cry at a doctor the second you need one. No, Robert, you're an idiot. How come I didn't go to the doctor after being grenaded in the face? How come I've suffered a concussion? How come I've suffered a stroke? How come I was bleeding on the live stream? How come I almost woke up 3 days ago, literally choking, which many people die in their fucking sleep by respiratory or heart failure, which you fuckers bring on with your stupid fucking scripts that you farm people out because you're not even a specialist anymore, are you? No, that's all you got. At least a midwife or old times, they come to your home and tell you how to stay healthy. Fucking MDs don't care about health. That's ND. They just want you to go get the script, farm you out to the other guy so you can get the script and get the side effects so you guys can all make money. Fuck doctors. So you're not a doctor. You can't even answer virology. You're a scam artist just trolling, and you can go somewhere else. I'll get rid of you, Robert. You don't have 16 years of field study. You know, I'm not a doctor, but I learned what doctors learn. I've had 30 years of studying. At 18 years old, I joined the military, the delayed entry program, became a military police. I have a training in first response. You know, I'm the person who's going to put your fucking body back parts, your, you know, intestines back in your gut to either the paddy wagon or the, you know, the cherries and the amber shows up, or amber, red, and, you know, not cherries and blueberries. That was me, the cop. I'm going to put your body parts back in, and hopefully the paddy wagon won't haul you off, or I got to call the coroner. You know, I have first response. Again, a doctor, brother, says, I'm not talking about, you know, an emergency doctor, they're going to sew your leg back on. These people do give two licks of a shit about your health. That is to be called an ND, a nutritional doctor, and they hate, MDs hate NDs. They literally whack NDs because they won't stay in business if they keep you healthy. So all doctors are horrible, disgusting, filthy slime bags who got paid for a scamdemic, who got paid for the PCR tests, which was not an isolation of the actual virus itself. So you're an idiot. So Robert, I'm going to ask you one more time, and then I'm going to moderate you out of this chat. I only asked you 2 times, and I'm not supposed to even sup with vipers. Remember, you put the sticker in? Tell me the 3 autoimmune responses, or leave now, because you are now a scam artist. You're what would be called a daemonion or a destroyer. You're a bully. You're a Nephilim. I don't think you have any field of study. You would have already asked me. You know, no, you wouldn't ask me. You would answer the question about the 3 autoimmune responses. So you, Evan, get the fuck out of here too. You're not no doctor either. You both could answer the questions, and I make you look like you're children, like you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, well, Daniel, I know, but that does study. That's part of their line of study, Daniel, correct? It's not like they got 12 fucking years to study. They don't study a little ND. Autoimmunity. Virology. They know about these things. So, Robert, he called you a biblical giant. How do you respond? No, it's not biblical giant. Proctor, you're an idiot. And Gamble. Nephilim, it doesn't mean giant. You're a fucking idiot too. Stop spreading your blasphemies. By definition, you are a Nephilim. And an idolater because you believe your own bullshit. And you're spreading your bullshit amongst this chat because you don't have any definition of the word Nephilim. Doesn't have to do with how tall somebody is, idiot. Grow up. Stop mixing truth with a lie. Father hates when we do this. The word Nephilim means bully, not giant. Anunnaki is giant. Stop being an idiot. Stop spreading blasphemy. No, giant is not Anunnaki. Bullshit, stoner, you too. You know better than that. So, where you at, Robert? You get one more chance. Evan, pound sand, just leave too, because you're not no doctor. I know you're not. You're just a coattail rider. So, one more time, and we'll get on with the lesson. We got to address the trolls. It's what we do. Apologize for the cursing. Thousands of hours. Go see Jim Brown. No cursing over there. Nephilim means giants. No, it doesn't. Daniel, you're out of here. Broccoli, you're out of here. You don't. Nope. Never come back here again, Broccoli. You're a junkie, and I give you scripts to save lives. Robert was told again, one time, last time, to give me the 3 autoimmune responses and can't answer the question. So does anybody believe that Robert is a doctor? He holds a medical doctrine. He went through 12 years of schooling, studied obviously the inner bio, you know, that we have inside our body, our system, all the way down to the circulatory system. Maybe, again, remember the number one leading cause of death is what? Heart disease. How do you think this happens? No, you didn't spend any time. So does anybody think that, so Jared doesn't think you're a doctor, Robert. You couldn't even ask, once again, the 3 autoimmune responses. You would answer that so quickly. Stoner, Anunnaki is not giant. I'm going to make you leave, Stoner. I'll take your fucking wrench from you if you pass this bullshit. Yes, it is. Anunnaki is giant, not Nephilim. See, we ride each other hard, you know, and he knew I wasn't going to do that too. Look, I would take my moderator's wrench away from them if they were lying. Anunnaki is giant, not Nephilim. So don't start adding truth to a lie. Thanks, Stoner, for keeping it straight. So, all right, George Clooney was more of a doctor. Okay. Okay, so Robert says I'm uneducated. Obviously, Robert, let's give this Robert one more chance. Let's just see if Robert has any chance. We'll try to give this person, because he said love is patient. We're only supposed to do like 2 times. And I should have fired Robert out of here already. Robert, last time, tell the class, since there's a whiteboard, stop interrupting. Now you're being rude. 2 girls in a cup, leave your shit at the door. How can you come in and teach the professor if you think you know everything? So, Robert, what? You could have done this on freaking Google, DuckDuckGo. You had enough time to use your stupid computer to look this up. You're a fraud. Tell the class, whether you're a troll or not, last time, what is the 3 autoimmune responses of a body? Because this has everything to do why a doctor wears a mask during surgery. So either speak the fuck up or shut the fuck up. Use your 5th Amendment. You have the right to remain silent. Everything you say will and do be used against you. You can leave the can, kick the fucking can down the road. It's irrelevant. It does not mean a single thing in your Miranda rights. Oh, can be used against you? Really? So come on, Robert. Everybody's looking at you. They wanted a free psychological melody. You're really disappointing the class. I apologize for the cursing, because I think some of these people really thought they were going to have a free psychological mental evaluation. So this is his response. I'm a doctor. Well, you're a scam artist, like all these other scam artists that front as doctors who don't give a crap, you know, about the body. So you don't know autoimmunity. You know, or let's ask him one more question, since he's supposedly a doctor. Tell me, Robert, how long does it take to bring a vaccination to market? We'll get him out of here. Okay, Robert, I'm going to ask, let's see, this is, any doctor could answer this. Robert, how long does it take to bring, you know, a vaccination, you know, a jab or whatever you want to call it, to market? 6 months. Now we know we're scam artists. Can anybody else help this idiot here? Moderate, Robert, moderators, Stoner Connection, get this idiot out of here. This is bullshit. This person is a complete scam artist. We got him now. He couldn't even tell us about virology. We'll teach. If anybody, can anybody answer these questions for me? Can anybody teach Robert? Okay, Samuel, but how many years? There's short, medium, and long-term trials. Moderate Robert. I don't want Robert to hear this. He's a scam artist. And it's not a doctor. He wants you to put you to bed, make you take drugs, get you on some Adderall or Methicin American. Go to your Methicin American cabinet. So please moderate Robert. If I do it, okay, Robert's gone. Okay, guys, can anybody tell me what the 3 autoimmune responses are in the body? If you push yourself, you don't get enough sleep, and take too much toxins, you know, you drink too much, your body naturally has a process of removing the toxicity in your body. This is called autoimmunity. T-cell dominant. And an attack. Okay, cool. So we're not, look, guys, we'll just call it theory first, because I'm not a doctor, but I'm a first responder. I've been CLEAT certified in how to identify mental illness in law enforcement. Shit, they don't even care if somebody has a hearing disability now. They'll shoot you dead. What if you're a patient and your caretaker gives you the wrong medicine? That could happen, right? Oh, we're not going to put that in. We're not going to even account it. Bam! He didn't listen to me. So I take this very seriously. I take doctors very seriously, because these are the people here that are supposed to be helping us, not giving us vaccinations and causing us to have side effects that are far superior to the actual pain that we're suffering. Oh, I got some a rash or something from a skin irritation. Well, the side effects are heart murmurs, you know, death. You know what? You know, look at some of these side effects. You know what I'm saying? So the three autoimmune responses that we have are caused from a stressing of our system. And when something is toxic to us, our body creates a highway of liquid, whether it's snot, mucus, diarrhea. I don't care what it is that you think that will push that. Remember, a toxicity will become like an infection, from what is it? The three autoimmune responses. That's right. Duck, because Apollyon is the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. And give yourself shingle. There we go. Robert, could you provide me with a sick note? Samuel wants a sick note from school from the doctor. Okay. I think Evan took off too. So can anybody, and again, I will tell you, because this is why it's important to me to talk to you about this pneumonia. I didn't stop this ministry, this pause, for no reason. They did a respiratory virus. The common cold is called corona. The scientific name for the common cold, which is a respiratory corona, respiratory, right? It's part of our respiratory system, right? Why are you bringing this up? Well, this isn't very important, so you know what they're doing here. I, as a first responder, again, I have a pretty extensive studying on how this body works and how I am to respond in a situation, an emergency. Also, as I study for 30 plus years, nutritional doctrine, right? Medical doctrine, autoimmunity, virology. These guys going to get limited to this box of 12 years and then they go after dollars. I actually choose BIS over, I chose time to chase time. And with my leftover time, I could trade it for BIS. And that's how it's given me the ability to know what many doctors know and what they don't know. Because they learn what's in a box. So are you saying you're smarter than a doctor? Well, I have generally more study than most doctors. I have 30 years of study. That's why I stand down and say, Brother Jim Brown has 47 years on me. I have 3 decades. He's got nearly 7. He's in his 80s. Okay. And he makes me look almost not uneducated, but definitely like I could obviously stay in the Word and keep studying. Like Brother Jim is always in a study mode. So to be 100% truthful, aletheia with you, I used to sit there and listen to somebody's bull crap for hours if I had to get that one little tidbit of information that was truth. I'd listen to the 99 of their lies to get that one little, because I could use that, thousands of hours of study, it might connect with something later. And if I missed it, I didn't listen to their bull crap, I might have to wait another 10 years to get that little tiny piece. I consider it like a puzzle piece, like some people, they might need 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces to a puzzle. Maybe we got a picture of a barn and a tree, or whoa, man, and we got these pictures of these, this image. It might take people 1,000 pieces of that puzzle to see what I now call as the bigger picture, right? Well, some people might only need maybe half of that, maybe 500 pieces. And they go, I start to see the lid of this part. I see this, they start putting these pieces together and seeing what I call the bigger picture. Well, a reconstructionist, the beautiful thing about reconstruction is it teaches us how to fill in these blanks, almost like an algorithm could compute. Well, where some of us might only need, I said 5,000, like 500. Some of us might be able to, because of the reconstruction, be able to fill in the blanks. It doesn't mean we're always right. That's what I'm telling you. I would listen to 99% of people's bullshit to get that one truth from him or her or blog or whatever, because I knew it was worth it, because I didn't have to, that one piece of the puzzle could have been the deal breaker for me. That might have been in the difference between 99 and 100 and me seeing the bigger picture. So, that's why I used to be so patient, as I'm not anymore into my older age. And I hardly listen to anybody's bull stuff anymore on the things that I have 100% studied and know to have done my, scientific method, triplication, always at least to dispute the known with theory. Okay. Looking at both sides. So I don't just stroke my own ear, to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees, not too close, not too far. Actually, history is not written in a book because he gets to write the victor gets the stories, the spoils, and writes the book. He gets left out. There's a right and left side of history, and that is not reality, falls right down the middle. He's telling you about his victory, and he doesn't get to say a single word. Well, there is out. This guy's a lot harder to find, his story. He gets left out of history. See, the reality falls more down between the two, like distinguishing the forest from the trees, or be able to read between the lines. So discern all these things for yourself. Go take what I say and find the opposition and then put them together, and you might actually come with a better, see, I'd rather have his story and his story so I can make a better definition of what is really going on. Not in the book. That's one-sided. He gets left out. Really hard to find this side of history. So I'll listen to a lot of crap before to get to the truth, is the word aletheia. So how did you come to this understanding? Well, I took, instead of chasing tail and fame or fortune, I chose to chase time, which that I could then trade without being taxed for bis knowledge. And so I'm always still studying, just so you know. It doesn't mean that, yes, you seek always and don't believe. Yeah, believe is an action word. So it's not it's a verb. Faith is a noun. We must put legs on our faith. He said, endure to the end to be saved. To the end. I don't know how many rotations you think or how this is working, but till the last day you're on this rock, you're supposed to be serving the word. In the beginning was the word. That's why Father makes me do these things. So blessings, brothers, sisters. Let's go back to this ministry. I just want to show you too. What the hell did I stumble upon? Well, you're talking to somebody who's got, always in a study mode. And I really woke up this morning like, man, I got to get something done out here. And I said, no, you need to go over this 923. You need to explain. I apologize for getting long in the tooth, but you should obviously see by now from this lesson that I'm telling you that this 923 executive orders is going to have everything to do, because this is one of their equinox dates. This has been happening for thousands of years. This is probably going to be the most important date in history, back to 9/11. It all relates. So why I talk about these things again is because I allow myself, again, the time Father has blessed me to trade for bis knowledge, so I can gain, not to game others. You're wild. Okay, that's fine. They called Noah crazy for 126 years. Remember in the book of Luke, it never even rained on this rock, and they scoffed at that old man for decades, and then it rained. So you'll be on this side of the door, and I'll already be here in my archive waiting for turbulent times of, seas and the waves will be roaring. So seas didn't always actually mean liquid either. So it's okay. Don't worry about it. We're not trying to change the world here. No worries, Samuel. It's okay. You can go back in the beginning. Remember, I've been doing it for 4 hours. That's all right. But let's go back here, okay? The reason why I bring up this pneumonia and doctors is because they're criminals, brothers, sisters. Doctors are criminals. They all got paid. Malaria, they use hydroxychloroquine, back in malaria. This is a blood thinner, okay? Remember, Trump took the hydroxychloroquine. Chloroquine is like sodium chloride. That's bleach. That's a halogen. Well, it says there are multiple halogens. You have bromine, which is bad for you. You don't want to take. They actually, fluoride is a halogen in all of these. These are, you do not want to put these in your body. You have bromine, you have fluoride, and you have chloride, right? Potassium chloride is what they give you for your third shot to stop your heart on death row. So potassium, that's sodium or salt, right? And then there is iodine, not the oxidized, the rusty colored, but iodine, which is one of those things that's actually good for our body. And our thyroid, we're supposed to fill up. The only way you can get iodine would be out of the ocean or an old ocean, that is now dried up. And that is what obviously protects our thyroid. Everything we drink, eat, breathe goes through that thyroid. And this is one of the protections that we have from our body, like armor. If we keep our thyroid full, it's these other organs inside our body are not going to struggle. So cool. All right, good stuff. Iodine is an amazing source for our body But I warn you of these other halogens that remember, oh, you put fluoride in the kids' water and it's going to make their teeth strong. No, fluoride is a halogen. Okay. And this is something that, remember, they used to roll around in the little carts in school and put that little tray in your mouth of fluoride. Anybody that old? You know? Okay. But again, I'm talking about these certain elements because elements are very important to these people. Stable elements, right, would mean you would die. Your body is in a constant changing process. You would turn into a statue or a corpse if you were stable. So I'm trying to bring your eyes to these elements, why these are so important. Almost like fire, water, air, some of these other elements, they pull these rituals. That's right. I know, Samuel, most people don't have the attention span of a fly. So appreciate these people coming in here. So like I said, you might want to listen to 99% of my bullshit. If you think I'm spewing that, I might put out 1% truth. I don't think, hey, you better discern all things. I think what I'm putting out here, I'm giving you 99 truths. And if I put out a lie, I apologize. I'm trying. That's why I ask you to discern things with the word. Take it with a grain of salt. Okay, there you go. Some potassium, right? So let's go back again. I want to talk about this 923 for some of you guys that have hung in, and maybe I'll do a quick recap because I want you to understand that this weakening of this magnetosphere is everything. It has everything to do with what they're doing, what they're getting ready for, and what they know is to come, because this is all part of this super solar cycle. And again, you'll find all the work of this ministry on the US debt calculator of this. You can go and stop right now, go to the secret window. Okay. And you'll find this secret window will open up this window, and you'll see again that, you know, I've been working on, go back to Truth Viral Television. Somebody drop a link to Truth Viral Television here on YouTube. Please. Now look, there's probably 6 or 7 Truth Viral Televisions. Okay. Go to the oldest one. It's got a blue, it's got my ugly mug. It's the old, it's a shadow ban channel. They took all the subscribers, they took all my view count. They're just minimal, but the channel is still up. Go on to the secret window too as well, okay? And the reason why I want to Truth Viral Television is I talk about these 923 executive orders that were put out during the Obama administration. And then again, all this will relate, okay? Take and open up this secret window, and when you click on this secret, see this? Silver is the secret. It's the bank killer. Like a silver round. If you have eyes to see, hit open, and then I'll show you what opens up on this window. Okay. When you click on this on the US debt calculator, you're going to find that this window is going to open up. Okay. And this is this ministry that I've been creating since obviously the 44th administration. If you'll look on Truth Viral, actually you can go to Truth Viral Television and America Ever After, where we start talking about spraying, you know, and this aerosolic radiation management to try to protect ourselves from this sun, because the government loves you and they're going to spray you with aluminum, because aluminum is like a mirror. If you polish it, you can literally brush your teeth, like in a prison or a jail. You know, they don't have glass mirrors. They can create a shame, but aluminum, you can polish, like the scrubbing of our upper atmosphere as this, you know, celestial wheel goes over the top of ours, would turn that literally and refract the solar radiation, the cosmic, right? No, solar radiation coming from our sun. So get it? The government loves you. They want to give you a 48-hour jab. Remember Mr. Warp Speed with his stinky muskrat? They said $500 billion, which is $500 billion. And in 48 hours, like Mel Gibson and Danny Glover, they're going to create you, not in warp speed, virology. You know, how long does it take to bring something to try? In warp speed, they did it in 8 months. Now they're going to do it in 48 hours. It's a personal fit. Like I've got Velcro, you know, like it's like a Velcro hat. It's a one size fits all. It's going to go in, and whatever is in your body that's bad, maybe cancer, or maybe you got, it's going to go in and fix it for you with AI, because the government loves you and they want to stick you again, not in 8 months that took to bring to trials, which would normally take 12 years. I asked that question, nobody answered it properly, but that's okay. Short, medium, and long-term trials. But in 48 hours, the government loves you. They want to give you the sticker. They want to penetrate your body and give you a personal AI jab that's going to fix, the government loves you and fix everything. Okay? So that has already been passed. They already took the $500 billion. That's half a trillion. And if I came here every day and you met me here and I gave you $1 million a day, it would take me 180,000 years to pay you that back off. So the government loves you. Take the jab. Get the government official sticker, and you can be a good corporate debt slave, and you can be a part of their creating the #1 single selling project, outpacing any real estate deal. Remember, it was the Pfizer jab. So the #1 drug dealer on this rock would be Donald, the creator of the jab, Trump. Uh-oh. Actually, I can't take that call. I'll be on this phone call for too long. It's also the source of life energy on Earth. Well, Earth is the rule, Vegas, so don't say Earth in here. You don't live on a planet. So, again, we don't live on planet Earth. So, oh no, that's the FBI. Yeah, we don't care about the FBI. So, yes, the big farm guy. So they want to fill you out. And remember, it says in Scripture, brothers and sisters, they will be fooled by sorcery. If you look that word up in the lexicon, that is the word pharmakia. 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 Right? Jared? Did you know that? In the Scripture, it tells us that this generation will be fooled by these snakes up a pole, right? Like two snakes up a pole. Their symbol, the cross and the two snakes up a pole, right? The government loves you. The big farm guy, they want to give you the 48-hour jab. Am I okay? No, that's what I asked my son, and I got hit in the face with a grenade. So please don't ask me if I'm okay, because the government might throw a grenade at your face. Don't ask that question. No, Angus, my son is probably dead, lying in a fucking cave somewhere in a gold mine, and my daughter too. I don't have any family. Dark, I'm not being black. Just if you ask a question, don't ask a question that you don't want to get an answer to. So, no, I don't think my son is alive right now at this point. And hey, at least he's not suffering, because the shit that he's been put through because of me, I would not want an apple don't fall far from the tree. So he's had to pay the price for being around me. So I think it's better they grab. So that's part A. Oh, we got a voicemail. So is that the laughing? Anthrax is laughing. He's got the smiley face. He thinks it's funny that my son is dead, laying in a fucking cave, probably with my daughter. But hey, don't worry about it. The government loves you, and they'll treat you with all the most respect if you stand up for your constitutional. Oh, just do what they say. Do what they say. Get back to what you're saying. That's hilarious. What's hilarious there, Julian? That my son is dead. Possibly I'll never see him ever again in my life. Well, the chances of him not being alive are pretty good, because the man that told me he can hide him in a cave, I can't get the law enforcement to go look at the location of where he's at. They say they know where he's at, but they won't go get him. And they have quite the ability to go there with the 40 pounds of silver that was taken from me, from this guy, and well, it's a federal offense to hold or take somebody's passport. So someone said they can hide your family. Exactly. And this is the person I think that they said. And I said, no, you're not going to hide my son. You're not going to take my daughter. We're going to stand and have a stand up, not a standoff. We're going to make them look at the evidence. They don't want to look at it. It is what it is. So, okay. So I'm not going to answer your stupid questions. None of you people are constitutionalists. You're a corporation. You haven't separated yourself and took over a power of attorney of your capital or corporate letter name. And that's not me. I don't operate in commerce. I'm not in all capital letter names. I've already left this corporation. Actually, even put to be placed into witness protection. So to try to help my animals, because they've already grenaded me to the face and tried to kill me and poured their air. You know, they hit me to try to stop my breathing. Obviously, with the 5 tear gas canisters in the face with a grenade to stop me from hearing, and then blinded me with a flash concussion grenade so I couldn't see. So basically, they hit all my senses to try to startle me to come here and kill me. But that didn't work out, because Father's not done with me yet. So, No, Angus, I don't think that's the case, okay? And let me tell you how I think that this man killed my son and my daughter. Well, it is what it is. I have to deal with this. I've been dealing with this every day for nearly a year straight. 1 year ago, 365 to the date, May 29th of 2024, they came out, the state police, and hit me in the face for a grenade. Somebody asked if I was okay. That's all I'd asked, if my son was okay. Well, the reason why I think my daughter is dead and been lured in this and my son is because I think that this man was going to bail my son out of jail. Instead, he lied to me. At that point, he said he had never talked to my son after I had given him a location of my precious metals. Okay. Tommy, shut the fuck up, you idiot. Okay. There was no staged. How about that? Tommy, why don't you go look at the 258 hours of 17 days straight that I pleaded them to look at the evidence. So if you'll pay attention, Tommy, you'll stop looking like such an idiot. There was discovery under the right of suppression of evidence and right of discovery and trial. I created 250, how many hours before the staged raid? They did this yesterday when I talked about this. We did it. You did this again. Remember, you were in here, Tommy, yesterday. Here, let's show these idiots so we can just show them. I guess these people just need to see proof. That's okay. Take a nap or something. Oh, guys, I gotta go. I gotta go to sleep. Denzel said that I have. Yes, Angus, I have it all live streamed. Okay. So what's up with your nose? I have a respiratory problem from breathing tear gas. Maybe we'll grab the tear gas canister over here. And my respiratory, I woke up 3 days ago, thought I was almost choking to death. I mean, I literally woke from a dead sleep, could not get a lung of air because my whole lungs were filled with this. So like if you cry, if you have these, for some reason, this right side of my body, which obviously was bleeding, I suffered a stroke or whatever from, hold on, I gotta let my dogs in. And they gas my dogs too, which sucks. And they hit my dogs with a hearing, they hear like, come on in, boys. I love you, kids. They tear gas my dog. So we'll have a conversation. We can take a pause in this. That's okay. Well, let's go through a little bit. So Tommy will shut the fuck up and these stupid trolls will get the fuck out of here. About, it's not public. It's not public. Fuck you. My son could be dead. And you dumb fucks are going to come in here and say that it's fake. Go fuck yourself. My son could be dead right now. I might not ever see him again. And you got Tommy boy in here with this big old Dumb and Dumber bullshit or whatever they're talking about. So these are the tear gas canisters. There were 5 of these tear gas canisters that were lobbed and shot out all the windows of this cabin. Okay, this is obviously, if you've been in the military or you law enforcement, like an M203, this is attached to, and they didn't even get all of these into this cabin. There are some that hit the window frame pane and also hit the shutter. So shut the fuck up, Tommy. You're going to have to fucking eat your words, you dumb fuck. God damn, these people are fucking lost in space. Father, help me just be a little bit more patient. So let's actually go so we can document that Tommy, in the Circuit State of Oregon. Here's a second search warrant. Here's a search warrant for when they came and took my guns from me under an executive order. They took my guns under extreme risk, not executive extreme risk. This is Donald Trump's red flag gun law, where they came in and took the 2 shotgun and 308 that I had. And here's the property list of the items that were taken. And not very bright, is it? So, but let's go back to the discovery since Tommy wants to be such a fucking idiot. And I'm talking about my son being dead. And nobody's helped me, brother, sister. Not one person has started GoFundMe. Not one person has started a, well, I'm going to help out this veteran. This sucks. His fucking son's kidnapped and he's got to go through all this shit. So let's pull out this stack of paperwork starting. Let's go with my indictment. Do we want to start with a search warrant? Let's start with the search warrant. We'll find the search warrant. We'll go through the original search warrant so you can see where they came in here and they thought they had authorization under an illegal search warrant because they never even looked at the evidence. You got to remember, brothers and sisters, I streamed for 258 hours that I streamed, pleading the state of Oregon and pleading with the state police to not come in here and bring in guns and men with guns that I had all the evidence to prove my son's innocence. I had the right under my Fourth Amendment of the right of self-defense to protect him from legal prosecution. And they were trying to legally prosecute him under this idea that he had not completed all his community service. Remember, I'm just a dad. Now, I'm a veteran, so I took an oath to the Constitutional Republic, the Constitution, or at least I thought this was a Constitutional Republic at the time. I don't see the video where it is. Please, it's on the playlist. I'm from the UK. How's this popped up on my feed? That's awesome, Jake, that it did. At least this is getting out there. So this is a disgusting, filthy country called the Corporation America. Will to treat a United States Army veteran like myself, and you'll have disgusting, filthy swine like Tommy Boy here, who doesn't even pay attention to like OJ concentrate. So here's my counts. Okay, so remember, it's hindering prosecution, interfering with a police officer, right? Hindering prosecution, 2 felony counts, and then I have. Oh, cool. Let's find this warrant. I haven't even gone through this in forever. This is actually the discovery in the case that was given out to me, and it's not all my discovery, which is another right of discovery and suppression of evidence. Like here's a court date that I had to go. You know, these people are idiots. Tommy's a fucking dipshit, dude, trying to be, here's all the Google images of my property where they were flying drones over this. You can see all the special, here's more images of this property here, flying all these drones over the property, wasting all these public's money. All right. Hey, look, here's the special special weapons and tactics warrant signed. Special weapons and tactics warrant signed. Okay. This says this warrant is authorized for SWAT services, including specialized SWAT tools and special weapons and tactic techniques. The search warrant may be executed at any time of the day or night within 3 days of issuance. The warrant is authorized for UAS, signed by the Circuit Court Judge Vandenberg. So here's the actual signing off. Says they can use all their special weapons and tactics. Look at this. Before even looking into anything. Before looking into anything. The evidence, as I pleaded on live stream, said, hey, look at all this evidence. I had all this board completely covered with all Tom, Morgan, the 2 females, the fire chief, all the locations that he went and did all this community service with, all the hours, everything was documented. I have done, I bet you just made that. Okay, Tommy, you're a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. You're just a troll. So we know what, Tommy, you're not causing any of the division. You're a fucking idiot. Here's the actual warrant. Right, here's the warrant with this is fake, right? This is fake with all this here, the search warrant to this property where it calls out for the search of myself and my son. Look, there was a kidnapping, brothers and sisters. This day, my daughter, Adriana Massey, was taken and arrested without warrant. She's not listed on this warrant. I have the discovery under, right? I get all the defendants' discovery in this case. Tommy doesn't know his ass from the hole in the ground, okay? This is the actual warrant. So Tommy should just shut the fuck up. I'll moderate his dumb fucking prick ass again because I only have a First Amendment right. They already stripped me of my second, violated my Miranda rights, my Fourth Amendment, my 12th Amendment, my right to due process. It's been fucking 1 year, brothers and sisters, since they brought a SWAT team out here in this property, shot out all my windows, tear gassed me, hit me in the face with a grenade, and they still haven't done anything. Not even one legal thing has been done. Not one single paperwork has been filed in this case. That is a violation of my Sixth Amendment. So here's your search warrant with the special weapons and tactics. You'll see people like Tommy just cannot figure it out. Okay? Can't figure it out. They just sit there and cause division. They're fucking troll. Okay? So here's my indictment. You get a piece of pink paper when they gave me my indictment. Okay? And I'm a dad just protecting his son. I don't have any fucking a record. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. Maybe a constitutionalist, but I'm using my First Amendment right. Okay, Tommy, somebody moderate Tommy. You're a fucking idiot and go fuck yourself. My son is missing. Either Tommy, make my goddamn Cash App fucking rain or start a GoFundMe or don't you ever come back here again. You're a sick, twisted kind of fucking person. My son could be dead right now. And only by faith do I get up and keep going. You're going to tell me it's fake. I think you guys were trying to pull that with that yesterday. I don't have to prove anything, do you? We're just showing you what's this kind of a sick society that you live in, brothers and sisters, where these people will not accept even you know, here, let's look at what they did to me for asking if my son was okay. There was no threat about it. They executed this warrant. Do you know any of these people? Okay, so let's go to this SWAT raid. Remember, they had 256 hours of me live streaming, which Tommy dumb fuck can go look and go watch through all the hours, but he won't even take any time to look through any of this. Before they didn't call probation and parole, where I called my son's probation and parole and said, hey, before calling John Caligo, his attorney, who told me to document this, I called probation. So there's a phone call that would have prevented a SWAT raid right there. Hey, this is his dad. I was told to call from the attorney. I'm calling to document. This is under the right of discovery, suppression of evidence. Remember, the Trump shooter sat in the bushes for 12 hours. This is called cellular data, cellular evidence. Cellular data evidence would show that my son went with Tom, Dawn, Morgan, right, and the two females to these locations within this community to do all this community service after sitting in jail. One of 5 guys to go to jail for the same exact crime. He's the only one to sit a whole fucking year in jail. And you got this dumb fuck like Tommy coming in here that just doesn't want to accept it. So let's show Tommy, you know, this fake creation of a grenade to my face. Now watch, he'll say the same thing. That's fake. You created it. This is what happens to a dad that's just trying to help his son out. I'm just a dad. Watch what Tommy says. He'll say this is staged. Now I had a beard and I shaved it. The dumb fuck won't even go. Now they're watching this. They're watching this. I'm not threatening violence. I'm going to ask if my son's okay. Watch. Tommy's going to say it's fake. This is how this started. Somebody asked me if I was okay. Okay, there you go. So there you see me get hit in the face. I'm right here where I'm standing. I'm sitting right here and I go to the door, right? I go to the door and just ask if my son is okay. I'm not threatening violence. I'm not grabbing any weapons. Only thing I'm asking, again, because they awoke from a sleep. I already told my son that night that they were coming to do not fight these people. Don't resist. They'll shoot you dead, right? We talked about the thief on the cross. Okay, well, I go to the door. I just woke and notice they're not saying anything. They're not having any I'm not having any conversation with them. Okay. There was no cops. There you yelled at the door. All right, get the fuck out of here, Angus. Let's go ahead and continue to this dumb fucking idiot. Like Angus going to ride the coattail. So let's continue to listen to him. You hear him in the background, Angus? Get the fuck out of here, you idiot, too. Shut the fuck up, Samuel. That's the only thing that kept me alive, you dumb fuck. Get out of here, Angus. Leave now. Get the fuck out of here. You're fried. You're grilled. Leave, Angus. Go.
Nobody has called me. You guys had a call. I've asked. I've requested a call. I've requested how many times? How many times have I requested? I've requested a call. I've requested hundreds of times. No communication from you guys. Nothing from the state police. Nothing from Lake County. This is all being recorded. Just so you know, I'm live streaming. You guys, I've live streamed for hundreds of hours now, trying to get this state of Oregon to call me, trying to get somebody from the state police to call me, trying to get somebody from the feds to call me. Nobody wants to call me. No communication. You can't just serve a warrant. Where's a warrant for what? What's your warrant for? What's your warrant for? This is crazy, guys. I gotta get dressed. I gotta put some kind of clothes on. I've had no communication. You've never called my phone. I've requested. I've made hundreds of phone calls. I've made hundreds of phone calls. Concerning what? What's your warrant for? What is your warrant for? State of Oregon. What is the warrant for? What is your warrant? Why are you on my property? I've requested the state police. I've requested Lake County. It's all on the board, guys. I streamed asking them. They never called me. They were on this board. State police. They drove on my house. They drove by my house. They never stopped and even talked to anybody.
This is my son calling me. They're going to shoot him. Listen, I'm going to shoot my son with his hands in the air.
We're going peacefully, guys. We're going peacefully. We're going peacefully. What happened to my hours being done?
He has that right to know that.
He's going peacefully. My son is going peacefully. You hear him? I'm live streaming, guys.
How many bullets is that?
I'm going to come back to this car. Why is I want to talk to somebody? I want to talk to this. I got dogs in here. What do I do? What's going to happen with my dogs? Yes, laughing matter. Remember all this evidence, guys. I need you to call the state police, and I need you to call John Caligo. Okay? This is stupid, guys. I've live streamed this for hundreds of hours. I'm a little choked.
That tear gas and that grenade starting to affect my hearing really bad. I thought he was dead. Not grabbing for weapons, not being violent.
Thank
trying to talk to him, thinking he's dead on the fucking ground. Stupid with him.
Thank you. Guys, I gotta go. I'm going to want to talk to somebody, please.
They're getting ready to shoot out all the windows in the front of the cabin.
Come on, call me. Come on, the hundreds of hours. Let's talk about the evidence. Let's talk about the evidence that I have.
All right, well, we'll take a break at that. I'm going to take a pause and we'll come in. All this talk about a fake fucking SWAT raid. You know, I don't know how Father has blessed me enough to continue to be able to stand up today after being hit with a concussion grenade, flash concussion grenade. You know, how I'm able to still stand up is beyond me. You know, I thank Father for the blessing to be able to still walk in this flesh, even though it's very much of a struggle. You know, after 1 year and I found this about 6 months. Here is the actual hand grenade from the tear gas concussion flash grenade, right? Tear gas is different. This is the tear gas. Tear gas is meant to be shot into a room and fill the room with smoke, right? Right? Or gas. A concussion grenade does the same thing. It's meant to be thrown into a room. This is actually hand pulled. And then when you see that flash grenade, that literally hit me right in the face. That's why my retina has been scarred. I suffered a stroke and literally on live streaming. Okay. Don't be fucking stupid. Listen, moderators, you have any moderators in here? Moderate these fucking pricks out of here. My son could be dead, literally laying in a fucking cave right now. And people have the balls and the audacity. They don't stand for the Constitution. I do. Remember, I didn't have a criminal record. I'm a dad just trying to help his son by using the right of affirmative defense to protect him. They lobbed 5 of these things. They didn't even get every one of them. Some of them hit the side of the window, seal broke that, and some hit the shutter. So they weren't successful at getting every one of these, but they did. Were able, you'll hear, I'll continue to watch 5. But this is attempted murder or excessive force. I'm a special weapons and tactics trained. This literally, why didn't I cry? Shut the fuck up. Okay, listen, this is meant to be thrown into a room. I'm not sure if you have any special weapons and tactics training, any kind of building entry training. Okay, Tommy, you're out of here. You're a fucking prick. Tell me my son. Tell me where the fuck my son's at. Tommy, tell me where Elijah Werner's at, or get the fuck out of here. Seriously, tell me where Elijah's at. You work for these fucking pricks. You know, I called out the law enforcement officer and told them they know where my son's at. Turns out they knew where he was on camera in February, but he's missing, right? So, Tommy, speak the fuck up. Speak up now. Tell me where Elijah Werner's at. Tell me where my fucking son is at. Because I called the law enforcement, Josephine County, and gave him the location where I think my dead son body or kidnapped is laying. So tell me where that's at, Tommy, because you don't know anything about it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're a sick, twisted fucking piece of shit who does not give a fuck about the Constitution. Moved away, living fine because he didn't want to be a part of a circus. Okay, go fuck yourself. You know, he was going to build a house with me here on this property. His wife came here. We went and got rocks to build the house that he was going to find. We went and looked at the Bowens property. That's where he wanted to find it. Dad, you know what? If we can get this taken care of, I'll go ahead. Actually, his wife, they brought books out here, put him in the shelter. They were already starting the process of moving out here with me. So, yeah, they just wanted to move away. You're a fucking prick. So, go on, Tommy. You can self-moderate yourself. I will, every time you come in here, Tommy boy, you're out of here. His wife is kidnapped as well. My daughter's car was at this man who said he can hide my daughter and son in the gold mines in Josephine County off Mount Creek in Wolf Creek, Oregon. I'm not trying to hide anything. I actually called the state police and said, go get, or the fucking county, and said, please don't shoot my son, because if you listen, they shot my son.
Nobody's threatening you. Go fuck yourself, Tommy. Don't you ever come back here. You're a pile of shit. You don't give a fuck about my son. You just said he's living fucking fine. He could be dead and kidnapped. And you say he's living fine. You don't know shit. Go fuck yourself. Don't ever come back here again. You are the scum of this fucking rock. You know, people, they do this, brothers and sisters. They don't care. I'm just a dad, okay? You can take this however you want. I only have a First Amendment right. I've been stripped of my second, violated my Miranda rights, my fourth, my 12th, my 14th, you know, my Sixth Amendment right, the fair and speedy trial. It's been a whole year and nothing's been done in this case. Imagine they come in and SWAT raid your house, shoot out all your windows, tear gas you, hit you in the face with a grenade, kidnap your daughter. My fucking animals had to be here. You mean I'm asking, you know, guys have animals in here, and nothing has been done. Nothing's been done legally. That's a violation of my fair and speedy trial. Fair and speedy trial, brothers and sisters. We all have this right. I'm a freaking constitutionalist, okay? That's it. I'm not sovereign. I don't claim to be above the law. I was asserting my right of self-defense. Under my Fourth Amendment, I have the right to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. I have the right to protect. Under self-defense, under the Fourth Amendment, I have the right to protect my son from illegal prosecution. That is the right of affirmative defense. Legal description is self-defense. So I defend the right. I took an oath as a military veteran to the right of the Constitution. Fuck the people who don't follow it. Fuck the flag. Burn them all. I don't give a fuck. Burn every flag in this country. I fucking hate flags. I fucking hate this country. I didn't take an oath to the fucking country. I took an oath to the Constitution. I'm not sovereign. Sovereign means you're above the law. I've been a pig. You have what is called sovereign immunity. That doesn't mean they can break the law. Okay, so I understand this constitutional law, and that's all I was asserting. Under my right, under Title 18, I have the right to protect my son from a legal prosecution, right? And could use the force necessary to deem if I consider them to be a threat to my house's, papers, persons, or effect. I have the right to warrantless and search. These are basic rights that we are all afforded. So the minute they hit me in the face with a grenade, that's attempted murder. Attempted murder. At minimum, this is called excessive force. I don't know if you have any special weapons and tactics training, if you have any building entry training, if you have any kind of police training, been through the highway patrol, if you have any training. But when you throw a gas, tear gas, or smoke, it's meant to fill the room with gas or smoke, and a grenade, flash, concussion, even with hearing protection. When I served and did my training, it would knock you on your fucking ass, brother. I apologize. Make you fucking see stars, white. You can't go black. It does rips your vision, your hearing, and will drop you to your knees. Well, then, James, are you just some, front like this person? Tell these people then. You can't even have hearing protection and it be thrown into a room and it does not drop you to your knees. Correct? Would you agree? Have you ever been concussed, gassed, CS, any kind of gas? It will drop you to your knees, brothers and sisters. If you don't have hearing protection in, you're going to fall on your face. I don't know how I did not fall like a sack of potatoes. It's not even physically possible. But here I stand. Now my eye has been, scarred. can't see. I have to look past this big hair and sand and it's a burden. It actually, my hearing is domo arigato, mister. I'm blessed to even have, they should have taken me to the emergency room. Instead, they threw me in the county jail, brothers and sisters. It is quite alarming how they can do this, but that's excessive force at the minimum. If you throw a concussion grenade, it is meant to go into the room and fill everybody in the room. That's why these fucking pigs. My dogs were in here, and they have hearing where they can hear a whistle. How do you think that felt for their ears? Am I being violent? No. I said, guys, I got dogs in here. I actually had my kittens, my little baby kittens. Remember, Juniper had just had little kittens. How do you think they felt having to breathe 5 of these tear gas canisters? For 2 weeks, I sat in that jail cell, and they would not let me out, and I pleaded them. You guys fucking ruined all my kennels and all my panels and remember, guys, when they took me back to the SWAT vehicle or whatever, their MRAP or whatever that, I don't know which model that was, they said, hey, we don't want to ruin any more of your property. We need the gate code because I had the gate locked, and they still drove out. as a traffic. And I documented all that when I got out of jail, how they had literally, they could have just turned their Bearcats or MRAPs or whatever armored vehicles they had and drove back out the way they came in. No, they had to make, because they clipped that side of the kennel, clipped all the front, came in and ruined that part of the this is all built out too, brothers, sisters. All these were built out during the Paradise fires. And also I allowed people to bring emergency services during the fires over there in Lynn and Lane County where they were coming together. Look, imagine if you were a farmer like me and you're on property and you have land where your livelihood is your livestock. Maybe you're equestrian and you horses, or maybe you do, some kind of animal husbandry, and you got to take one trailer and leave most of your animals behind, and you know they're going to fucking burn to death, but you got to take their, how many family members do you have where you can take your animals? I've raised hogs out here, sheep, chickens, goats, rabbits. I have the ability to house animals, and I offered as emergency services during those fires over there on the other side of the I-5 for people. I was the only place that was available for people to bring. Imagine that. You got to drive away from all your fucking animals and know they're going to burn to death, but you got to have somewhere to take these animals where they can be corralled properly. Well, when they drove out of here, brothers, sisters, they literally ran over 2, 3 more, and I can show you because the reconstructionists, the poles weren't in. If they came in, you'd see them this way. They were pointed out. So they were lying. That officer should be put in, an investigation for sitting there telling me, hey, I don't want to run over your obviously the kennels if you'll give me. And I didn't resist. I said, here it is. And they still fucking ran it over anyway. So as I'm sitting in a jail cell wondering, are my animals running around? Somebody said, hey, your front door was left open. Well, no shit. I had 5 tear gas. I was like, oh, crap. I had my safe in there with all the precious metals in there. Oops. Whatever. 5 of these tear gas canisters, my animals had to breathe. If they fire one of these in your house, brothers, sisters, you have to hire a professional cleaning company to come in your house and take this out. Now, remember, I'm off the grid. I carry all my water in. I didn't have a professional clean. It took me 2 months to clean it out of here, and I was still stirring up. And every time I did that, I breathed that tear gas. That's why 3 months ago, or 3 days ago, I woke up literally almost choked to death from a sleep. So much fluid in my lungs from breathing 5 tear gas canisters. 5 of these. Brothers, sisters, you throw this into a room, a concussion grenade, that's not meant thrown directly at somebody's body. That's excessive force or attempted murder. And all I was asking is if my son was okay. This is a hand thrown. That means that guy was standing right there and literally throw that right at my face. So again, without any cause, I had already proven through 258 hours for 17 days straight, I streamed all the evidence of my son's probation community service hours being completed. As a matter of fact, he could have got off probation at 17 months if I had $47,000. This would never have happened. He'd asked Ryan Solberg, I'd already called him at 17 months after leaving here after 5.5 months and completing his terms of release to leave this county, was that he had to have all his community service completed. Obviously, they can't make him pay restitution, $47,000. He did not have that. Okay? Yeah, it is. It's legalized mafia. These are fucking gangs. That's a gang, guys. A heavily armed group of thugs, right? Heavily armed, a group. There was 20 plus 30 guys out here, all of them armed to the teeth, going around and harassing, extorting the general public, all wearing the same color. They're a gang. They're literally a gang. Where'd my tear gas canister go? Hold on, I gotta find my tear gas canister. I'm gonna take a break. I need to stop for a minute and give myself a pause here. Relax, go back in it. We'll watch the rest of the SWAT raid and we'll do the 923 decode again or something. I'll do it over again in a minute. So you guys, you don't hit somebody in the face with this. If you notice, all I was asking is, Elijah, are you okay? When I hit my head, see guys, they came here to kill me. You might not think that, but that doesn't matter because you don't know the history of what I've been doing in this community. They came here to eliminate me. If you look, they took out my hearing, my vision, and my breath. Gas, concuss, flash, all my senses. They were trying to get me to come out and be violent. Violent, which I never claimed to be violent. So they hit all my senses, thinking that I would grab that weapon. Listen, they shot my fucking son and told me to come out the door. Seriously, think about that. They hit every one of my senses. Flash, concuss, there's the eyes, there's the hearing, and let's go ahead and since he can't probably hear or see very well, that's why my mouth starts talking. Like, oh, sorry, I start talking like that because I can't hear. I have pressure in my brain now that you could not imagine from being hit with that grenade in the face. I don't know how it did not completely rupture my whole inner eardrum. I don't know how I even have vision in my right eye. Although I have this big hair and sand and it's gone. My eye is fucked. You know, Lady in Red was the monitor in here that I'm sitting here on the live stream, and I'm not talking about, I'm literally spinning blood up day after day after day, and I'm not talking to you guys. Like I did not tell anybody that about the stroke that I had. And it was something that I wasn't wanting to burden the ministry with. And Lady in Red literally said, you know, Tracy, Pastor, you're bleeding, your face. I literally started bleeding out of my eye. Lady in the Red is the one who discovered it. Guys, I had literally blood in my, I was trying to explain what's this came to. I said, guys, I got pressure in my head. I got pressure in my head like you would not believe. And it literally was pushed, not in my chest. This is the fluid that I suffer with the respiratory. Okay. That I suffer I remember 3 days ago, I woke up, literally thought I was choking to death. Like I could not clear out this. It happens now twice a day. Actually, I'm kind of afraid to lay down now. And that's kind of my only way to get rest for my body. Because when I lay down, brothers, sisters, my lungs fill with fluid. You keep wondering, why does this nose keep watering? It's getting worse, guys. Every day, it's harder and harder for me to breathe because I go through this sequence of day and night trying to clear this fluid, which is not an infection because I don't get the yellow or the discoloration very clear. I woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning, literally couldn't clear. I couldn't get a breath of air. It was choking me. Do you realize how many people die from that same thing in their sleep? From choking on either heart does this, fills with fluid, or their respiratory fills with fluid. What's causing this is the 5 tear gas canisters that I had to breathe. For 2 months, I cleaned this house over and over. I remember Gene came over here, and it had been 2 months. I said, man, come on. I was so excited to get a visitor. I said, come on, sit down with me and hang out for a minute. He goes, he's at the door. He's like, oh, my God, dude. I'm like, what? He's like, dude, I can't go in there. I'm like, what are you talking about? I got it all cleaned out. He's like, no, you don't. I can taste that at the door. I said, oh, come on. It's not that bad. He said, yes, it is. I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. So I had been living with, guys, the first week that I woke up, God is my witness. My hands were like this. I'd wake up out of bed because I'm literally covered in tear gas. The whole freaking house is peppered with it. It's literally white in here. You know, the walls were covered. It was in all the cracks. As you see, I have all these boards that had, all this had it in it. It literally 5 of these. I would wake up and it would take me a half an hour just to get my hands open. So I could actually use hands. I mean, I was literally tear gassing myself, and my animals had to be in here. So I had to get in here and get it cleaned out. I can't hire a professional cleaning company. I'm not on the grid. I don't have the services to do that. And they knew damn good and well when they tossed this inside this house that it does take a professional. See, they never planned on taking me to jail. They planned on taking me to the fucking morgue. And at the very least, that I would never talk again and expose that these people are selling illicit things in the community. The sheriff's vehicle is seen at the airport, little airport, picking up this product, and his son, as well, he obviously has an issue. He's retired now because on the job, he was caught with this. Yes, he did. I wasn't wrong. And his son is going out and delivering it to the farmers because, no, they don't do anything. They're perfect farmers. They're angels, and they don't do that crap. Even though they didn't vote for a dispensary up here, all their farm vehicles are found down at the dispensary in South Lake County because they do their little pens. You know, why do you think they go around in circles 365 days a year, some of them? Because they do cattle and alfalfa. Oh, geez, maybe they get a little bump, huh? Well, who's giving it to them? It's the fucking sheriffs. I'm not the only one that sees this, brothers and sisters. I'm not the only one. Other birds in this town have wings and see and talk. Cheep, cheep. You don't be the sheriff and then park your vehicle where this stuff is being distributed for extended periods of time. What are you doing? You delivering it? You investigating it? You're distributing it? What are you doing? Why are there's 2 dealers in this town? Why is the sheriff's house? Oh, see, my son moved right across. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about that. It's out in the country, right across the street. No, right next door. This is how Tom didn't want my son on this. Obviously, my son was pointing this out as well. So Tom was over at this house where this guy's distributing, and on the local CB highway, this guy's doing it too. And the sheriff's vehicle is there over and over. Oh, and they see him at the airport. They don't want this talked about, brothers, sisters. At what age should a man rightfully throw in the towel if he's been rejected and ignored women his whole life? Oh, wow. Well, maybe Father's preparing you the perfect match, if you will. No, I don't do any subs. I don't need your subs. Please leave. If you think I need you here, unsubscribe. I don't need your sub to this channel. You can go somewhere else. Find somebody to stroke and give you some kind of fancy here. So I do want to tell you, for your guys' safety, because I'll put this up in the live stream, for all your IP addresses, you might be careful because this channel, right, it says right here, it says that Mr. Werner, gosh, this is so hard to read. Mr. Werner routinely post on his YouTube channel live streams, which is monitored by law enforcement. Okay, so this channel, so you know, is monitored by law enforcement. So please don't put anything stupid in here. I already tried, Gone. I already tried. I've been reporting this to the Department of Justice at the federal level about this corrupt sheriff's office out here who has been getting away with fucking, there's a cop out here that was murdered, brothers, sisters. Listen, if somebody would do an investigation, why was one of the sheriffs out here murdered? I think it's the same reason, because he was pointing out that one of his sergeants was doing these illicit things. You know, he was a whistleblower. There was a cop out here that was murdered, brothers, sisters. Look into this county. Look into this county. Maybe you think that has anything to do with it? Oh, don't point out that the sheriffs are doing this because they get a free pass like the farmers. These fucking people can go 100 miles down the road, 75 miles down the road an hour, and they just get passed on by. But look at this county school out here, Lake County. There should be a criminal investigation for hazing, not bullying, hazing. Remember, like, soap in a sock. Literally, these farmers' kids, the elite kids, get to beat the fucking snot out of the less, we'll call fortunate, nobody, but less monetary, and these teachers turn their fucking heads. For more than a decade, this has been going on. There's a difference between bullying. I'm not saying they should bully kids, but literally beat and physically beat both females and males. Okay, they get away with this. How's the team? Shut the fuck up, pay them enough, they'll do their job. Yeah, North Lake County School in Lake County, Oregon. I encourage anybody that's in journalism, whether to come and bring a journalist out and do an investigation on this county school district. The criminal activity of these teachers allowing the hazing to go on. I mean, there are stories that are put on the internet over and over, year after year, and yet nothing happens. Like I said, even before I moved into this town, I knew there was corruption out here. They talked about these cops don't do shit. You know, if somebody comes out around your house snooping around, just dig a hole. The cops don't come out and do nothing. Oh, my back. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a break here for 1 second. Also, we see circle in the leaderboard. So, look, the other thing that sucks that I tried to hide from this ministry is the stroke that I had suffered. And I had viewers. I'm so thankful to have this channel because it was viewers that brought to my attention that I thought I was hiding, like, Pastor Revelation, your right side. What's going on with the right side of your face? Right? What's happening? You know, and look at it now. So much better. Remember all these wrinkles and all this? I had suffered a stroke, and this eye still is not completely back up where it was, but this eye was hanging down over here. You can see it like when I'd wear a beanie or a hat. This eye was hanging down like this from the stroke that I'd suffered. Do you know what that's done to my body? If anyone's ever had a stroke, it takes its toll. It's like having a seizure. pushes your body to the extreme. And I'm not going to tell them whatever. Just it's the viewers, it's the subscribers like you that give a crap about me. I thank you so much. Hey, Pastor, we went and looked at your old live streams, and what the hell's going on? Why is your eye? Why is your face? Oh, I don't need to bother. So thank you guys, because it's been a support team, because I yet to been to the doctor once. And I'm probably going to wake up dead one night, and that's fine. Father has my day of death written, but if this continues at the pace it continues, 3 nights ago, I couldn't, at 3 a.m, I don't want to say that, but I couldn't breathe. I could not get the fluid to pass, and it got me very lightheaded for the moments that it really took for me to struggle to try to clear the fluid out of my lungs. And so now I'm very hesitant to lay down because, well, it sucks, because guess what? This is a beautiful town gone, and it's very biblical in nature. And I've had what would be the American dream out here. And I knew when I came out here it was going to be an issue. And I think Father sent me to stand against this. Remember, I held protests during the COVID against the sheriff's office for not doing their job to come out and protect the businesses. I have a very long standing, I sat on the Chamber of Commerce in this town to try to explain to these farmers, you're not going to sit there and just let anybody come out here anymore. There's a difference between restricting the growth and controlling the growth. You don't want anybody else here because you want this all to yourself. Okay. I will never forget. It came out in a bloody mess. What it taught me to stand up for myself. Okay. Well, Marco, you see what I'm saying? Physical is different. And I know sometimes, back in the day, we had a little, scuffle with the school bully, and then you were friends. I'm not condoning any kind of violence, but tell us the truth about 9/11. Donald Trump did 9/11. President, 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. He dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes using Tesla tech and pyrotechnics. It's very simple. You'd have to be blind as a bat not to see that. So we'll go on to that lesson again. I'm going to take me a break, guys. Again, the sciatica is giving me a little bit of an issue with what I have with my back, and I'm all right. But if you give me a break, we'll come back. We will do a little bit more of this SWAT raid. I think we've got these idiots out here that are sitting here trying to tell me it's some fake SWAT raid. I mean, how much audacity does it take a person to say something like that is staged? So you got to remember, I'm just a dad. I am a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution, not to a flag, not to a country, to the right of the people, not freedom. I don't want to hear about freedom. Freedom is long gone. The right of the people is what I took a note to. And the Constitution, that's, repugnant if it's not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. I stand with that. I don't care what happens to this flesh. I'm not a corporation. I'm not going to be merchandise. I've already filed over a power of attorney in open court, subrogated a right of exercise, my right of subrogation, challenged the just capacity of the seated, which is a clerk, kind of like these little secretary who checks you in, all working for the chief of finance, which is called the district attorney. I did this in open court. I put the court on notice of, for notice of liability for punitive, emotional, and physical damages. So whatever's been done in this case, I can't go back. They can't go back. I never even was arrested under a capital letter name. I made it very clear at the time of the arrest that I didn't go on dates with men. I don't follow damn mandates. I don't go by codes or ordinances. If their system cannot put me in there as capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, this is all said on camera, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r, that I was only operated in a private capacity and never in commerce. I was not part of this corporation. And at the time of arrest, I gave them, they said, well, what is your name? I said, Apocalypse. And they looked at me like I was crazy. I said, I am Revelation. They said, well, that's false official statement to a police officer. I said, well, I'm in my 50s. I've never, I don't have a record. Maybe I'll have an alias, but that's what the following on TikTok and my subscriber base calls me. So that is I am not a corporation. I don't go on dates with men. I only operate in private capacity and never in commerce. So they have a problem in this case. They can't move forward in it. And maybe that's why after a whole year, nothing has been done. Zero. They SWAT raided this house, didn't look at any of the evidence, where I live streamed for 17 days and tried to plead them. Don't put this into the courts. We can grassroot this. We don't need to kick this into the courts. Please, let's settle this out. Because when you hear me, so I need communication, guys. I've called hundreds of times. Nobody has ever once, from the Department of Justice all the way down to the FBI at a federal, you got to understand when you call, because I have all this documented. I did a live stream, then I live streamed all these, phone calls that were made. I tried to call the elected sheriff to come out here and have a grassroots, professional courtesy. Hey, you got some elected sheriffs out here. They're moving. You got to police these people, Yeah, I was kicked off of TikTok, so I'm not on there anymore. But the channel's still up, just like the American Ever After channel and the True Viral Television and some of the other channels. Silver's Light Gold, they're still up. The Silver's Light Gold's not shadow banned, but the other channels have been, and TikTok is kicking me off TikTok. I can't ever go live there again. I do miss a little bit about TikTok. Only reason why I said it because I could put 1,500 people, not 32, into a room, and I could put 8 people in the room with me and be talking. And we had very productive live streams, but they don't want that on the Dragon platform. They don't want the gospel over there. And that's probably more, I would just get banned for just sharing the gospel over there. They would literally ban me for saying retarded, like a carburetor, it is advanced or boom, that would be hate speech, taken down, live stream gone. Whoa, So I'm trying to talk about people can't use all their brain, like right brain, left brain. And I've been taken down for that. But anyways, I talked about a carburetor. So I just want you to know, this is being monitored by law enforcement, okay? And I know that the federal government is very aware of my work. They have shadow banned my channels. And this is the hard thing for me to swallow here, brothers and sisters, is that how is that the federal government, won't get involved in this case, but yet here they are putting their image, trying to mock me and show that they know what the hell I'm doing. There they are. Why have the feds not got involved? When I called this sheriff's office and I called the county and Tina Kotek, prior Kate Brown, called the governor, called all these offices, they said, we have a special, office that just investigates because you had the state involved in the county. We really can't police ourselves. Call this number. And there's a special number that you can call because the state is involved. And also you can call the Department of Justice at a level, at the federal level, which I did, and the state level, which I did. I called all these agencies. I called all these agencies already, and not one phone call has ever been returned from any of these alphabet, from their Department of Jackasses to their Federal Bureau of Imbeciles at the bottom, or even in the middle of their centralized imbeciles and assholes. They're just a alphabet soup corporation, and they don't have any authority over me, so I'm not trying to be concerned about them by seeing their image. But one phone call, it's my money, call 877 cash now. I mean, one call could have done it all. Just one call to the Lake County parole and probation office could have seen through discovery, if they would have pulled that I did call my attorney first. Here's 1 second, and he said document, I did, and they put me on hold. They looked not once but twice. At first I was told it's all completed by the advice of the attorney. Secondly, she put me on pause and came back and said, yes, all his community service road crew work crew hours are done. That would have prevented a SWAT raid, but they never had an intention of not coming out here, because I pleaded with them, because this wasn't about this case. This is about coming out here and killing me, shutting me the fuck up. A grenade to the face kind of explains why they never wanted me to say anything ever again. At the least, shut him the fuck up. He's exposing our corruption out here. He keeps trying to get into our, business out here, and he's cutting into our final product here. And so we need this man eliminated. Kind of like Lavoy Finicum, send the state police out to kill him. Remember, out between John Day? They did the same thing to me. That's why I said at my son's trial, when I looked at the state trooper, I said, I'm not talking to you, you state pig. I'm talking to your leader pigs in your camera. Listen, is your camera on? I'm not Lavoy Finicum, leader pigs. I'm not Lavoy Finicum. You understand? I said that. I should get a FOIA request and we can look at that body cam footage. Oh, listen here, you little baby pig with the little state pig over here. No, the county pig. Don't tell me that's a murder. I have every right to be in house secure, in my house's papers, persons in effect. I said if they came back here again, I had the right to protect myself under Title 18, which you've already maimed me, hurt my animals. So you come back, I will protect myself. Well, that was enough to, hey, Mr. Bezel, Headlight Bezel, I got dirt on you. You know where my fucking son's at, and you haven't done shit. Get off your ass, Josh. You're a dad, I'm a dad. I'm just a dad trying to help his son. You're the only one who lives in this town, and I got dirt on you for days. I got many complaints lodged against you for harassing people, going on their property and entering into their house when you're not supposed to, Josh. Do your fucking job, you pig. Oh, well, that serves for me to actually have harassing him by saying that, right? He files harassment charges against me, retaliatory targets me, and then files menacing the police charges. And then I say, hey, you fuckers know where my son is at. You pigs know. And guess what? They do. Josephine County told me that they have my son on video camera in February. And they have a warrant for his arrest. They could put him in a prison for 7, possibly 10 years, and they're not going to go get him. Well, they came here to this house to get him. Why are they not going and get? They don't want Elijah Werner. They want me. That's what this has always been about. This has not been about my son. He did all of his probation. He's the only one to go to jail. As a matter of fact, not only did they do it once, when they said he didn't do it, he did it twice. And they're still, to this day, well, no, they're not trying to throw him in prison, remember, because they have a warrant for his arrest because he didn't show up to trial. And said in trial, he said he went missing in September. His trial was in December. I got a summons to show up as a witness in November when he was seen in court, well, actually all over the phone in October. See, this is the issue I've had with this case to begin with. These fucking people can't even get their timeline straight. My son supposedly went missing in September. This is when they dropped my daughter's charges against her for, well, that was kidnapping. Put her in jail. Under a Miranda right, you have to have a signed warrant by a judge. If you're going to accost somebody's body, it has to include an indictment, where and who they're going to be searching. Like in this warrant. It didn't have her name on it. They didn't have a warrant for her arrest because they didn't plan on arresting her. They plan on killing me dead or at least shutting me the fuck up. If my son would have moved or done anything, you heard, they fucking shot Elijah Werner with his hands in the air. His hands were in the air. I could see him. You could hear me. You guys, he's coming out peacefully. Guys, his hands are in the air. You literally hear him. He can ask why they're here. They have to tell him why they're going to take his body, call it on a warrant, whatever. Why are you taking me? He's telling him, giving instructions. He's following the instructions. And then was that a state police or was that Lake County? He says with his hands in the air, what? Because he's trying to cooperate. What now? And they shoot him anyways. You guys, the reason they did that was to try to, now listen, I thought he was dead. That's why I played stupid with him. You did the right thing, Elijah. So if he was hearing me laying on, I thought they zipped him. Maybe they shot him in the head. Maybe they shot him in the chest. But I got to play stupid. Now he's got his hands in the air. Okay. You can't accept Jesus. I rebuke you, Patricia. Get out of here, you fucking demon. You Nephilim. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. Leave, Patricia. You're an idiot. You can't accept Christ. Move on, you child. So he has his hands in the air. He has his hands in the air. He says, what now? How many rounds? Does anybody want to go back and take a pause for the cause here and go back and look? Because you can find the 16-minute live stream here on the playlist. And tell me, how many times was my son shot? How many times was he shot? Now, you got to imagine, he didn't make a peep. He didn't make a peep. There's no such thing as Jesus. Get out of here, Kelly. There's no letter J at the time of the Hamashiach. Stop being a Nephilim. Stop being a bully. Stop spreading blasphemy. There is no letter J. Was the last letter, not Z, added to the alphabet. Stop being an idiot. Stop using words that are not written in the text. He said, don't add a jot or a tittle, and now you've added a letter that was never there. I rebuke you. Get the hell out of here. Stop. Use the interlinear Textus Receptus. Brothers, sisters, I'm a prior law enforcement. If you're going to do something, you have to follow the law, right? That's why he said, guard my commands. So I'm not going to let these people come in here and speak their blasphemies. There's no letter J at the time of the Hamashiach. So he stood against the Halakha and the Haggadah. I have every right. The Constitution says repugnant. If they have not adjudicated it through the House, Congress, and Senate, which under Title 18, I have every right of affirmative defense to protect my son under a legal prosecution. I can protect him. I can protect myself. It makes my civil and criminal liability in a case, if they're going to try to try me under the Sixth Amendment, that I have the right to protect myself. My actions are what is considered justified, justification defense, excuse defense. My actions, civil and criminal, from liability in a case under the Sixth Amendment are justified. excused. I will not be held accountable because I have the right of self-defense under my Fourth Amendment. I know my rights. These are constitutional rights. Even under Title 18, the original adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. I have that right. So this right can't be stripped. And if they violate that right, that's on them, not me. And you can see they violated my Fourth Amendment right. How about my 12th Amendment, right? How about reasonable, well, they had to have reasonable or articulate suspicion, and they had to show probable cause. But how about cruel and unusual punishment? I was shown the interlinear Textus Receptus, which is only one version. It's the accepted canonized, means they one word studied and took out each word and defined it. So if you're asking, I'll always take a pause for the word. It's more important than even my stupid little fleshy life, okay, that we can share this light. So the only way you're going to find it is define it. I am the aletheia. There's only one text that's accepted. There's rejected. They took out 22 non-canonized and did not allow them because they weren't aligned with the definition. And he said, I am Hados. They weren't in line with the parables of the scriptures of the gospel. And they were removed, period. So interlinear, Textus Receptus, stay out of the rejected text until you can get a good grip, like the word dialobos, pinch on, a good grip on these original canonized 53 old and 13 new. So let's take a pause. Please be careful about putting comments in this live stream because it is monitored by law enforcement officials. Right here is the signed order sign saying that they monitor this channel. So I really don't want anybody to have to suffer because of me. And many people have to suffer around because I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not sovereign. I don't claim sovereign. I don't claim even to be a citizen, and actually I've asked to be put into place for witness protection. So I called out to the federal government. They won't step in. I called them hundreds of times, from the Department of Justice all the way to these special offices. I get nowhere. And nobody has ever, in almost 6 years now, because this case started at the time of the COVID, I have not been able to receive any calls about this corruption in this law enforcement community out here who's literally just running this, general public out here ragged, doing whatever the hell they want. I told you Josh Spiritual can go in anybody's property, go in there, not fucking, I'm the cop, shut the fuck up, I am the law, and harass people. You have the right. If they cannot come on your property unless they have a signed warrant by a judge, period. I don't give a fuck who they are. If they're the federal government, there's some code enforcement officer, they cannot enter onto your property, period. Yeah, I don't care if you got it posted. That doesn't mean if they enter your property, you can shoot them. Somebody can stumble on your property, even if it's marked, brothers, sisters. What if they missed a medicine or something? They're a little woozy or what, you can't just blast somebody. You have to tell them to leave your property. Kind of like John Mogul. 18 times I told this guy, he showed up, the investigator from my son's attorney, right, supposedly, and asked him immediately, do you have a warrant? Because he looked like a cop, shaved head with a white car. He didn't answer me. I told him 18 times to exit this property, and he still would not leave. That is a violation of right of trespass, and I could have shot that man dead fucking on my property, and I guarantee this case had been wrapped up by now. And I didn't even have a sidearm, remember? I didn't own a sidearm, okay? I had a shotgun in the corner and a .308 that I'd never even once fired. So that man could have been dead right now, and I guarantee this case would be done, gone. And hey, this is, Tracy, I'm over here off Oil Dry. Come get this fucking pig off my property. I told him I have it all live streamed. If you want to watch it, I have it live streamed. It's all live streamed. I live streamed this event. So I have my 98% of my discovery documented. So yeah, it's break time. So give me a break. You guys smoke them if you got them or whatever. If you're a cigarette smoker, I don't smoke cigarettes. Take the dogs out to use the bathroom. We've been doing it for 5 hours. I'm doing it again. I wanted to get up this morning and do a bunch of stuff, but Father's like, no. Go talk to this people. I apologize. I went off about this 923. So we'll do a little bit more of this. Maybe I'll do another stream and start over again or something. But I'm not going to be put to anything other than what Father wants me to do. So thank you, Father, for having the eye to see and the ear to hear. And somebody asked me if I was okay, and I apologize. This is what sent me off on this spin talking about my son, because that's all I had ever, had asked without violence to my son. And did that warrant being hit in the face with a flash concussion grenade? No, it doesn't. That's attempted murder. Probably that's what that cop should face. Or at the minimum, it's called an excessive force. It should be removed from his job. And I should be able to sue his bond for punitive. Guys, I suffered a stroke. My eye is fucked. I'm never going to see the same. I can't read pennies anymore. I have to all constantly look around. I don't have the vision that I once had. It's just part of who I am now. You get used to it after a while, but it's kind of weird because this eye tries to make up for this eye. As you know, I had an issue when I drove, you know, obviously, and the elevation changed and I came back down. I couldn't get my ear to clear, and I was actually not hearing this ear, and everything was robotic. It was crazy. It's crazy. I come in the house, like I said, and I there was a fly in here. I was like, it's like super bionic hearing. I don't know how my ear has done that. I thought I would lose hearing in this ear from being hit in the face with a grenade. Instead, it's warped my hearing. It feels like, or sounds like, have you ever, when you were a kid, if you talk into a fan, I am a Cylon Raider. I have a baritone, a little bit of voice, so all that does that vibration. Wah, everything I hear in this side is wah, actually, and it causes me to turn my head. Even I know Kevin noticed this, that I don't hear the same. And I ask a lot of the time, which is freaking annoying. What did you say? Or what was that? And it's getting to the point where again, Kevin spent a few days away from me. Now he probably just need a break, but he's probably getting tired of trying to talk to me and not getting, you know, I'm asking him questions because I hear part of it. And then that hearing adjusts and then it takes over and it does this back and forth thing. Kind of like my eye goes back and forth where it tries to focus. You know, I remember I was standing out on the deck and whatever that little, you know, hairy and then the line and the wiggles and all this stuff, it literally caused it moved in my eye. It flashed because I was looking out at the sky and all that's there, and my eye, like if you close your eyes and you sleep, they move around. That thing triggered to the right, and I thought I saw some, and I almost stepped off the stinking porch, you know, because I thought something that was in my path, and just reaction, you know, I moved and literally almost stepped right off the stinking porch from this, whatever, the burning, the scarring of my retina in the back of my, I didn't realize, I mean, know about eyes, but you have a thin layer on your retina. And when that flash hit my eye, it literally scarred my eye. And I didn't want, you know, like I said, I had people like, you need to go to the optometrist. You need to get your eye checked out. You need to go to the doctor to go get respiratory, you know. Yeah, I probably do. And you know what? I'm probably not going to. So if you just hear one night that I pass, I didn't kill myself. I probably choked on my own fluids in my sleep. And I don't want that to happen because somebody still needs to advocate for my son. But I was this close the other morning to literally not being able to get my lungs, they were so full of fluid. And every day it gets worse and worse, that the chances of me dying out here are getting better every day as this progressively worsens. And I get, you know, this morning and afternoon flush of the fluids that pushes this fluid into my lungs. So hopefully that won't happen. Father's protecting me this far. I don't want to pass, although it would be a nice break for a minute. I'm sure one day I'll be able to obtain flesh again, and it's okay. I'm not afraid to die. My death is written, but I'm telling you, it is cumbersome now to lay in this bed these last 3 nights, knowing this could be the last night that I lay in bed, just knowing that nobody will be able to advocate for my son. I don't care about passing. I'm not afraid of dying. But I am terribly concerned for my son's well-being and my daughter, knowing that if nothing is ever said, that will Marshall, if he killed my daughter and my son, will he ever be held accountable? You know, will these officers that did these things be held accountable? So hopefully Father will keep my lungs clear enough so I can keep, you know, breathing. But I was pretty close to death the other day, guys. I know I've been there before, and I just couldn't get my lungs to pump that fluid and get my breath. It was like, I don't have asthma. I don't have any, you know, issue. I never had any issues with breathing, any respiratory, but it was so full of my lungs, I could not clear the fluid out of my lungs. And I was literally choking to death on my own fluids. And it was a bit scary. I'm like, you know, and so now I don't want to even lay down anymore. I'm passing out. I did this before when my back hurt because sciatica, and I wouldn't lay down because it hurt more to lay down. because it changed the pressure on my sciatic nerve. I'm getting that way again. I'm falling asleep sitting up, and then I'm hesitating to go lay down. So I remember I have to force myself. If Father wants me to pass and I choke on my own fluids, there's a lot of people who go that way, brothers, sisters, either respiratory or their heart fills their lungs, or respiratory fill up with fluid, and they pass in their sleep. It's not an easy way to go, but hey, at least if I'm sleeping, I don't want to, I said I would probably go in an agonizing death. I don't think my death's going to be easy, but if I'm conscious, like I said, I woke up and couldn't, that's like just drowning to death, basically, on your own fluid. So will the cops ever be held accountable for the for 5 tear gas canisters and just destroying my lungs? I don't think my lungs are ever going to be fixed. I won't go to the doctors in America. I refuse. I actually am looking for asylum. Why when I could go to a nation like Ecuador and pay $50 and they can do a whole screening on my lungs, do a whole respiratory. I really don't want to be x-rayed or use an MRI, but they're probably going to have to look at what's going on, what they did and fried the inner of these, what's causing that. I think it's a respiratory inner and outer, like breathing your own carbon monoxide from wearing a mask causes you to have an outer respiratory infection. I think the gas from the inside and the outside has caused my lungs to, I don't know. We'll have to see what's going on in there. Why are they pushing fluid out, on a regular basis twice a day? Why is this continuing to escalate? Why are every day it's more and more and more and more? And now I even have this, constant running nose that's not stopping now. It's every day. This right side is obviously a stroke or whatever. So hopefully, again, Father will keep me upright and I won't pass in my sleep. That's a shitty way to go. I'd rather die not by cop or anything like that. But, in my sleep doesn't sound like a very good way to pass to me. That's just too easy. And so I don't think that I'm going to get that easy and out where you just, what happened to Pastor Revelation? What went on here anymore? But Father has my day of death written. So I have forced myself. I did lay down last night and said, if this happens, it happens. If your son doesn't have anybody advocate for him and your daughter and they're dead or nobody's, it's just the way he wants it to be. You got to, lay down. You're going to push yourself and you're going to make yourself sick. If you don't get enough sleep, if you don't get enough rest, if you don't eat enough, if you don't drink enough, you are going to have issues and you're going to make your problem worse. So as a matter of fact, let me get, my back is getting a little sciatic from standing up. Because I'm not moving around. If I was building and working, it wouldn't bother me at all. But let me take a break. You take a break and get your dog some water, your cats, your animals, feed yourself, feed your family, your kids or whatever you got to do. I don't know. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do. Okay. But this is my job. My job is to advocate for my son. And I'm going to keep advocating for him. He doesn't have anybody that will help him at this point in time. His, the attorney failed him, and he's obviously decided that, that he didn't want to just get thrown in prison, and that's okay. He has the right under affirmative defense. I just don't think that's what happened with him. I think Marshal Radonich took him in his custody and has been holding him for ransom. And I do remember something that Marshall told me, which I didn't remember until after. He said, when I picked up your son, he argued with me the whole way, which he never told me. I didn't find this out until many months later, until I went 9 months. I didn't find this out until 9 months. When I went to do my own investigation, Marshall said that when he went to bail my son out, that he said he argued with him the whole time. Why would he tell me that? Why would he tell me that my son argued with him? Something doesn't fit right with me. And then finding my daughter's car at his house when he told me he didn't speak with either my son or my daughter, I find extremely alarming. My daughter's car shows up at this guy's house. He said when I asked him, he said my daughter bought the car. He bought the car for my daughter to pay for an attorney. Well, my daughter's charges were dropped back in September, at the same time that my son supposedly went missing. So I think Marshall killed my son, and I think he lured my daughter down there. When I said to him, look, Marshall, one day I'm going to find out if it's you who took my silver, or if it's Adriana. Last time it was my brother. It sucks, Marshall, because it's from somebody I know. Again, now you say you had it and you're flipping the script, but I don't want to argue with Marshall. I'm here to pick up my dog. And I got in the car and I left. But I looked him in the eye and said, one day I will speak to Adriana. I'm going to figure out if you took the silver like you said you had it, but then you told me you didn't. I think that's the motive that gave him every reason to kill my daughter and why her car ended up down there. He lured her down there because I called the Josephine County Sheriff's Office and they won't go there. Why? Why will they not go there? I called them and said, hey, my son is here. Could be laying dead. I found my daughter's car. He has my passport, which is a felony offense, and he stole 40 pounds of silver from me. He said he had it. Now he says he doesn't. So there's your motive why my daughter is dead. Or if at the very least, probably kidnapped, sitting in those gold mines that he told me to bring my daughter and son down there, and he would hide them from law enforcement till I can get this legally taken care of. You know, he knows the feds and da-da-da, and that he can, you know, he's had to do this before. I think Marshall is a Fed. I think he's a federal marshal. I don't know how father did this, but if he said he'd never seen my daughter or my son from the time they got out of jail, then why is my daughter's car at his house? And it was parked in the same area that my son's truck, who sold it to him, a little yellow 80s Toyota truck. I said, well, what's going on with my son's truck? Well, your son bought that truck for me. Now, he said he didn't talk to either of them. So my son supposedly bought this truck from him in like this yellow truck and went on the run from the police in a yellow fucking truck to dodge prison sentence, and a yellow truck. You see every yellow car that drives by. Red looks like it's going fast, but you cannot miss a yellow car. So my son goes on the run. That black little Honda would have been much better to go on the run because it doesn't have any modifications. It looks like every other, it gets 50 miles to the gallon. It's not, what the hell? Now that car was seen when they were here. But again, Adriana didn't have an arrest warrant for her. Adriana wasn't, you know, like I said, they dropped Adriana's charges. Why would Adriana sell Marshall that car like 6 hours from where she lives? 5 to 6, you know, down the highway, down in the southern portion. She's up near Albany. Maybe it wasn't that far. It was 3 or 4 hours. She could have sold that car to anybody, brothers and sisters. Anybody. That car was not modified by my son. Put the brr, brr, in a shit box, where they call them, make loud, and they're fast, and they're, no. It was a normal car that got 40 miles to the gallon, no modifications. I actually wanted to buy it from him. Why would my daughter sell him that car to get an attorney when her charges were dropping back September? And why would my son buy that car from him, the little pickup truck, and go on the run, and the yellow truck? When I actually talked to him, he said that both of them were refusing his calls and would not answer his phone calls since like a week after they got out of jail. If you see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, this doesn't add up. And how do I just rest knowing that my son could be dead? My daughter dead, kidnapped, both of them, and they won't do anything. I actually called Josephine County and said, hey, I need you to go do a welfare check on my son. I think, now remember, the police already shot him, so please do not go shoot him. I have the evidence. My daughter's car's there. I need answers. You can go there. There's a federal fence by holding my passport. He says he doesn't have it, but I guarantee if you went to the Wolf Creek post office, you're not going to find him sending it out. And if he sold my silver in the state of Oregon, he would have had to report that. They would have given ID. You know, as I actually asked the Paul Palmer, the fake attorney, to look into this, he never did. And then when I called Josephine County and said, hey, my daughter's car's there, my son, I think this guy killed my son. He got 40 pounds of silver of mine. Here's your motive. My thing. They said, hey, quit calling us to do your dirty work. Tracy, if we go there and we make contact with him, you have done what is we called, you broke your no contact order. The minute we find out if he's okay there, you have used us as a third party to make contact with your son. You have broken your no contact order. And I'm like, what? And remember, I thought my son was dead. Well, what? Well, does he have a warrant for his arrest? Yes, of course he has a warrant. I told you don't go shoot him. Well, he's been seen as recently 2 times here in Josephine County on February, whatever date it was, he was seen on camera. So you know where he's at. He's got a warrant for his arrest, like 10 years in prison, paid contract, just put him in the prison sentence, right? but you're not going to go get him? You have every reason to call for service for my federal passport. Withholding, or taking my passport is a federal offense. What about the 40 pounds of silver? That's grand larceny. Okay? It is. So there's 2 felonies. They have a 10+ year warrant for his arrest. And I say, go get him. And they threaten me with breaking a no contact order. And then they tell me he's alive. I don't believe them. I don't believe him for a second. If they have a warrant for Elijah Werner's arrest, why would they not go get him? 10 fucking years they can get a contract for a prison sentence on him. They revoked his probation, or his probation, started the downward departure on him, and gave him gave him a 7-year sentence, a prison sentence. He cannot go back. He has to do all his time. Huh? They have a warrant for his arrest. They can go get him. But they don't go get him. How is that possible that Josephine County knows where he's at, seen on camera? Okay, here he is. Ping his phone, follow him home. Follow him home. How's that possible? So I don't have any faith in this Josephine County Sheriff's Office. I think somehow this Josephine County is got to have some kind of understanding of who Marshall Radinich is. He's got to be nobody's desperate or with a Cash App or a PayPal. Shut the fuck up. Go fuck yourself, or make it rain up here, bitch. Make it rain up in here, or get the fuck out of here. Nobody's talking about my Cash App. Go fuck yourself. Seriously. Seriously, you're lost in space. So once again, brothers, sisters, I, as a dad, have no criminal record. I'm obviously boisterous. I use my First Amendment. Okay. The right to freedom. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, of religion. Okay. I don't support an apostate nation that's committing genocide. Israel in Scripture is not some fake Jews over there in the middle of the desert. So shut the fuck up. That's what's fake. So it is Lake County, Oregon. So don't piss your blasphemies in here. Get out of here. So anyways, I'm going to take a break. We'll come back. If you want to, I got to make something to eat. I haven't eaten anything today. I don't know what time is it. 5 hours of streaming. Let's see what we got here. Huh. Okay. We'll take a pause. I won't pause the live stream. We'll keep the window open. You guys can sit there and freak out about this imagery here. Let's erase some of this. What's this dream about? Let's erase all this other stuff that'll confuse some of your eyeballs. And people can freak out about idolatry and imagery, as he warned us about. And we might come back and cover this 923. I don't make predictions, but I can tell you that Springfield, that the Simpsons predicted that the power would go down today, that we would lose our power grid. So is that what's going on? Hey, the Simpsons have never let me down, right? So let's take a pause, get in the live stream. Oh, hey now. Man, I need to get some more. I need to go to town. I don't like going to town. That's my problem. And so I need to get into town and get some more pens. I definitely need an orange. I need an orange pen. All right, there you go. So you can freak out about imagery, warn of idolatry and imagery. All the people, whoa, what did I just stumble into? You stumbled into that you're an idiot. Is what you did. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Probably if you freak out about this image, you know nothing about this. Well, I hope so, Hook, that he'll continue to just keep bringing people here and put an eye on this ministry, and they'll have celestial eyes, biblical and spiritual eyes. And hallelujah, go see Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth. I apologize for the cursing. I live streamed on this platform under Predestined for Light for thousands of hours, actually 2 full weeks. I never once cursed. I did get pressed. Being grenaded and concussed is no excuse. Okay, it's defiling his word by cursing, and I apologize. Other than that, I don't have regrets. None. Zero. None. So I do have thousands of hours if you want to go see before the actual SWAT raid. I think it was 3 days that I'd cussed or whatever. I just very hard to live stream. I live streamed for 15 hours and 25 minutes yesterday. 15 hours. Normally that's 2 jobs that I did for this ministry. So hopefully the message, it rings true with people, and that's the gain. Okay. The blessing is you showing up here and you being a part of it. Okay. And that's a blessing. You know, these comments that are left here, many people come in and watch. You know, I had people year after year now come and say, hey, I've been very silent and I haven't been saying anything, but I want to thank you. I want to come out, talk to my wife, talk about, you know, and they reveal themselves, which is a beautiful thing. So they're watching you. Comment section, they're watching you. Many people come in this comment section and never say a thing, but they're taking notes. So you are a part of this ministry. I'm just some ugly dude out here in the desert and brings up the live stream for fellowship because I have to, but truly there is gems that are being given here in the ministry by you. The subscriber base of this now almost 21,000 subscribers. We got 20 over on TikTok, but it's banned and many not come over here. Some do, but we thank you here with the moderators. I'm sure this is the hardest YouTube channel to moderate for. I don't think there's a harder moderating job than this YouTube platform. So I want to give thanks to my OG, my lady here in red, who's been my moderator on this platform longer than anybody. She helps me through emails off and on the platform, and I don't always answer, but I always read them. And what a blessing to have you guys here to be a part of the comment section. And if you get a little too much overwhelmed by my cursing and stuff, just leave and go over to Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. And if you never come back here again, I will not hold that against you. All you need is the gospel. You don't need this celestial. This is like Timothy. It just adds to your faith. Faith without works is dead. So this is adding. The core gospel is all you need to know. That's it. You don't need to know any of these other things. I'm serious. You don't need to be fluent in Greek or English, but going over at Jim Brown will give you treasure. No, I mean, I've seen a lot of blogs about Stephen King, you know, some of his other books and the writer that he's done. But so anyways, go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. And no cursing over there, a beautiful comment section over there where people be more than willing to help you with the word and refine you by iron sharpens iron, by giving you the actual text of what it is that you might have a question. And Brother Jim Brown will take your phone call. He might not call you back immediately, but he will call you back. And he has over 4,000 lessons. It's not a church. I'm not sending you to a church. High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries is what this is called. Out here in the desert. He's in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and he rents out like a building that's got like a conference room and there's tables and it's a classroom with a whiteboard. So cool. So you see what I'm saying, God? This place was known when I came out here. So thank you, Brother Jim Brown, for telling me that I lack fellowship. This ministry would not even been created if it wasn't for Jim Brown, who told me I need to speak with my brothers and sisters in Christ. I can't isolate myself in the middle of nowhere or not go to talk to people for nearly 6 months at a time. Is not good for the ministry. It's not good for me. It's not good for you. We are supposed to sup with those that are in the narrow way, right? Seeking you shall find. This is our mother. This is our instruction. So you are supposed to be my correction if I make a mistake with a word, or if somebody makes a mistake in this comment section, you use the word against them. You judge them with righteous judgment. Do not condemn them. Father will do the separating the wheat from the chaff. So go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. You can do that now. And if you don't come back, it's okay. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. All right. I'm going to take a break, take a pause for the cause. Water, food, whatever you need to do, we'll come back and we'll continue. Maybe watch the second half of the SWAT raid or whatever. And you can see how I continue to perform without violence. And they just continue to just tear gas me. And that's why I've just been suffering. I'm so thankful. 3 days ago, I probably should have been dead. I think this is one of the other times where I was right on that verge of death. And Father's like, nope, you're not going yet. I'm going to put you through more suffering. I'm not done with you. So I thank Father for this ministry. I have to put the stream on mute. All right, everybody's getting muted. See, she told me you're All right, we got sound again. Let's get a sound check here. Try to go outside with the puppies. They don't want to be outside. I don't know what's going on with these puppies. So, all right, we got sound. Good. All right. So, was hanging out with the puppies here. I love them. All right. Gene from Mapstar Observatory. He covers the polar wander. They call it pole shift. That's called polarity. Magnetism is creation of all things dark and light, spoken by Museum. Well, I kind of got the whole board in there, so I can't really. Could bring you further, but see, I'd lose the board. Got to get this. All right, let's correct this here too. 923 is everything, because 923 is birth. 923 is birth, right? And they celebrate birth. That's what they celebrate. Birth date, birth. That is the celebration of self. Your date of your birth, that is vain, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. So, Father, again, we'll go back and try to do a recap, and maybe we'll watch the rest of the other video, and or maybe we should just restream. Maybe we should restart. Should we respark the algorithm? I think we should, guys. There's only 4 of you in here. It's because we've been pausing for the cause here to make some burritos. I really only eat tacos and burritos on days that end in Y. But, it wouldn't hurt to restream the... Yeah, I know. Appreciate you coming in. You're so huge. Thanks for being here. Once again, this is enormous. He's UGE, like me. Huge. Right? That is the word Anunnaki. He's an Anunnaki. He's a giant. He's enormous. I say UGE. I know he's so big. So, good to see you here. Appreciate it. Obviously, still doing this. Yeah, we can refire it, because if it's just, you guys I'll just refire it, and I'll put this other label of the original image of this, because I put that KP index. Let's just have a quick conversation since it's just us, okay? Real quick for a minute. We got whacked again, guys. We had a KP 7 and a G3 geomagnetic storm, and that shouldn't happen. The sun's not giving out the energy to produce aurora, and yet it did. This is the event they're getting ready for. When this whacks this screen over our head, they're going to go lights out. It's going to be the big show, robots, fake aliens. You'll see. And they'll put people in bubbles, bubble trouble. Remember, they're all getting bubble trouble because remember World War II, they put American-born citizens. They didn't like their parents. Now they might not like something about you. No, it's book. Hook, it's book. Project Blue Book. You'll always remember that because it's Hook. It's book. Project Blue Book. Okay? Not this blue book. This whole, they're going by this script right here, the scriptures. They're doing as is above, so is below rituals. On earth, this is in heaven. It's not above your head or below your feet. That's the ritual of the north and south. So you guys know this. So there you go. You'll never, cool. All right, outstanding. And so you got it. Northwoods, there's Mockingbird where they control the media. Remember, Nanook was the ice wall, hashtag ice wall. They like playing lightsabers in their ice holes. Remember, you know what we do here? It's dialectus, it's glossa. We give it's a different tongue that most are used to. We speak in Mountain Dew, remember? We know who did the dragon, did the Code Red. They did the blue Maui blast, right? Do me, baby, Mountain Dew. Remember? Oh, Bill, Big DeVoe. Now you know. Yo, slick, blow. All right, we had to go back in time. We speak in Mountain Dew. That's right. In this chat, we speak in colors. They speak in, remember, they speak in geometry, or right? I speak in the celestial firmament, right? Because he gave me these star markers as astronomy is not some theory where this is where they're at. This is their alignment. That's all that is. Astronomy. People, the swastika. So you'll understand the wheel worship of this goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper is just vanity. And well, it is. It's like, oh, look at me. But no, he said, be not dismayed in Jeremiah. So once again, let's be real. The magnetics, that's that dome, that magnetic dome over this rock, you know, all this imagery that's on the deck calculator. Pretty awesome to have the work of this ministry and be, you know, why is that? Why does Pastor have that tattooed on his body? Why is all this stuff on still to this day on the deck calculator there? Shh, I got a secret. That's a little Bob lyrics there, but remember these things. If you hadn't up to speed, Normus, because you're so huge, you just take up so much space. Maybe just add the time. And the crowns. So of this super cycle, look, I want to show you guys this real too. Just really quick. It's just some of us, and we'll refire the stream, do a recap. But look, this is this. Remember, it's 7 years. Meet the cycles. Why? If you look, remember the 490 gospel, because we have to be under this meek gospel of they didn't let the land lie fallow and rest. It's Friday. On Saturday was the day of the Sabbath. We're not doing that because we're not under that. Remember, we're not doing it anymore. So, but that was the day all things had to be prepared. Right on this day. So remember, the Aleph, this is set. Man, they took rest. Rest is 7 years to create this Aleph symbol, like 7, the number of completion. The 7th horn, the final shofar, the ram's horn shall sound, the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Same things I've been going over, so you guys can. It's the word. It's not me. It's the word that does this through the scriptures. But this Aleph is negation, remember, cancellation or completion. To be 7 is to be matured or completed, or 7 Shemitah cycles of 7, which was a debt jubilee. Remember, it doesn't say that anymore. It says, forgive us our trust. No, it says, forgive us our debts. It says, forgive us our debtors, because they don't want to know the people under this fee fine. They love replaying this old God of the Aleph of this, you know, but this has now been hijacked by a religion, by Satanism, which is religion. All of it. This is all vain, that he said worthless, these celebrations, these customs, these wheel calendar celebration. We do not celebrate anything because we always end up doing this. God's in the sky, you know, so, you know, so the cancellation of the corporation, okay, guys, they're going to do this when we got a KP7, when we only had a very small geomagnetic storm. And they know this sun is going to whack this magnetosphere. Magnetics is how this is all spoken into existence through the word. He said, before Abraham was I am. I mean, that's Jehovah's self-existent God, right? The creator of all things, the Aleph. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, the Alpha. I am the Alpha, the beginning, and I am. This is the signal of the Omega. You ever been part of a sorority or anyways, never mind. But when the fire from above happens, they'll put these people in bubble cap trouble like they did during World War II. It doesn't matter. Many are called, but only God's are chosen. So I'm glad it's just us here for a minute because it's feeling like speak real freely real quick. So check this out. See this bubble? See this bubble trouble? You're in bubble. It's megalithic bubble trouble. Well, they'll bring in their space alien farce, warp speed, and pull the yellow brick road because the wonderful things he does. Remember, he said it's going to be a golden age, and we're in the age of clay, not golden. Remember all the ages as Daniel was a Magi? Remember, brothers and sisters, whatever. I don't claim something that I don't give you celestial bis of past that the Magi knew at the time before even Hamashiach was birthed, right? Bring you back in time here, and then bring you into the forward time of deception, the water, the age, birth of the Hamashiach through the matrix, through the vesicle Pisces, right? Matrix, through the first you penetrate the matrix. So they like to play these birth or rapture. This is this fake, get out of here early ritual too. That, brother says, I believe this event will happen before we see this final, hopefully, and I don't want to not making any predictions on timelines or anything of that, but we just had a KP7 and a G3 geomagnetic storm, which means we saw auroras, this ions, the upper ionosphere, they already said collapse. And if we see this whole hadron colliders, it affects the magnetosphere. They already said it can create 10,000 times stronger field around this magnetism, okay? And that's what they're trying to, when that great and dreadful day of the Lord, he opens up the hat, you know, the bottom and the top of this place, and by fire, right? No, well, fire is lightning. It'll be an event that comes from the sun. They know that. It's the super cycle of this golden, like the sun, like gold, and it's white now. But anyways, like a sun which emits this dog, or like God dog, or God, remember I have all these, this tattoo. Remember I've shown you guys over and over. This is this. You can see that same image that's on my. Well, no, it's the whole encampment of the saints, the straw man, enormous, the straw, or the hey. Well, no, straw, like the corporate straw man who is been merchandised by birth. He was birth. See, remember, it's all about birth. They took over your merchant number, and now they are counting you to go into your Walmart because you'll follow the yellow brick road, because the dragon, as it said, would be there to consume the child, which is this mystery Babylon. Even now they have their Babylonian Pope. Remember, they got their Gentile Messiah. Now they got their Gentile Pope. So this is the action they're going to take. 923 Executive Orders 11004, which will allow them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps, just like World War II. They're playing the same ritual out. That's why they clip the penny. Soon it'll be the nickel, because it costs 14 cents. We don't need it. Now it'll be a strategic war metal. It's, remember Mr. Rusty Dustpan? Mr. Rusty Dustpan, Mr. Sticky Muskrat, his dustpans. And like I said, you know, you flip those off when you drive down the road. Oh, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't be quick to judgments. That's the word orge. But anyways, it's not the person inside. It's the whole, you know, I mean, people are getting serious. Here in Oregon, like 2 dealerships got attacked, and it's good that stuff calmed down, but people are really getting out of control. Man, you can't help. These are NPCs, you know, whatever you want to call them. They're just going by one-sided. They're biased. Democrat, Republican, red or blue, lollipop, whatever. They're astropops. They're licking the warp speed. Remember, you know, God's in the sky, so they couldn't determine the celestial clock that gives us time markers. But this 923 2017 started this Alice symbol over the negation of this corporation, remember, which I took and marked my body with this diagonal 7 Salem, Jerusalem, twice the judgments here, X, twice the judgments here, X, twice the judgments here, X, the va, va, va. Remember, this whole ministry, this is the work. Even down to, do not think that I came to bring peace, I came to bring a sword. Anybody in the graphic design world, or pay attention to even through the whole frame, they have this sword, a division that will divide. Remember, he divides the saints. Well, the chaff from the wheat, from the chaff, remember. Well, in this cast, we're talking about straw. Hey, follow the yellow brick road, remember, because of the wonderful things he does. Well, anyways, you're going to be wondering why people didn't pay attention that he said, judge thou shalt be judged, and judgment is supposed to be righteous with the word. So he stood against the perverted law, and this corporation has strangled nations with now 1,000 military bases, 180 countries. For how many years? Remember, the reserve currency lasts how long? UK? About 80 years. So that was World War II. Remember, put all your gold in Fort Knox, 1945. Here we are, 2025 on their Gregorian calendar. Well, that's about 80 years. So we'll cancellation, the negotiation. It'll be a digital communism is what's coming. It will. You won't see, but that's okay. Father only gives eyes. That's apocalypse. He lifts the veil or the scales from the eyes of the blind. Remember, gives them an eye to see, or there's not a deaf. They don't fall on deaf ear. They can see what I'm saying, or they hear what I'm saying. So anyways, the negation of the cancellation of the corporation starts in Jerusalem, like Jerusalem started in Jerusalem, Oregon. And now twice, va. I did the live stream on this. Remember, a live stream on this ministry, not here. I marked my body with it. I don't believe you guys. You're idiots. The sun doesn't go the wrong way. Shut up, Tracy. You're an idiot. You're thinking of the stars. The great red dragon eclipse. Remember this? Come on, like, with this diagonal. We don't have good lighting in here. Well, let's turn this way. Oh, there we go. I'll mark my body with it. I don't care what this world says. He said, be in it, but be not of it. It's going diagonal, not like a horizo where it rings out like a marriage. 2 bodies become one. He unites. Unity, right? They commune, they form this. See, this is a ritual over and over. They do birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth, the ring, the marriage. Well, it's about a marriage. It's about a union. It's about an inheritance in the age of error. After deception, he lifts the veil that's been put over by the churches for 2,600 years. But let's go back to this red dragon eclipse of 2017. So year number 1, if you start counting on a marker, a time marker that's called astronomy, and you'd mark that, well, this is fake. The sun doesn't get it. You, like New York, the time dropped, or the apple. Well, never mind. She had sex with the serpent. Let's not Cain. Let's not around the blue bloods. All right. Anyway, she didn't eat no apple. Anyway, moving on. Apple or Android? That's full AO. Never mind. So, who told you were naked? All right. So remember this golden age, and we're already in the age of clay. So this is why they wonder. Not, who wrote the book of love? No, well, the book is not. That's a Bible, right? The word Bible is. Let's get back to this KP7 storm that we just had with no ion. Remember, Tesla said, I can grab energy right out of the air unless I can ether, like the Walmart sign. Remember, I already showed you this. The 4 triangles up and then these 4 below, 44 put in this. He signed, erected that freedom. Well, they're all part wings to the same dragon, cheeks to the same hole. But, never mind. That's part of the imagery. They love to put an Ethernet, as is above, so is below. So anyways, back to getting it like New York. First, Adam's apple, the ball dropping. They say I'm crazy. Like New York on New Year's, the sun crossed, obviously rises in the east and sets over here in, well, Oregon, like in the Pacific Northwest. Oh, my bad. Well, that day, the sun came and hit the side of the moon, right? The moon hit the side of the sun, correct? The Big Apple, thank you so much for the hook and Project Blue Book, that the sun started a long way and casting a shadow of days of darkness, the 3, because there would be 3 after 7 years, they would create this outlet. Everybody had standing on the X again. Stand on the X 2.0. Oh, I'm going to get raptured. Imagine all the disappointed people who went to Rapture, Indiana. Twice the judgments, they failed, didn't they? Drove home and misery. There's no rapture. There's no getting out. There's no such word ever once written as the, but by the Masons, they made these. Let's go back to Salem, where it went through the first of the 7 years that it took to create not just the X, is like putting an X on your back is like a target. That's not a good thing if you ever watch movies, right? But all right, let's end about movies. So remember, this X that was formed here is, this is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere where they found the oldest clothing on this rock. Irregardless, it doesn't matter. They already announced that, Oregon. So anyways, only state equal 33, and notice it left on the 33rd parallel. In the Carolinas. So, but anyway, let's go back to the 7 Salems or Jerusalem. Remember, they declared a national emergency. Kate Brown, oh my, they started jacking people on price, charging them by their hotels. They changed the prices. Changed, twist, warp, perverted. So they forwarded or changed the prices and they declared a national emergency and the sun started going the wrong way. And I'm like, I was kind of losing my mind a little bit, obviously, but I knew what I was seeing. I'm not some idiot. I know how these celestial nodes work and how these is all deception, and knows that the sun created this path of darkness where this, like Jonah, was in the belly of the whale. Oh, let's get back to Christ being entombed in darkness for 3 days. And then he rose like Hosanna, raised in the highest, as he says in the Lord's Prayer, lift up, edify, like Lazarus was raised from the dead. Remember, that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign they'll be given is a sign of Jonah. And that's what we saw there with their Ninevehs. But let's go back to Salem, like Salem, Oregon, right? It crossed the path of 7 Salems in darkness and cast a shadow over the nations for the first day. And then remember, I live streamed on this October 23rd of 2023. Whoa, where'd everybody go? They boot everybody out of the room? Says there only one of you. Maybe we'll refire this stream up. All right, I think that's what we're going to do anyways. Let's see. Oh, YouTube don't like that. They don't want you to have the abyss. All right, that's okay. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. I will put them in the abyss. A negates the cancellation of the corporation. All right. We gave a sound check, a bite. All right, hey, come back, Hook. If we'll refire the stream. I don't know what they do this. They throw people. Praise all glory to the Most High. All glory to we will. All glory to the Most. They're just giving. How many times you come in here, Hook? Somebody said it's how many times you comment. We just lost Hook. So they must be tossing everybody out here. We're gonna restart the stream. Did you get booted, Lady in Red? What happened? And I will. I'm not gonna. We'll refire this one up again. It's got to be done. You didn't get booted? Well, it's only said that just one of you or whatever. You know how YouTube does this. They'll throw this. You say too many words, and that sparks the rhythm, and we're not even getting trolls because you know how many of those they send, and that's okay. So, okay. Outstanding. Well, all right, we're going to refire this. This will be the end of this 923 stream on this. I know I might have not sorry. I do apologize. Yeah, it is what it is. Remember, yes, like the ones that he said, I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. I'm bringing the fire, baby. The promise of the rainbow. Well, this time it's fire. And that's exactly, you're on it, Hook. You're on it. You got it. This time he will bring the fire, and it'll be by his greatest weapon ever. Not CO2, not you, not the Hamashiach, but the sun. The one that's not orange anymore, yellow, but it's white. We've talked about that. So this week of magnetosphere is what this is all about. So remember, I didn't care if it was just a few of us in here. So I do appreciate it. But let's go ahead and refire it because they're obviously, and I need to pick back up. We can do a refresher. So we'll talk about kings and crowns because somebody wanted to talk about kings and crowns. But that's right. 2 kings, 2 crowns. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crowns. Remember, there are 2 kings. And the king of Revelation 9:11 is the one that's locked up in the abyss. So we know who that is. That's the 7th king who revealed as a spiritual antichrist. It's there, brothers and sisters. This is the one where they think they got this space fake alien technology from. Remember? You got it, like space aliens. So you get it? Just for these eyes, it's right there. The one locked in the pit is the 7th king, who is the one who inverted this rhythm and flow of this wheel worship, as they call Catholicism, Satanism. Gog, Magog. So we will, whatever. We got to make sure the people who get the end of this, because how many people will make it, do you think, Lady in Red, to a whole restream of 6 hours and 41 minutes to the end? This is for you guys. This is for the rhythm, for the people with an eye to see, and bless you, sister. I appreciate always your hard work you do on and off the ministry here, and just being who you are. You're real, and I don't have very many real people. Remember, my dogs are about all I have that have never lied, cheated, or stole from me. Everybody, any human being's always done one or the other of those. It seems as if that's okay. He said, "Be charitable, love is patient, love is kind, as it's meek, it does not boast." But most of all, it loves and it takes up its cross daily. So remember, be taking up your cross. Know what happens? Remember, the Simpsons made a prediction. I don't predict anything. They said, hey, that's a good study tool, that the lights would go out today on the 30th. I'd seen some whatever blog about it. I don't watch never a single episode full of the Springfield and the whole. Never mind. Remember, they said Mr. Warp Speed would be laying in a casket, President 9/11. So I'm not saying that. That's what they laid him down. Remember, like he came down the escalator and all that. Anyway, so they said today, lights out. Just every day you're supposed to be prepared for that light. So not physical. I'm just saying, some people are lights out down here. Workers of darkness, children of darkness, those who do work you do the works of your father, the demonion, the distributor of fortunes or lies. They call that devil, remember? So anyways, we don't read that version. Hopefully you've gotten your interlinear and you're studying that, using your lexicon. Thank you, Father, for the eye that sees, that you've given bless the bis, because they lack, they shall perish, but you will throw them in, if remember from the original, because they ate of the tree of. So, oh, man, it's a fine line we walk. Good thing he's the horizo. That's who my love is, the Most High. He said, I am the horizo. He's the redeemer of the bride. The ones that were names to be called out in that book of life. The heirs to the crown, those who be crowned in the age of air. well, we didn't even finish it. We got to finish the lesson, remember? 2020, year zero, to start the reset of the age of error. Not deception would be over. The veil would be lifted. This is it. The apocalypse, revelation, remember? This started back at remember, 1900. Oh, hey, hold on. We're going to do that. I already got you. Hold on. We got to finish and complete. Aletheia, the number 7 is to be completed, matured. We must finish the age, the blessing, the lesson that you must be unveiled. Your eyes will be, the scales will be removed from, it'd be a resurrection, a lifting. That's revelation. Remember, Pastor Revelation. Apocalypse, to remove the cover. Are you there? Will you be crowned in the age of error? In a slice of time, because we have to at least make sure that you understand under this, and we'll learn on the next. We'll go quickly to 400-year cycles times 5 is 2,000. There's a 5th, right, cycle which to completes this 4 times 5, where there's a time that overlaps itself. That's the Ouroboros, time overlapping itself, where the kings, the rulers, if they cannot feed the people, because it's all about food and the rotation of this to have crops, better crops, not religions. Yes, like the emperor has no clothes, they would lose their reign, they would lose their authority over the nations. That's where we are. And they know that. That's why they've cut off this global supply chain and have made it, when the sun whacks, they'll be ready for this event as they go lights out. Remember, see, I hope he didn't go sleep. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. That word is broadcast. So welcome to another Black Sheep Broadcast Productions. And we're going to go ahead and hope that you're already in this age of error. They keep me in the illusion up to. Oh, well, that's what they do. They're going to do it through, they've already done it. Remember, we passed into this age on the birth of these 2 stars here. This is not this is Saturn. Yes, Saturn and the sun. No, Saturn and Jupiter. The king, the 2 opposing, Chronos, Satan, time, and Jupiter, the king star, marked the passing. This is it in year 0. I spoke about it in 2020, back in the thousands. Remember, there's no such thing as 1,000. There's no 0 as a placeholder with no value. And it's only 1 through 9, and there's no 1,000. Millennial. Thousands, 2,000, yes. 2,000, but no thousands. No 0, no 1,000. No, that's blasphemy. You don't know your biblical script. You don't know the simple old. It's not 2025. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We'll move on to the next lesson we'll teach. But listen, during this deception, age of deception that has already been lifted, that is to lift the cover and remove the veil, the apocalypse that we are in this last book of Revelation, it was written by the firmament, which he controls the dynamo. There's no ball spinning around, steel, molten. Let's not go for that. You all wonder what's inside. Hey, as is above, so is below. There is a plane, like they fly over a plane-et, like PLANET phone home. Well, anyways, messenger, he sent his messengers. So this plane-et that we live on here, they never nose down in aviation, all their, well, instrumentation. Anybody, either flight, aeronautics, or, well, air. Let's get back to this air. That's more important. I Can't Breathe ritual is all about the crowning of those, right? Like he suffered and he couldn't breathe because they put him through crucifixion, which was a hanging on a tree, not a cross. He didn't carry a cross. Let's remember that. But he tells you in the book of Matthew, Luke, carry a cross daily. The disciples will they'll deny themselves and they will take that cross up daily, deny themselves daily, and follow. He'll do what he did. And they jailed him for opposing. They didn't like this, that other Jesus, Christ. Remember they hung on a tree? They hated him. He said, if you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. So we're not to be liked by this world. We're not here to do these traditions of men, celebrations, rituals, especially birth. Let's make that clear.
So everybody knows birth. We don't celebrate birth now. We celebrate one day. All these rituals already did it. Go back in the live stream. We're still muted. No, not muted. That's just you, Iceman. All right, we're going to refire this here, but I do want you to understand, and in this age of error, where the lifting of the crowning of these kings, these heirs to the throne of God, as Paul said, and we must go through much solipsis. Nice. Might have taken a minute. Like I said, we'll we're gonna refire this live stream up and redo this 923. We might end the rest of it with the rest of the standing because of the Fourth Amendment against illegal prosecution under the right of Sixth Amendment, 18th, Title 18, all that stuff that I already taught you guys a bunch of times too. But if you're a corporation, you'll go by this other, you'll go on mandates, or will not go on mandates, you'll go by mandates. I don't go on dates with men, but you'll go by mandates and follow codes and ordinances, which are for corporations and businesses for commerce, not for a person, a man, a woman, of the land, the soil, the organic, natural right of the people is protected under the Constitution. But people don't follow that. Well, they don't anymore. That's been since the 1800s. They made a corporation. Also, as I talked about, this negation of the corporation and the negation of the protection of the magnet over our rock, where we just had a KP 7 level and a Geo 3 3. Oh, I did Illuminati sign. People, that's okay. That is a penetration of our protection, like Trojan man, bring a shield to every battle. Anyways, Roman or Trojan. So, but 7, again, the number of completion, brothers, sisters. Remember, they know exactly what they're doing here. They're not going to try to, capitalize, ride the wave, the cycle, the super cycle, to get in front of these celestial cycles. There's a super cycle, as I said, 400 years is one of they're not just a 12-year solar cycle. One of these is a 400 years. If you look into these cycles, go see Adapt 2030. He hadn't quite hit what I'm just telling you, but if you take 4 times 5, that makes 2000, where we're into this super cycle of they lose their inheritance because, it talks about the rulers lose theirs because they can't feed the people. And that's what the scripture really is about. Paganism is about having sacrifices, Father required sacrifice at the altar, feed. But this was part of their spring, spring is over here, but their Samhain starting in their rituals, in their equinox, as they perverted this calendar and have a New Year's festival in the middle of the winter to birth their son God, Jesus Christ, the movie Jesus. But you already know who that is, because Father doesn't have breast. He is horizo. He is the diviner, the separator. That's what he said. I am, before Abraham was I am. He said, be comforted, Peter, when he faltered because of remember, so don't falter. That'd be like Esau. He was wavered and he hated Esau before he was ever born or done anything on this earth. So done anything. Yeah, while he walked this rock, he was ruled over by, remember, he faltered. It was Jacob, who was kind of a stick, if you will, in the mud, and but he loved, and he loves agape, and he gave. And I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, do you agape me? Are you walking and follow 2 John and 6 in my commandments? And he commands us to take our cross up daily, deny ourselves daily, and follow after him, to be in the hados. Boom. To be narrowed. Dialobos, to be pinched. Dialobos, to be pushed from both sides. And then when you get pinched, you will fit through that straight gate. Only the bride, that's who he loves. Go to the Old Testament. Wages of sin, one was, whether venial or mortal, it was death. Do you follow that standard? You ever not lied, cheated, stole, coveted another man, woman's ever? Come on, in your head. If you covet another man's wife, you can commit sin in your own head. So Father is the one who calls out to the heart of the brides to stop doing. We've all done these things, brothers and sisters, but it's a process. So remember, he said in Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So he said, I am the horizo, right? I am the way. Hados. Greater than.
and greater than, and less than, more, less of you, self, and more, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves, and more of me, Christ, will grow inside you. Look at that. It's what he's telling you daily. Deny yourself. Not this 7 day, 7 day, not 1 day Sunday, sit on a church pew, Jesus. Some image of some homosexual pope who has a lover, the Borgia, Caesar Borgia, but this word, we're not supposed to defile by imagery. So careful of imagery. He said, be sure no mammon, Jezebel deceive you. Discern all the things. Use a spiritual calculator, a celestial calculator. How about that? Does it add up? That's a dose. Can't be one above, add even one jot or tittle. He said, don't add. In the same narrow way. Do what I did. Not one above another. Apologize. It overcomes me. I want people to understand what's in store here. Deny your flesh, because when you come back, I've been studying this a little bit. I want to say there's this person, and I don't know how when I looked in their eyes, it's like I knew them, I'd seen them a million times. It's a lady talking about the little season, how we're already in the little season. But how is that when we just seen the celestial marker of the bride, the second birth in this Revelation 12 and then 13, when that is after, no, we just saw these markers. This is talking about there's an air where we live with Father without flesh. And then we get flesh back, the little season. So how is that when we just seen the star marker and the change of the age at the year 0, the start of this new age? The 6th extinction cycle, the super cycle, again, as I told you, the 12,000 year cycle. 4 times 5, 2,000 times 6, 12. 6,000 years ago, he flooded this rock from top to bottom. That was the Noah event. This is in the strata. It's in all the paleoclimatology records. It's in the ice core data. This is something you can go look up for yourself. The one thing I want to make you very aware of is that these, selected, elected, whatever, they think they're the elite, as they call themselves. They worship sun gods and lunar gods, and just as they did at the time. But listen, they know this celestial yuga cycle. They know of this time that overlaps itself, like the eternal that has a twist, right? That time over, that's that special time where we reach these cycles, these super cycles. That's why this has this, and we'll go over that again on this other stream of this super cycle. They know this is coming because this is the air where the crowns will be thrown, and the weapon that will be used is the sun. They know they're not going to run from this event. They know the cycle, but they have their Hadron colliders, as I said, to try to protect their magnetosphere, where they said, it's what, 1,000 times stronger than the magnetic canopy that's over our umbrella, and think they can stop this event by judgments or by fire. Because last time, remember, I've seen enough of the hokey pokey, this water event that is promise of the rainbow, he would never use that water. There will be a compression event, I'm sure of it. We've already seen a slowing. Now we've increased, which would expand our atmosphere on a regular cycle, but there's still the chance, because the weakened magnetosphere, canopy is so gone, that if we do get one of these events that penetrates, and we have just had one that they couldn't protect themselves from, where that actual KP7, once again, hallelujah, G3 magnetic storm created auroras. We didn't have the type of proton event, ions, protons, remember, electron, basic. I hope people understand. Ionized gas is plasma, like the sun is electric, okay? Like a plasma cutter, you plug it into a wall. There's, the portion of this that allows this, right, to this gas to be fired and create this, just like the sun, 2 magnetics opposing forces on the sun, and 2 sunspots creates what is known as a solar flare. Now, it might not create a mass, coronal mass ejecting, off that, but there could be that event where it does, and that's plasma leaving this ionized and deionized gas comes off and hits our magnetic canopy. And that's a penetration, and where we see those radiation, solar radiation penetrating our magnetic canopy. And it's not a good thing, although it's very beautiful. And they've seen colors, guys, again, in these auroras. In 2023, we smashed the record. Normally, the 12-year cycle has ever been 2 in 12 years. And we crushed not with 3, not 4, but 5 events. And again, we did not have the proton bombardment through our magnetic canopy, allowing these protons, this radiation, solar radiation, to penetrate our magnetic. This is something they can't protect. I'm telling you, brother, so this event will happen. And it's just, last time we had an event like this in the 1800s, it whacked the technology of the time, which was telegraph. The operators were burnt. Some of these things were unplugged, and these things were still sending out telegraphs. We are a grid lock system under these cities that are just, not more than me. Yeah, you're going to wait and see. These cities will turn to dust. I don't care how much steel they put in them. It'll almost not be like that thermite, but I'm telling you, it'll literally just, it'll be too hot. You won't be able to escape. Have you ever seen one of these events where this goes down this line, it lights up one of these events where you start seeing these transformer blow, and you see that stuff racing down the line? Oh, imagine if one of those popped in one of the stories, it's all going to go at one time. So I would recommend, I'm not trying to be alarmist, but a grid is not where you want to be. Like, you should see it in the sky. You can't escape that, but you can maybe, not everybody can. So just put on the armor of God. Don't worry. Be not anxious. Don't worry. The day of judgment. I'm not trying to pick a day like that, saying that, but that sun will whack us like it did in 1859. Eventually, we are now in a magnetic excursion, not a pole shift. A pole shift means when the actual, like this sun, the magnetics of the rock change. Whereas if there's a positive or negative, you can look at the colors on this mixing, because when these get too close together, like a spark plug, if you hooked up a spark, to your jumper cables, and that's all that happens, creates that ejecta. It's not rocket science, but we'll go ahead, and for opposing forces of magnetism, positive, negative polarity changes every 11 years, meaning the magnetism. The sun doesn't do a circle. The magnetism flips. On the moon every 22 years on a rotation of this normal cycle of this 12-year cycle. Only twice have we had a penetration bombardment where it created mid-latitude, right? Equatorial, where they saw, again, in Ukraine, like in 2023, yellow, and Florida red and yellow, and then pink in Mexico and Ukraine. This is not normal. This is what is happening, is we're getting too much energy from our sun. And this because the magnetic canopy has been weakening since 1900. It started its degradation. It first started in 1859 when this rock was hit by a solar X-flare, where again, that ejecta, that plasma left that sun, and it hit our rock. We have a magnetic canopy. I've talked about that in last, maybe we'll do that again, but I hope that he has blessed others with the eyes to see that they're dug in and they're ready for this event. And I think with their Hadron Colliders not smashing atoms, that is a rotation of just take copper and wrap it around a magnet and spin it around. You ever seen what that thing is? I'm not talking about this, whatever, their underground tunnel ritual. But anyways, same thing. It creates a toroidal field. They've already said that it creates that magnetic. And when that magnetism changes, as we used to do every 360,000 years, like 360 degrees on a clock, in the data, strat data, that this used to happen, where your compass would change. That's what happens on the sun. You go out now, and the compass is pointed to the north because there is a magnetic polarity or pull from Canada to Russia. That's been migrating since the 1800s. It went away from Canada above us, North Pole, and started racing away to the west. In 1900, it, like a military veteran, about face, it turned 180 degrees and it started going back the way it came. And since then, it's been racing back towards Russia, because there would actually be, dipole. There'd be two poles to the north, pulling or tugging the polarity, not poles. There's no ho, candy cane, North Pole up there with the stripes on it. That's idiocracy. That's magnetism. It's what keeps your compass pointed to the north. There's also one in the south. Nobody wants to talk about the South Atlantic anomaly. And this has been racing since, I forget the year, it was like 2000. It started out of the south and actually increasing faster. And they will eventually, because this rotation of the magnetism on this rock in the strata, meaning like an ice cream sandwich, or like ice core data and or like at the rift zones, like the Mid-Atlantic rift zone where, well, anyways, it passed over some of these already, but they find the magnetism because of the magma that's there at the time it's out and it captures in that magma. They find pottery in these things. And anyway, so with isotope data, anyway, I'm trying to, this sounds like you got to be a scientist to talk about this. Stop it. Bill Nye, the science guy. The dude's an actor, you know. Neil deGrasse, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. Anyway, that's a Bob thing. So, but anyways, that compass is staying in the north because of the magnetism that's actually been migrating polarity towards Siberia since 1859. It hit by solar flare X 20 to 30, this rocked Earth facing directing hit our magnetism canopy, which is at 100%. And it started the magnetic migration of the polarity away. Remember, 1859, 1900, turn around, start racing back that way. Now you can find this information. This is not new news. If I said this has been happening since the 1800s, they've been getting and had obviously enough time to prepare for this event and just keep the public hush with their bread and circus. Like, how big is Kim Kardashian's butt today? You know, I don't care. Let's go to a Stupid Bowl and we'll see, you know, Kendrick Lamar with the with the A minor, you know, all this. All right. Anyways, anyways, they got robots doing these dance now. Remember, it was a couple years ago they had those on strings. Now they're riding bikes and doing the Kendrick Lamar. Anyways, all right, it is what it is. I don't partake in these occultic rituals. I see people who do decodes as I do decodes myself to give you an eye. Hopefully, he can only pull the scales off of the eyes he chose of the bride, and not all will have. Remember that, like that Rowdy Piper or whatever they guess, obey, you know, whatever that. I've never watched that movie. Does anybody know what that movie's called? All right, we better 7 this, finish it off, mature it, make it finish it up. But to be 7 to maturity, I hope you understand there'll be an age of error where they're crowned, and we're already here. Welcome to the new age in the book. So we are truly in the very, not predicting the end of the world, the last book. They'll be crowned in this age. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Paul said you will see the day approaching. So there'll be signs, as it says in Matthew, and the stars, sun, and moon, not planets. And in Genesis, it says for times and seasons. So there is a celestial clock above your head. If you'll pay attention, you know, astronomy and astrology used to be very interlinked, but we won't go on that. We'll just pay attention to the astronomy, the alignment of where these, like this gas giant Saturn, when it conjuncted in Aries 3 times back in 1939, they knew of all this special time and been able to go by this ritual and create this last generation. The fake Israelites, Jews that are fake, it was 2,600 years ago he made a covenant with a spiritual Jew, spiritual bride, not some physical. He destroyed all the physical law. So they're sleeping, yes, broadcasting. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. So appreciate your eyes and ears. If you have an eye to see and you don't have a deaf ear, this should make sense. But not like America can't, because they don't make sense anymore. That's a war tactic, okay? Clip the copper, clip the nickel. They did that in 45. Here they are saying they're going to audit the Fort Knox, huh? I thought they put all the gold in there. Well, was it in there? Oh, that might be a key date, huh? When they say it's not all in there. What are they going to do? Well, they're going to reevaluate it like they did in, well, remember, turn your gold in by executive order. How many people did it? Is an executive order lawful? Difference between lawful and legal. Is it legal? Is it lawful? You tell me. So we'll see. Do you think they'll do it again? Maybe they'll nationalize it. They'll need it for war. They can nationalize it. So I'm not talking about putting all your eggs in one basket, but he said we must be as refined as gold and silver. And I'm not giving you any financial advice, but they did sell Christ for 30 pieces of that silver. In some places they call silver money. So is that dollar bills like you can fold, or things that, what exactly are you doing? What am I doing? I'm standing here beside myself. You want to do some number 5 alive? We're talking about this generation that's going to come where they're going to unleash these megalithic neoprene skin, oil skin tech that they program to have it easy. If they can convince everybody that a robot's alive and it did it itself, then they can program it to do whatever they want. They can blame it on the robot, the technology. AI, there's no such thing as AI. You're an antichrist idiot. So that's what I'm currently doing at this moment in my space. I'm in space. My space right here. You're in your space. He's over in his space. Some people, my space is gone. Let's not talk about it anymore. They got a new app. It's called Plenty of Fish, right? He tells us to be fishers of men, not traditions or women of men. Well, his bride, remember, we're supposed to go out and like head of household, right? He becomes that high priest, remember? And he is the one who leads us. Hallelujah. Good thing we got a mediator. Good thing that Shiloh cut the head off a father and stands in where the wages of sin under the old. If you rip him down from the tree, that's what you'll be standing like under the 7 Noahide laws. Oh, you got to rest. They take you back under that celebration, anything, you will put yourself under the laws of flesh. He said, don't celebrate anything, especially birth. So we're just doing a little quick redo for you as you enter into the chat. Thanks for coming in. Luck. There's no such thing as luck, no such thing as free will. What is luck? The Father created all things, then he knows where the dice will land. You can't cheat him and stack the deck. You can't go, oh, I saw this guy on YouTube. He said that Father created all things. He thinks I'm going to go right 10 years from now and go left. Like, don't cheat yourself. Self is idolatry. Father created all things. Give all glory to the Father Most High. And then he sent the bride in flesh, right? Here we are to be tested by men, traditions of men, women of men, by Jezebels, Baal worship and tree and sun. They do this Christ mass of eating flesh and drinking blood, vampirism and cannibalism. Remember the giants, they were eating people too. So giant isn't the word Nephilim. So don't be a Nephilim. Nephilim is bully. Don't be a bully. I thank you, Paul, for the writings in Corinthians, as he told us to not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Those who do work in self, darkness, self. Idolatry is porneia, is the Greek word porneia. You might want to get with the times here. We don't do these celebrations or rituals. Jeremiah, it's there in Jeremiah again. There's that tree worship and this wheel worship of their celebrations and rituals. Remember, he said, learn not the ways of the heathens. Oh, here's what the Lord say, Israel. And he's not talking to some place in this rock. That's like one place. That's pride. That's his heavens. That's his favorite. That's all been fulfilled. He has a covenant with Jews and Gentiles, man and woman, good and evil. All flesh would be fulfilled. Black, white, brown, red, and yellow, all flesh. But not everybody. He said, oligos, just a little bit of everybody. He had a heavens. That was his favorite. You might want to study go back to get a clinic strong set 10 volume, and you can see all the heavens, how they ruled over the earth, how over they reigned. Remember that even in Genesis, that 7,000 man heavenly army annihilate that 20,000 man earthly army. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. He said, no fiery darts will penetrate your armor. So let's go back to Paul's writing in Ephesians. He tells us twice in 6 and 11, put on that armor. Oh, all glory to Christ. All glory to the Father for making me do this. I should have ended the stream and resparked it, but hey, we're here today. And somebody asked, what are you doing? This is what we're doing right now. We're sharing the light. Somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. You don't condemn them. Father is the divider. He said, I am the horizo. Don't be surprised. Don't let it feel, this is the wheel of time, of the equinox, of their perversion of their sun god. Do not do these things. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Those who do works in dark. This is the calendar from their celebration of their Samhain. Remember, this was the same thing as paganism. They had sacrifice. His father required sacrifice for better harvest. They would, but they didn't eat people. That was, again, Anunnaki were giants. And then religious people, Satanists, Christians, Catholicism, the deadly head one that was healed in Scripture. Constantine rebranded this whole outlawed pontiff, said, no, we're not doing this wheel, Baal, and grove. This is all Satan. Well, Satan is the eating of human flesh. The adversary means Satan. And Father said, don't eat flesh, don't think I have breasts. Well, no, he didn't say that, but Father doesn't have breasts. Father doesn't have flesh. He said, I am the horizo. People say, oh, no, he said, I'm the way, the truth, and I'm the life. He didn't say life, and he didn't say light. He said, I am the horizo. That meant horizon. I am the separator. I am the divider of the day and the night, the dark and the light. And they perverted this. This New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. Bang, bang, right? Pots and pans after a week of the birth of the sun god. Their Lupercalia, their birth of this sun god in February. This dog, like having doggy style or what? Smack that? No. They do this ritual, this celebration of this image of this, see people doing this is this behind, never mind, like doggy style. Anyways, don't I get tired? No, I don't. Father said, don't go to sleep. And 3 days ago, I almost choked to death on my own fluids. But no, I sleep. I go to bed. I have rest. I find my rest. He says, the Sabbath day, I find rest in suffering, in his Shem, his Agape. That's what he said. That's where we find our daily rest, Sabbath, in being crucified. It gives me wings, not like Red Bull. He said he'll be given the wings of an angel. They'll flee to the wilderness, or they'll be given that. Careful. Remember, Scripture, safety. So he kept me from getting grenaded to the face without being my ear canal taken out, my eye being completely blasted out of my brain skull, and obviously not to be able to speak. I mean, I was completely attacked by hearing, eyesight, and, here, have some more gas or what? Never mind. So anyways, if I won't go into that because I said we'll do that maybe at the end of the next stream. But he still has me standing here today because he said, Hosanna. Remember, lift up, raise up in the highest, like he rose and he resurrected Lazarus from the dead. We are to die daily to self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Death to self, circumcise the outer things that you want, idolatry, things of the dirt. Take up your cross. He was crucified, so I must suffer like he suffered. I must stand in against the perverted law as he did. I will be held accountable by my measure. Give that shekel to the rich man. I'm not saying I'm rich. I'm just saying if you don't use what he gave you, your skill set, whatever it is he's wrote into you I think we have a very unique, or at least the bride, to perform his works as he is the commander steering the ark. You, as we're told again, like Noah baptized the ark inside and out. I hope that you understand he's in you. He's not in the sky, and he's not somewhere in a house made by hand. He said your body's a temple. And when he took over as that high priest of the church, that was done by the celestial firmament, declared that Shiloh sign that he holds the scepter, is the one with the sword, the divider. I am the horizo. That's what horizon or horizo mean. He didn't say that I am the life or even the light, even though that the morning light came up at that horizontal plane, not vertical. Verizon, AT&T, anyway, is that even a thing anymore? Wow. All right, so whatever. Let your fingers do the walk in Yellow Pages. Anyway, so not a yellow sun and an orange sun, but a white sun. But anyways, no, not that sun, the sun itself. That's Caesar Borgia, the known homosexual. Somebody, when you were thinking that, I heard you in the background. The wheels were turning. The other son, the white one, that's the homosexual, right, Pope who had a gay lover, the Borgias, but not that son, the white son of image of Jesus, but the white son that's above your head. That if you can ask people today, what color crown, if you took out a book and they were the child in school, they had a house and maybe a little dog over there and a tree and then the sun. What color crown would you use? Let's do it now. Let's have what color would you draw the sun in a picture? What color would you use in a crown? People wanted an Xbox 4 or 5. I just wanted was that 42 bucks a crown with a sharpener, man. I thought I'd been in high heaven, huh? I'll be a king. All right, anyways, moving on with this box cabra worship of this. Hey, you're in this black mirror right now. Careful. He said, believe no man. Anybody? Bueller? What color would you draw the sun? If you're a child, it might tell me how old you are. Careful, you might give up how old you are. If you had a box of crowns, maybe that's that basic box. All right, you know that spectrum of the rainbow. Okay, now in crowns you have. Thank you, Hook. Yellow. Okay. So wouldn't pull off the image, Hook. If you look here, if I had that image that you have, is that a cross? All right. Do you like World War III? No, I don't like this war on the Mr. Chumpstein declared Stein or Zionist pig. I don't know. It's from Scotland. You tell me. His family was arrested by the Biden. So, hey, put the Biden. All right. Anyways, we'll do this on the rock too. We'll play out these rituals. So, anyways, when you declare war on the world by sanction, that is a war. And he said, hey, we declare war on everybody. Pay or play. Okay. We're here. Wars are started with tariffs, embargoes, and sanctions. So that's why they're disconnecting all these supply chains. So I do want to I didn't make that point earlier. Darn it, I normally don't miss too many points. Remember this Hadron Collider that they're involved in, brothers and sisters? You know, they act like we're in war with everybody when we just actually remember the satellite imagery to send into Moscow, you know, these drones was our satellite that the Ukrainians used. This is sick. How deep we are in war, how involved, how many nations have been involved over there. You sanction your own allies. That's war. Germany, Mexico, Canada wants to be the 51st state, but if you don't play, we'll sanction it. You know, they did it anyway. So he said, all right, everybody, you don't play, you don't want to play with us. You're going to pay. He sanctioned the whole world. He declared war on the whole world. And I don't know of any other blogger right now that's talking about that either. Why would you not say something there about that? Remember in World War II, they started with sanctions. They first started with sanctions, tariff or embargoes. Right. And remember, first started, then was Pearl Harbor, which we know was a flag, obviously a red. So not red, but okay, appreciate it. And you put it in the comments here. What color they draw the sun, right? But then came Hiroshima, Nagasaki to follow the flag. I remember the radio announcer, Jim Healy, when I was younger, growing up on the radio station, he used to say, did the Japanese sit down and have dinner with Pearl Harbor before they bombed her? All right, but anyways, yeah, all right. So anyways, like some of these things like the Blind 11, they obviously, all right, got to let Mr. Warp Speed do his thing. He's got to be the seventh shofar, you know, the ram's horn, right? Not the little horn, that was old vomit, Mr. 44, but Mr. Warp Speed. They do these things by celebration and ritual. We're not to do any of these things at all. We're not supposed to celebrate or ritualize or lift up or by his Shem, his word. We go out and are crucified because we say, hey, that's the broad way. We're not supposed to celebrate anything because you always start telling me that God's in the sky and an alien is some kind of being. Listen here, Space Jam, Marvin the Martian. There's no such thing as Martians. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as once saved, always saved. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. God, Father, the Most High, does not love everybody. He sent his bride, right? Oh, no, he sent the bridegroom. We are the bride. We're the body, not crackers and grape juice. Restart the stream. Oh, man. Okay, we will. We should. Thank you, Lady in Red. You know me, some people get stuck on dumb, freedom, dumb. But salvation is the word sozo. Okay, Hook. That is the word sozo. S-O-S. Oh, hey, that's not a good one. Hold on, Lady in Red. We'll refire this up. But Hook came in here, and Hook's, I think Father's made him hungry for the word. Oh, man. How many times have I was, don't be sorry. Never say sorry. You can apologize. Don't be sorry about anything. Oh, man. We're striking out. All right. Hey, we're going to get it this time. We're going to get anybody one. Y'all in? Y'all done? All right. We'll get it for this one. S-O-C-O is the word, as you asked, is thank you, Sister Lady in Red. Red by like baptism by blood. He said he wants to find our garments washed clean. It was baptized in spiritual beard blood stripes that he paid. All right. Hey, I know. Hey, Lady in Red, I don't mean to go there, but how many people, and it's my fault for not going to town, have told me they were going to send markers into my P.O. box for years. S-O-Z-O, which is the word you know as salvation, and that means to be carried, right, picked up from beginning point, as he tells us, this is we must endure and brought to an ending point right here, and healed. We will be healed. Anybody who has caused us pain, and his Shem is, we will persecute for his Shem's sake, we will be healed. Anybody who took, he will pour out a just measure. And so he is the one who carries and lifts us from beginning to an end. This is the word salvation, to be saved, or salvation, saved or salvation. He tells us we must endure to the end to be saved.
This is where we are meet him at the great and dreadful day of the Lord at judgments. The seventh shofar, ram's horns will sound, where the great and dreadful, for this is day of the judgment. 7 of you still here, and that's beautiful. So this is salvation. We must endure to the end, he tells us. So you can't be once saved, always saved, because even if you were written in the Lamb's book of life, you can have your name blotted out by self idolatry. Same thing he divorced his bride for. He didn't tolerate it then. You're not going to tolerate it now. They did the same thing back then, and he said, don't do this. So nobody going to make excuses with Father. You're not going to cheat him. He creates all things. He creates vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. That's right. You can't be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You can't save anybody. Oh, I just got saved. No, that's not how that works. Father chose who would endure to the end. The ones that wouldn't even blot their names out. 144,000 doesn't mean a literal number. That means black, brown, white, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, woman. All the tribes. Once again, it's not a literal, it's a idiom or a parable. It proves again that he fulfilled all flesh under this covenant. No pastors that number. I do everything by the number. He does all things by the number. Nobody's going to put the numbers away. He said, I remember I'm a prior reconstructionist, so you're not going to pull this away from me. 144,000 is elect, the bride. All flesh, man and woman, Jew and Gentile. Hallelujah. Under this covenant, we are equally yoked. He doesn't want us to yoke with other. He didn't tolerate it back then. He split the kingdom. 10 tribes gave it their power and authority to the beast for the same thing. Ahab married Jezebel, and she taught the children this Baal worship, Baal in the grove, this false gods in the sky, and idolatry. They made up their own version. That's what Father does. He said in Revelation, don't add a jot or a tittle, right? That's even like a period. Now they create a whole word planet, and like Lucifer and all these words like Jesus. It is what it is. All glory to the Most High. He gives us bis, and it's a fine line. Brother says, my people shall perish. And but the bis that she was of was fornication. She literally had sex with, created the Canaanite bloodline, the blue bloods, they're copper bloods. That's what they call them. The serpent, like a copper top, or like a snake, copperhead, or more like a venomous serpent. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. So we must endure, hook, even in the times, he is the snare. That would be the snare. He gets us hooked by our feet, and he takes us out of here. Boom. Not literally, it's the air. Remember, get it? He's the snare that lifts us out of here. Find your salvation in rest and suffering daily, brothers and sisters. Only the bride of Christ will be redeemed. They'll be paid for and bought already. They are vessels of mercy, not the ones who had their name blotted out. This is predestination. The word I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image. Hope you're getting your stripes. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? They hung him from a tree. He didn't carry a cross. He tells you to carry your cross, and the crucifixion that I'm not asking you if you phileo me, do you agape me? See, Jezebel had taught this other worship, and he divorced his bride because, again, when Ahab came home from work, the children had been taught this Jezebel, and they couldn't speak the agape. And he split them. Remember, it spread like wildfire through the Sumerian tribes, all these northern tribes of these 10 tribes. Remember, all the other, not Jeremiah and Judah. When he split it, that left the southern tribes to the south. And he did not. It says they gave their power, the 10 horns, which were the heavens. They went after Baphomet and Baal worship and idolatry, and he split the kingdom. He said, I'm not having this. And it says in Scripture, they gave their power and authority to the beast. This beast is this Baphomet system, Jezebel. When Ahab married Jezebel, this is a story that they have made up. The sons of God came in the women of men. No, that's not anything about aliens or fallen angels. There is no aliens. Fallen doesn't mean out of the sky. That means fallen from grace. You can't be a son of God and be a fallen angel. That does. Angel is the word angelos, or messenger. Christ visited, and John was given that revelation sign. Remember this firmament marker at 12 of the Virgin, the birth twice. They love this, brothers and sisters. Again, that's why we'll go over this again, of this birth of this age and this birth of 923, where this magnetosphere gets whacked, and they get to bring in their new digital communism, credit scoring people. Started with the bit, and the coin. Fraction. He said all flesh. All flesh. You can't take, gold and silver. Remember again, that is money, and I'm not implicating
an investment here, but that's God's money and he created it and it doesn't lose value. It's a store. You better put your treasure in higher things, but you do need to have extra oil, as he said. Have your lamps trimmed, be burning bright, and have extra oil. Let me show you some extra oil here. Oh, I'm going to put it all. No, he said, be a wise virgin. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Why are you going to be a burden to others? Why don't you want to be able to help others? This is extra oil. This is called a Sawyer Mini. And this will filter, hand filter. You can bring this with you, 10 or 100,000 gallons of water. It's sometimes the little things that make the biggest difference. 3 days without water. He was tempted by, remember, Leviathan for 40 days. Could you go 40 days? Most people can only go 3 weeks. You can only go 3 days without water. Most people have never gone a day in their life. So this is extra oil, brothers, sisters. Okay, little things like this are going to make a difference later to help others. Even this, how did he feed? How's there extra bread and extra fish? Well, he knows what he's doing. Even something like rice and beans, so you can help your other brother from not another mother. He said, not Jezebel, the women tradition. You can, brothers and sisters, love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor. Don't sup with vipers, though. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Be charitable, though. He said, be with the sick, be with the widow, be with the ones with the less fortunate as he, not fortunate, but there's no such thing as fortune, no such thing as free will, but if the words are hard sometimes to stop, we were used to speaking this dialect, but that's extra oil too, rice and beans. There are lots of ways to, again, make sure you have a way to guard them, put on the armor of God. How about be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove? Do you have an exit plan before things get too bad? Or how about like maybe extra TP? Here's some extra oil. How about extra TP for your bunghole? That's extra oil. You want to be down there fighting somebody for the last roll of toilet paper? Remember during the COVID, they went bananas, like split 8. Never mind. It's like they going gorilla. They got me going gorilla, like Bruno Mars said, right? Or like they got me going ham like a Muslim. All right, never mind. That didn't work. But hey, okay, anyway, so this is extra oil. Actually, this is a luxury. Yeah, a little smell, but this is a luxury in some countries. Many people use just H2O. And whatever. This is kind of but anyway. Hey, honey, we're going to survive the apocalypse. We got top ramen and teepee, baby. Right? Hallelujah. So just please, like I said, don't be down there fighting people for this last roll, of the last box bag or canned poison they got down there at the Piggly Wiggly or the Kroger or whatever the Walmart or your Safeway or whatever convenience. So I got to listen to my moderator. She's good at what she does. We should spark the algorithm. Hope you guys will rejoin me here. Give me a couple minutes. Let me go outside, get a fresh air. It's a little hot in here. That's good today. I like to feel the heat, wish it was a little more equatorial, but I don't want to make any plans because Father will crush them. With me, everything's in Father's hands now. I can't change this path. Is a long suffering. He said we must endure to the end if you want to be saved. So there's one word. So yeah, I want to make some more ice cubes, but it takes. I don't want to interrupt the stream and make it loud. And it's right underneath you guys. So hope you have a Berkey filter. If you don't, it's another extra oil thing. If you ask me, I filter all my water I have for some time. And so when you get this sugar out of your body, into your body, it can be stronger. I didn't really do the energy drinks. I don't really like the taurine in there and the taste of that. Like diet stuff and taurine. Dogs need taurine. But anyway, I'm not giving advice. Anyways, careful what you put in your dog. Careful what you put in your own face. It's not what goes into man that defiles a woman. It's what comes out of us, or him or her. So, but anyways, okay, absolutely, yeah. Pause for the cause. But anyways, let's just have a quick discussion too before we go. Animals acting a little strangely. These dogs don't want to be outside. It's a beautiful day out there. I don't understand. Other people's animals are acting a little strange. I know when sometimes we talk about things, it just sparks, kind of like an algorithm. But I don't know. animals use the migration, for the magnetics for migration. And then when the magnetics change, these are how, again, things are explainable why we have some of these events happen with our what we call our wildlife. And, we've domesticated these animals, dogs, but they kind of have a warning sensor in them. Like sometimes they'll bark before an earthquake or something. Dogs, bark for maybe a, so I don't know how your animals are acting. So I took them out and took a pause when we got something to eat, took them outside, and they just didn't want to be out there, and try to hang out with them. And it's a little warmer, but Tango loves being outside. He don't want to come inside, and as well as Yotter boy, he won't, if Tango's outside, he'll go out there. They don't want to be, take him in the car. Tango is stuck on my shoulder. Right now he's a rider, but putting a little pressure coming on the other side of my shoulder, so I don't know what's going on right now. I know there's a lot of change in the magnetism. Like I said, we just had a KP7 G3 geomagnetic storm, and it rocked our magnetic canopy, and we got bombarded, and then we had visuals that this has happened. So Simpson said it would happen today. I don't put everything, all my faith there or anything trust in Simpsons, but they have been able to make quite a few. I'm sure Father will use them for deception, the writer, or whatever. But man, they have nailed a bunch. Kind of, again, don't make predictions of anything. Father will crush your plans. Even if you got 99 right and one wrong, everybody point out that you've gotten that one wrong. It's kind of like doing. Cool. Right on. Good to see you there, Duck. Again, I appreciate you spending a ton of time in here. You spent a bunch of time today. So we've almost put a full day in here, an 8-hour day. Yesterday, we put a 15-hour day in. So Father's giving me the blessing. Let's get this done, because my moderator is good at what she does. Again, I want to give glory to everybody who doesn't give these moderators here probably one of the hardest channels to mod for. It's not an easy thing to throw a lot of people out. We don't really care about the numbers. We care about quality, not quantity, right? Connection. He knows what I'm talking about. Quality over. You could take your dump truck of swag somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? We don't want your, I'll take a little zipper of the cryptor or whatever, or anyways, something a little skunky. All right, a little font, a little OSB. I don't know if you heard that one, Ace. So he's a good strain guy, good genes. We're not talking about genes. We're talking about seeds, bare seeds and broadcasting. Welcome to a High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast. We're going to end this one here. Thanks for coming in. Hit that like button. So good seeds, brothers, sisters. Remember in Genesis, if it bears seeds, it's here for us to consume. Hallelujah. So oh man, a back injury. Well, let's not talk about my aching back. I need a backotomy. That's what's kind of been bothering me, the sciatica, but that's okay as long as I stay moving and get up and move around. So hope you didn't wreck your back like mine's just been crushed multiple times, broken or whatever. But I've been fused by calcium. Well, the body's like it's a natural. I'm a naturalist. Oh, you're one of those. I'm a naturalist and I'm a constitutionalist. So start growing your own food and grow extra tomato plants, and that's one way to stick it to the government. They don't like when you're self-sufficient. Fibromyalgia, and that's a tough one too. I remember my aunt had that connection, so I now know why too. Cannabis is obviously, we're not giving any medical advice in here, but that's that's an attack on nearly at a cellular level of the body where you ache from head to toe. And honestly, the only time I know that I can feel, because obviously the pain moving around and stuff with sciatica, but that's a whole different, it is in another kind of pain where people don't understand the myalgia is that what that does to the cell and how the communication and how that blockage. And okay, anyway, I want to get into it because people won't understand, a whole lot of people. I remember when they called that like a, hoax or something that these people had, or something. I remember when they told people they were crazy, so, but anyways, connection. I do appreciate, that access to, as I, with this respiratory thing with cannabis, have been able to kind of help the body to be more, body's telling itself, I don't need all these other, things. the body's doing a good thing, okay, like a virus or when it does this program, but sending that signal, telling your body that something's wrong through signal, or even as myalgia attacks at that level, the whole body. You know what I'm saying? It's not something most people would even understand. It's aching from every single part of your top to your bottom, and people, oh, that's not, this person's got, what do they call that when people are complaining and all they ever do is go to the hospital? There's another thing that maybe they had that kind of, I forget, I should know that. It's a things that people, oh, something's always wrong with me. No, these people are truly in some kind of signal is, it's a signal pain. So appreciate connection. Father has created such a beautiful flower for us to not have, the mass effects, side effects. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. So, because you have massive and then a mass effect of the side effects. So good for you, connection. That's what I'm saying. So I thank Father, for people like yourself who have, again, hold on there. I know Lady in Red. I will. Seriously, connection is something. I have a connection with you. And also, I remember the first time Stoner came in here, I gave him a hard time about, not using medicinal cannabis the way it should be used. I don't know what you think about it either. Thailand just rolled back their cannabis laws, trying to go back to medicinal. I'm not saying, like I say, when you turn it recreational, you get involved in these higher things, and they've ruined a lot of this plant, which originally, grew from seed and not genetically modified. And I understand the equal of, more indica or less indica, or more sativa or less, to split, which for somebody who they should, all this research should have been done. And still it sits as a Schedule 1 felony for non-medical. It's filthy what they have done, because people with things like myalgia or sciatica or many things, and they did prescribe other things before in history other than, anyways, we won't go into that. They put it in soda and I don't do anything. But anyways, a more natural, holistic approach is how I always try to approach things, because then I don't have the effects, as he said, with opioids, and theirs are strong and they cause a massive strain. It's just not the same. So I appreciate that Father has blessed us to have to be able to use something responsibly and medicinally, and not take away the pain. People say, oh, so connection is done. He's not in pain anymore. He's good. It takes that. He's like, oh, he's stoned out of his mind. That's not what happens with connection. It eases. It gives better quality of life. It doesn't take away pain for sense like as that people would think. It helps the signals to slow down so they can process, okay, hey, you are hurt. Your body is having some issues, but you don't need to go emerge. Right. That's a good thing. So, it's a good thing. Oh no, see, that's why I don't want, no. See, again, no. See, there we're getting into all that. See, I don't want, see, no. See, they get you on the effects, so they can get you on the others. See, okay, so listen. As this tells your body that something's wrong, like in myalgia, like in sciatica, like in many things, when you have these signal, like a pain, that's something going in your tooth, goes, get this out of there. If you get this toxin in your body, you start drinking this, you're going to freaking, many people by their mouth died because of this infection. So anyways, moving on. It's a good thing for your body to tell you, get this taken care of, because that's what it should do. I know, I hear you, get medicated. I try to tell people that too, connection. They don't understand about being medicated and being stoned. So that's why on the first thing when you came in here, I remember how much I gave you a hard time, because I don't like the idea of stoner. Indica velcroed your ass to the couch. You can't get up and do anything. Many people who use just cannabis are very productive and lead super amazing lives. Many of them are holistic, and if they have alcohol, it's just a moderate and social, but it doesn't, most things, it's in moderation. So it's amazing if you'll use this medicine in moderation, how much more, and we're not giving clerical advice. or not clinical advice or medical advice, but it is, as he said, some more mental clarity. So the mind's not trying to tell itself the whole time, get yourself fixed, and your body is overcome by these pain signals where, again, that's basically the comfort that you get from cannabis. It's not something like, oh, well, he's done feeling pain. Well, do you understand what I'm saying, guys? It doesn't work for everybody. Some guys, it's too strong and it doesn't work for them at all. It's like I try to tell people, because we just want to speak for not, this protection, because we were seeing a medical strike. I try to tell people, don't get all in everybody that cannabis cures all cancer, but it does cure most. Like radiation will get rid of the, bad cancer cells. It removes the good ones too. And cannabis has the same effect, but it leaves the good ones behind. In simple terms, theory, like in your immune system, we all have cannabinoids that we produce in our, like autoimmune. They give patients this to help boost their immune system. But okay, that's still theory. I mean, it didn't happen. We don't know what to talk about. We're just a bunch of idiots in here doing theory. So we're stoned out of our minds. We don't know. We don't know what medicine is. We just go to the Mexican Cabinet American and we take our Adderall and Trazodone and we take our side effects and we're good. Snakes up the pole patients, and we all take boosters because we should take all 5 because the government loves us. And when we got the sticker too. We originally got to get the stickers, and then you can get the boosted and get boosted and boosted and boosted. Never mind. So we should. Okay, good stuff. And Connection, you've linked up with Dax, haven't you? At Church of the Only Begotten Son? I think you have. You've been in here with him. So what a neat part of his ministry. I don't need any of it, but I understand. Like I said, I don't need to dabble in things I already feel I'm out of my mind. When I wake up every day, I'm like, wow, I shouldn't be here. Is this real? Man, I feel like I'm in a time warp. Somebody go back to the future. I need to go back in time. Why? No, but anyways, quit asking why. Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. No, don't drink. Anyways, Bud Light or Bud Dry? Bud Weiser. I don't do the alcohol thing. Like I said, actually, this is one people I try to give this. We'll just give this away. Better go. Never more than 2 drinks, more than 2 days in a row. And I don't know. Some people need to have a little beer on the weekend or something with a barbecue or something. But you can't live like that with any of these things. Try not to, as far as moderate all things. Okay. So I found that with most things, if you don't overindulge, it has a more effect. Even placebo, they can create the same effect as all these things. Remember, you don't even need to do these things and your body will tell itself it just did. Remember how strong, maybe your phone is doing that. That's how your phone knows. You don't even need to put it in there anymore. It is the placebo effect that they're using. Yeah, cool. Whatever. And a couple of drinks on once in a while. Hey, look, I ain't even going. If you're going to stay home, you're not going to hurt anybody, or you want to and you're not going to become a different person, it's not what goes in them that defiles them. It's what comes out of them. And you want to get smacked, and that's kind of gluttony, but if you want to get smacked, is it gluttony if you win the week and you want to go out with your boys? No, you don't go out with your boys. They maybe come over and you hang out and you'd say, hey, let's just, the boys will be boys. And you get all, is that bad? Are you bad? Are you because you got shit faced once in a calendar year? So you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make you an alcoholic or something like that. So blessings, guys. Appreciate, again, just all things in moderation. Again, it's not what goes in us. Just again, righteousness becomes by Father who will rebuke your heart if he feels there's something that you shouldn't be doing. He'll let you know. You got it, like a personal trainer. It'll make you stop. It will drag you. It will be like a thorn in your side, and it will make you do what it is. You won't. I remember when I used to feel guilty for using cannabis, and thought I was a bad guy because I had used it as medicine, busted my back in the military and stuff. And, I needed to read the word more. Father, I studied my, scriptural history again, as Connection said, and, it's okay. I don't care what this world says. I know Father is creator of all things. And, I try not to partake in unfruitful works, of darkness, things that make me just out of my mind. That's not for me. I don't like to be that way. I don't know. I don't need relief by being subdued or heavily medicated, so it's just not for me. So, um, okay, lady, we had to move the birds. They're not here right now because I can never not protect them. So I have somebody else that's reaping the benefits of the birds, and it's taken a little bit of strain off my, having to, and it's okay. I can still enjoy eggs. I just haven't gotten any, gone over, and I'm just busy doing what I'm doing here. So I do appreciate it. I don't want you to, the birds are, with somebody who's has a mass more, and not that the food was all organic, and but it's a benefits them. I that's quite invested in those, but they're reaping the benefits of this right now, and I gladly share with this as a sister. I feel that's pretty close to the word. She struggles a little bit, but we're all kind of work in progress. But I know she loves. She's not afraid to tell the world she loves Christ, and she loves and declares it. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. I just don't want you to. So you won't hear them in the background. You won't. I don't get those morning eggs for now, but that's okay. Remember, I'm trying to get all this other ministry paid off, and that's a big task right now. And I have to put all my efforts into that so that I can move on. And remember, 47,000. This one got taken care of. I need now 15 something or whatever on this, and I haven't sold anything else, but I'm still working on it daily, and so it gives me more time than having to spend that rich. And they're not that more involving because I got it down to a thing. So, but I do want this for the ministry. I want the ministry. Remember, it's about eventually, if Father would allow, I will be able to get to the equator and tithe food to everybody in this subscriber base. Wouldn't that be cool to get food grown out of South America? You know what I'm saying? Things down there that we really have little access to, like we have it. They're going to cut these supply chains again here shortly on all these things. The border closure, remember, he stopped talking about that wall when they stopped talking about doing avocados and guava and you know what I'm saying? So remember, having this dryer, the freeze dryer, allows you to have a time machine too, which is amazing because if something is not able to grow anymore and you have some, that's a blessing, and that's like extra oil for me. So for this ministry, all I want the ministry to do is push out seeds and push out good fruit. And actually, you got to be careful because remember when you have cross lines, but I know that if you freeze dry these things, they're not going to be, there won't be any problem with shipping these out in Mylar bags to the whole ministry. Brother Jim ships CDs and teachings. I would love to ship food. So I've got to get off my fourth point of contact and either, I know I could probably pull in right now. I subscribe to this singles homesteading. And again, I'm blown away. I'm blown away at how many people have a homestead and are looking for homesteaders. It's almost kind of silly because there are so many singles that have kind of a lifestyle where they're growing even in their neighbor's yard, paying them. I mean, people are serious about this homesteading movement and want to get off this system. They want to become their own supply chain. Like not having these animals here, these birds is a big thing. I paid a lot and best of them ever had them in this house for, over a month or so, but it gives you self-sufficiency. It gives you that independent. It gives you the ability to keep one foot in the system and have one foot out. Again, extra tomato plants, one too many. They're still ripe on the vine. We already canned and dried and made, and all the different spaghetti sauce and ketchup, and it's still ripening. They're still getting ripe. Is abundance. That's possible. But if you stay on the supply chain, they can manipulate the chain and they can cut you off, or their new chain. If you don't like and have a way out with your own supply chain, you're going to have to go into their new system. And I discourage that. People are stuck on this system. So, okay, cool. So you see what I'm saying, Duck? So I went on this singles homesteading, and some of it is like a dating. It is a bunch of people kind of throwing themselves out there. Yeah. Hey, listen, Ho, and I don't know where if you want to disclose, you are more than welcome to come out here to the ministry and enjoy the rusty dragon. Now I'm off the grid. I don't live like most, but I can accommodate, waterless toilet and, can provide water and a place to rest your head. And, I'd say if you want, bring your own pillow and your own blankets, just so you've got your own, sleeping, material, but I can make sure you have some kind of mattress or, something to sleep on soft and put you up in one of our, our cabins out here that I've been trying to eventually provide. So we were definitely, I'm not sure where you're from, but if you do make a trip here, be careful. This is a dangerous place. They will extort you if they know you have money. These cops are, I don't want to try to discourage you, but anywhere in America with their asset seizure forfeiture law, they can take anything from you like road pirates out on the road. So careful about traveling with, cash. And like I said, they're pretty tough it's like Stasi Nazi Germany here. They want every bit of paperwork, and your right to travel has been impeded on, and they create all these statutes, mandates, and ordinances that are not actually. Anyways, let's move on. So, but if you do come out and make it this way, you could avoid money these things. Just again, be careful anywhere. It's not just isolated in this country, but people act like this is the safest place to be. So if you did travel here, you are welcome to come and spend some time. And I won't truly limit you. Like I said, I try to, limit people would come squat on me, but I don't think you're going to come from some other country and squat out here. And if you're serious about coming out here or something, I don't know what you're, I do think there are better places than Iran. See, remember, I'd rather live in Iran right now. I know everybody doesn't say death to America. So, and many countries, everybody comes here because there is, this is outside. It is known for obviously what it is here. So, but hey, if you came here, enjoy your stay. The good chances, this is the melting pot. So you're not going to stand out here if you're Iranian, because there are many Iranians. Everybody. This is the melting pot. So nobody's going to know if you're good or bad here. That's kind of the downfall of not being Iran. You are. Most people look Iranian that are. I'm not trying to single out, but that's kind of the issue with this country. So you'll probably just blend in just fine and enjoy your stay here. But yes, you could more than welcome to come here, and we won't chant death to Iran. Okay. Well, enjoy your stay here. You come here and remember, my brothers and sisters are all over this rock. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Did you go over to Prepper News? Good stuff, Duck. I'm glad that I don't know where you found Prepper News or Canadian Prepper. If it was from this channel, you've been a long time subscriber over there or recently, but Nate is so over. Cool. Outstanding. Good. No worries. Like I said, I put all my faith in Father. His pride is everywhere, and we need to be charitable. And I have such abundance here that I'd love to share. I actually struggle sometimes so much because I don't get to share. I feel so blessed to have Kevin and as a neighbor, and he gets to enjoy the silence out here. It's so quiet, and the neighborless lifestyle is a great way to live. Good. All right. Well, cool. Remember, you still got the Canadian Prepper channel, and I'm telling you, Duck, he is truly on this, Ukrainian. Nobody's covering the Ukraine war like Nate. I'm telling you, this man is an absolute. Send me an email, please, because you never know. I mean, I don't think the grid's going to go down, but remember, The Simpsons said it's going down today. Did it? Okay, so but all right. My amazing moderator, my amazing moderator, Lady in Red, tells me I need to take a break. We'll refire up this 923 stream. Thank you, Father, for keeping these 7, most people in here, and we'll come back in, momentarily-ish. I will be back on tonight. I don't like to commit to anything because Father crushes my plans, So, but anyways, because I don't want to make predictions. I don't want to say anything that's going to happen. Father really makes me look foolish anytime I think I can, I'm going to stand in front of the law and I'm going to make my son, he's not going to go to jail. Now he could be dead. My daughter could be dead because I said, hey, Marshall, I'm going to find out if you talk to my daughter, I'm going to find out one of you has this medal over some stupid shiny dirt. So I don't know. It's a good thing I have faith. We titled the beginning of this, Faith Only by Faith We Are Saved, but we must put legs on our faith. That word is believe. It's an action word. Remember, girded in my service, he said, so get extra TP for your bunghole. It is what it is. I hope you have your interlinear Texas Receptus hard copy so you can have this if things go, amok. The sun whacks us again. So G7, geomagnetic storm, or KP7, G3, the sun, we just got rocked again. Here we are. So it's going to happen sooner or later. Don't think later is going to be the time. I don't think we have a touch more time with the sun's magnetic canopy being so weak. So love you, brothers, sisters. If you want to leave a monetary tide, if anybody's watched this to the end, I think we just gave it a full day. There's links there in Cash App and PayPal. There's a super chat when we're live. You can do that, or you can get a hold of me offline at Predestined4light. Don't always answer Gmail, but I'll look for yours. Owen, I'm not just sure. Make sure you say you're from Iran, so I know it's you. I'll read through my emails. I normally can get them. I will check that Predestined4light email, and then we'll see you guys again on brothers, sisters, in the narrow way, not boys and girls. This is an 18-hole only stream, so adult content here, although children, they need this word too. So we'll be back. I don't know if it's sending out notifications, but 9/23, very important date. Faith, by faith, I think maybe that was the earlier stream. Did we refire this up? I'm not sure. Anyways, much agape and phileo. We're living in that last book. Enjoy. These are the days that were spoken of thousands of years ago. Christ spoke of a celestial marker, this Revelation 12 sign, over 2,600 years ago, and it happened in your lifetime. That should put you on your face. You lived during a time where it was given to John at the island of Patmos, that revelation. I am Pastor Revelation. Welcome to the apocalypse. Whoa. What's up?